Welcome, friend, to a quiet journey along one of humanity's most remarkable achievements. Tonight, we'll walk together through the daily life of those who kept the Great Wall standing, not through battles or conquest, but through patient hands, careful stone placement, and the steady rhythm of maintenance work that continued for centuries. Settle in comfortably as we explore the Ming Dynasty period, around the 16th century, when the wall you might picture in photographs was actively cared for by ordinary people doing extraordinary work. You wake before the sun touches the watchtower's curved roof. The air carries that particular chill that comes just before dawn breaks over northern China. Crisp enough to make you pull your padded jacket tighter, but not so cold that frost has formed on the stone beneath your feet. You've been stationed at this section of the wall for 3 years now, and your body has learned to recognise the exact moment when night shifts toward morning, even before your eyes open. The darkness around you isn't complete. Stars still scatter across the sky like rice grains spilled on dark silk, and you can make out the wall's distinctive crenellations, those tooth-like parapets, stretching away in both directions until they blur into the pre-dawn shadows. Somewhere in the distance, a rooster crows from one of the villages tucked into the valleys below. The sound carries strangely well in this still hour, bouncing off the mountains in a way that makes you smile. That rooster belongs to old Chen's farm, you're fairly certain, which means it's probably the brown one with the crooked tail feather. You stretch slowly, feeling your joints protest in that familiar way. The stone platform where you've spent the night isn't uncomfortable exactly. You've slept in worse places, but it certainly isn't a bed. Your sleeping mat has compressed over the hours, and you roll it up carefully, tucking it into the corner of the watchtower where it lives during daylight hours. The tower itself is roughly 15 feet square, with walls thick enough to keep out most of the wind. Small openings at regular intervals allow you to observe the landscape, and a larger opening faces inward, toward the populated side of the wall. As the sky begins to lighten from black to deep blue, you can see the wall more clearly. This particular section runs along a ridgeline, following the natural contours of the mountain, with an elegance that seems almost casual until you remember the planning required to achieve it. The wall dips and rises, curves and straightens, all while maintaining its essential purpose. A raised pathway wide enough for soldiers and supplies, protected by parapets on both sides. The first true light catches the eastern face of the wall, turning the greyish stone a warm golden colour that lasts only minutes before fading to its usual tone. You've watched this transformation hundreds of times, and it never quite loses its appeal. The stones themselves are slightly irregular. This section was built using local materials, and you can see variations in colour and texture that tell the story of where each stone originated. Some came from the mountain just north of here, others from a quarry 2 valleys over. A hawk appears circling lazily on the morning thermals that are just beginning to rise. You watch it for a moment, appreciating the efficiency of its movement. Hawks often patrol this section of the wall, drawn by the mice and small creatures that make homes in the crevices between stones. The relationship feels almost cooperative. The wall provides hunting grounds, and the hawks provide entertainment for watchmen, who might otherwise find the hours slow. You hear footsteps before you see Wang, your fellow guardian, emerging from the watchtower to the east. He moves with the careful gait of someone whose knees remember every winter spent on cold stone, and he's carrying a small clay pot that likely contains tea. Wang is perhaps 15 years older than you, with a face weathered by constant exposure to wind and sun, until his skin resembles the leather used for water bags. He nods in greeting, the gesture economical and friendly without requiring conversation this early in the day. The two of you stand together in comfortable silence, watching as the valley below gradually reveals itself. Terraced fields become visible first, their careful geometry a human counterpoint to the wild mountains beyond. Then, the village appears, not dramatically, but incrementally, as smoke from morning fires begins to rise, and the darker shapes of buildings separate themselves from the landscape. You can identify individual structures now. The larger building that serves as a communal granary, the temple with its distinctive curved roof, and the cluster of houses where the families live. Your stomach reminds you that you haven't eaten since yesterday evening, and Wang seems to have the same thought because he produces 2 small rice cakes from somewhere within his jacket. They're slightly stale but welcome, and you eat yours slowly, making it last. The tea, when Wang finally pours it from his pot into 2 small cups, is barely warm but flavoured with something, perhaps ginger, that makes it feel warming despite its temperature. The morning routine continues with a casualness born of repetition. You walk the section of wall that's your responsibility, checking for obvious problems that might have emerged overnight. A loose stone here, some mortar that seems to be crumbling there. Nothing urgent, but you make mental notes. The wall is always changing, always requiring attention, like a very large and very patient animal that needs constant grooming. Other guardians appear as the morning progresses, emerging from their own watchtowers or walking up the stone ramps that provide access from below. You exchange nods and occasional comments about the weather, which looks promising. Clear skies suggesting a good day for the repair work that's been planned. Everyone moves with purpose but without rush, understanding that the work ahead requires steady effort rather than bursts of energy. By mid-morning you've descended the wall using one of the internal staircases, steep stone steps worn smooth by countless feet over decades. The village at the wall's base has fully awakened, and the sounds of daily life create a gentle symphony. Hammering from the carpenter's workshop, the rhythmic thump of someone beating grain, children's voices from the small school, and underneath it all the constant background presence of chickens making their various pronouncements about life. The village exists because of the wall and for the wall, though after generations this relationship has become so natural that nobody thinks about it much anymore. The houses are built from the same stone as the wall itself, creating a visual continuity that makes the settlement seem to have grown organically from the landscape. Narrow pathways wind between buildings, following routes established by the practical considerations of daily life rather than any formal planning. You're heading to the workshop where supplies are stored and prepared for the day's maintenance work. The building sits partially against the wall itself, using the massive structure as one wall and taking advantage of its thermal mass to keep the interior cool in summer and relatively warm in winter. Inside, you find Master Liu already sorting through materials. He's the senior mason for this section, a man whose knowledge of stone and mortar seems almost supernatural in its depth. Master Liu doesn't look up immediately when you enter, focused on examining a pile of lime that arrived yesterday from the kiln 2 valleys over. He picks up pinches of it, rubbing the material between his fingers with the concentration of someone reading an important text. You've learned not to interrupt these examinations. The quality of lime varies depending on countless factors: the type of rock it was made from, the temperature of the kiln, the weather during production, and Master Liu can detect subtle differences that determine how well it will perform in mortar. Eventually he nods to himself and looks up, acknowledging your presence with a slight smile that creases his face in familiar patterns. "Good lime," he says simply, which from Master Liu counts as enthusiastic praise. You help him transfer the lime into smaller containers that will be easier to carry up the wall, careful not to raise dust. The fine powder has a sharp, alkaline smell that catches in your throat if you're not careful. Around you, the workshop reveals the organised complexity of wall maintenance. Wooden shelves hold tools in careful arrangement, hammers of various sizes and weights, chisels with different profiles, wooden mallets, bronze measuring devices, levels, plumb lines, brushes for applying mortar, and scrapers for removing old material. Each tool has its specific purpose, and each shows the wear patterns of frequent use. Some have been in service for decades, their wooden handles smooth and dark from the oils of many hands. In one corner, bundles of wooden planks lean against the wall, waiting to be used for scaffolding or perhaps for repairing the wooden buildings that dot the wall's length. Small shelters where supplies are stored or where guardians can take refuge during severe weather. The wood smells pleasantly resinous, cut recently enough that sap still marks some pieces. These planks came from the forest on the mountain's northern slope, carried down by the same team that will help haul them back up when the time comes. A young apprentice, maybe 14 years old, with the gangly awkwardness of someone still growing into their adult height, enters carrying a yoke across his shoulders with water buckets hanging from each end. He moves carefully, trying not to slosh the precious liquid, and you remember being that age, trying to prove yourself capable of adult responsibilities. Master Liu directs him to pour the water into the large clay vessels kept for mixing mortar, and the boy does so with exaggerated care that makes you hide a smile. The preparation continues methodically. Materials need to be gathered, tools selected and work assignments confirmed. You'll be part of a team working on a section about half a mile east of here, where winter's freeze-thaw cycles have damaged some of the mortar joints between stones. It's not dramatic work, no massive reconstruction, just the patient attention that keeps small problems from becoming large ones. Other villagers pass by the workshop entrance, going about their own business. An older woman herds a small group of ducks toward the pond, murmuring to them in the patient tone used for creatures that respond more to voice rhythm than actual words. Two men carry a large basket of vegetables between them, probably heading to the communal storage. A child darts past, chasing a dog that has apparently stolen something, maybe a shoe, and the resulting chaos makes everyone smile. This village has perhaps 40 families, their lives interwoven through marriages, friendships, shared work, and the simple proximity of living together in a remote location. Most families have been here for generations, though occasionally someone arrives from elsewhere, drawn by the steady work that wall maintenance provides. The work isn't glamorous or particularly well paid, but it's reliable in a way that farming, dependent on weather and luck, can never quite be. You return to the wall with the morning's supplies, climbing the stone ramp that ascends at a gentle angle, making the burden of carrying materials manageable. Other workers accompany you, some carrying tools, others with baskets of lime or sand, and one man balancing a wooden pole across his shoulders with water containers hanging from both ends. Everyone has learned to pace themselves, understanding that this work requires endurance rather than speed. The wall at this point rises about 25 feet above the ground on the northern side, though on the southern side, where it follows the ridge's natural elevation, it's only about 6 feet tall. Walking along the top, you're struck again by the width, easily wide enough for 5 or 6 people to walk abreast, and in some sections even wider. This isn't just a wall, it's a raised road, a military highway that allowed troops and supplies to move quickly along China's northern frontier. The guardians you work alongside are, for the most part, unremarkable people doing remarkable work through sheer persistence. There's old Zhao, who has maintained his section for 30 years and can apparently sense structural problems before they become visible. There's the widow Mrs. Tang, whose husband died in an accident involving falling stones 10 years ago, and who now manages supplies with an efficiency that borders on artistic. There's young Wei, barely into his 20s, who approaches every task with an enthusiasm that the older workers find simultaneously endearing and exhausting. Your own role has evolved over the years from simple labour, hauling materials, mixing mortar, to more skilled work involving actual repairs. You've learned to read the wall's condition the way a physician reads a patient's symptoms, understanding that small signs often indicate larger issues. A crack following a particular pattern might suggest movement in the earth beneath the foundation. Mortar that crumbles too easily could indicate that water is getting behind the stones. Vegetation growing in joints means that roots are working their way into the structure, slowly but inevitably causing damage. The section you're working on today shows typical wear from winter weather. Water has infiltrated joints between stones, frozen during cold nights, and expanded with enough force to crack the mortar. The damaged material has fallen away, leaving gaps that will only worsen if left unattended. Your task is to remove the remaining compromised mortar, clean the joints thoroughly, and refill them with fresh material mixed to the proper consistency. Master Liu arrives to inspect the work area, running his hands over the stones with the gentle attention of someone greeting an old friend. He points out details you might have missed. A stone that has shifted slightly and needs to be reset. A section where water seems to be pooling and needs better drainage, and a crack that requires monitoring but doesn't yet need repair. His knowledge comes from decades of observation, and you absorb what you can, knowing that this expertise can't be learned from books or formal instruction. The work begins with careful removal of old mortar. You use a chisel and hammer, tapping gently to avoid damaging the stones themselves. The old mortar comes away in chunks and powder, and you collect it in a basket, not for reuse, but because leaving debris on the wall creates problems. The material gets swept up by wind and can clog drainage systems or accumulate in corners where water then pools. As you work, you notice the construction details that make the wall more sophisticated than it might appear from a distance. The stones aren't simply stacked, they're carefully selected and placed to create a stable structure. Larger stones form the face of the wall, while the interior is filled with smaller stones, rubble and earth, all tamped down to create a solid mass. The facing stones are cut or selected to fit together closely, minimizing the amount of mortar needed and creating a surface that resists weathering. The mortar itself is a careful mixture of lime, clay and sand. with proportions that vary depending on the specific application. For joints exposed to weather, more lime makes the mixture more water resistant. For interior work, less lime saves money without compromising strength. Master Liu has taught you to test mortar consistency by how it holds to a trowel. Too wet and it slumps, too dry and it crumbles, just right and it clings without running. Your fellow workers maintain a steady rhythm, each person focused on their task but aware of the other's presence. Occasionally someone makes a comment about the weather, about a tool that needs sharpening, or about the village gossip that always circulates. The conversation is minimal but friendly, punctuated by the sounds of tools against stone, the scrape of trowels, and the soft impact of hammers against wooden stakes. A light wind picks up around midday, bringing cooler air from the mountains to the north. It carries scents that tell stories, pine from the distant forests, dust from the plains beyond, and sometimes, mysteriously, a hint of the sea that lies hundreds of miles away. You pause to drink from your water flask, looking out over the landscape that has become familiar through daily observation. The afternoon brings different work, actual stone replacement rather than just repointing mortar. A section about 30 feet from where you were working this morning has several stones that have become too damaged to remain in place. Weather, age, and the simple stress of supporting weight have created cracks that compromise the stone's integrity. They need to come out and be replaced. This work requires more people and more planning. Master Liu supervises, directing the placement of wooden props that will support the weight while damaged stones are removed. The props themselves are fascinating pieces of engineering, adjustable wooden beams that can be wedged into place and tightened to take weight gradually. The wood creaks slightly under load, but Master Liu listens to these sounds with the attention of a musician tuning an instrument, understanding exactly how much stress the props can safely handle. Removing a stone from the middle of the wall without causing a collapse requires patience that borders on meditative. First, the mortar around the stone must be completely removed, not just loosened, but entirely cleared away until the stone is held in place only by the weight and friction of surrounding stones. Then wooden wedges are driven into the gaps, slowly increasing the space and relieving pressure. Finally, with careful levering and the coordinated effort of several people, the stone can be shifted and removed. The damaged stone, once extracted, reveals interesting details. Its back surface is rougher than the front, exactly as it should be. The rough surface provides better grip for the mortar and rubble fill. You can see tool marks from its original shaping, probably made by a mason working decades or even centuries ago, depending on when this particular section was last rebuilt. The stone weighs perhaps 200 pounds, and moving it requires a wooden sledge and 4 people pulling carefully coordinated ropes. Replacement stones have been prepared in advance, selected from the stockpile that every maintenance section keeps. Finding stones that match the existing work in size and shape is part art and part practical geometry. Master Liu examines several candidates, rejecting some for reasons that aren't immediately obvious to you. One has a hairline crack that might not matter now but could cause problems later, and another is a slightly softer stone that will weather faster than its neighbours. The chosen replacement stone gets fitted carefully into the opening. It doesn't simply drop into place. Instead, it requires small adjustments, shaving a bit here, shimming there with thin stone flakes, until it sits precisely as it should. The fit needs to be tight enough to provide structural integrity, but not so tight that it creates stress points. Master Liu checks the alignment using a water level, a long tube filled with water, whose ends must be at the same height regardless of the tube's path between them. While this skilled work proceeds, other tasks continue around you. Someone is clearing vegetation from drainage channels, a job that seems minor until you consider that blocked drainage causes water to accumulate, freeze, and crack stones. Another worker is treating wooden elements with a mixture of oils that help preserve them against weather and insects. A third person is checking and tightening the stones that pave the wall's walking surface, ensuring that none have worked loose and might trip someone hurrying along in the dark. The new stone finally settles into place with a satisfying solidity, and mortar is carefully packed around it. Master Liu uses a thin stick to work the mortar into every gap, ensuring no air pockets remain. The excess mortar gets scraped away and smoothed, creating neat joints that will shed water rather than channel it into the wall. The work won't be fully cured for days, but even now you can see that it will be virtually invisible once completed. Just another stone in an endless line of stones, maintaining the wall's integrity for whoever comes after you. You take a moment to appreciate the continuity this represents. The stone you've just replaced might have been placed by a mason during the Ming dynasty's early years, and the stone now filling its space might remain in place for another few centuries. Your hands have touched the same surfaces that countless other hands touched before, and countless more will touch after. The work is humble, but the connection to history feels tangible in a way that written records never quite capture. As afternoon slides toward evening, attention shifts to the wooden structures along the wall, the small buildings, gates, and shelters that provide crucial functionality beyond the stone and earth. These structures require their own form of maintenance, following rhythms determined by seasons and weather, rather than the slower pace of stone deterioration. The nearest shelter is a small building, perhaps 10 feet square, with walls of timber and a tiled roof designed to shed rain and snow efficiently. It sits against the wall's inner face, using the massive stone structure as shelter from northern winds. Inside, the space is simple but functional. Storage for emergency supplies, a small raised platform for sleeping, and a brazier for heating during cold weather, with a carefully designed chimney that vents through the roof. Today's work involves replacing some of the roof tiles that cracked during winter freezes. You climb a ladder, checking its stability first, because falls from even modest heights can be serious, and carefully remove the damaged tiles. Each tile overlaps its neighbours in a pattern that creates a waterproof surface, while allowing individual pieces to be replaced without disturbing the entire roof. The system is elegant in its simplicity, proven over centuries of use. The replacement tiles have been fired in the same kilns that produce tiles for village houses, maintaining consistency in colour and texture. They're heavier than they look, and positioning them correctly requires attention to detail. Each tile must sit at the proper angle to channel water away, and the overlap must be sufficient to prevent leaks even in driving rain or melting snow. You work slowly, testing each tile's position before moving to the next. From the roof, you have an interesting perspective on the wall's construction. You can see how the crenellations, those parapet walls on either side, are actually quite complex structures, not simple walls but carefully designed elements that provide protection, while allowing observation and, when necessary, defensive action. The gaps between crenellations are positioned to offer clear sightlines, while remaining narrow enough that someone standing behind them remains largely protected. Other wooden elements dot the wall's length. There are simple gates in some sections, allowing access to paths that descend to villages or water sources. These gates need regular attention. Hinges must be oiled, wood must be treated against rot, and the fit must be checked to ensure they can still close properly. There are also wooden platforms at various points, providing elevated positions for observation, or simply offering level surfaces where the wall itself slopes steeply. The seasonal nature of this maintenance becomes apparent as you work. In spring, attention focuses on repairing winter damage, cracked tiles, warped boards, and fasteners loosened by freeze-thaw cycles. In summer, the concern shifts to protection against sun and insects, with applications of preservative oils and inspection for pest damage. Autumn brings preparation for winter, checking that roofs are sound, that shutters close properly, and that supplies are adequate. Winter itself sees less maintenance activity, with work limited to urgent repairs and daily clearing of snow from critical areas. Young Wei joins you on the roof, bringing additional tiles and showing the easy confidence of someone who has never fallen from a height, and thus hasn't yet learned appropriate caution. You subtly position yourself to block his access to the roof's edge, and he doesn't notice or comment. He chatters while working, talking about his plans to perhaps marry next year, maybe start a family, and continue his work on the wall like his father and grandfather before him. His enthusiasm is genuine, and you find yourself slightly envious of his certainty about the future. The sun has moved significantly across the sky by the time the roof work is complete, and you climb down carefully, feeling the day's labour in your shoulders and back. The ladder goes back into storage. A good ladder is valuable and needs protection from weather, and you gather the broken tiles for disposal. They can't be reused, but they'll be buried near the wall, eventually becoming part of the landscape, like everything else that has served its purpose here. Evening finds you in the supply storage area, helping to organise materials for tomorrow's work. This might seem like mundane bookkeeping, but maintaining the wall depends absolutely on having the right materials in the right places at the right times. The logistics of supply management have their own complexity, their own satisfaction. The storage area is actually a series of spaces built into and against the wall itself, taking advantage of the structure's mass and protection. Some storage is in vaulted chambers within the wall's thickness, spaces originally designed for military purposes but now repurposed for peaceful maintenance work. Other supplies live in the wooden structures built against the wall's inner face, protected from weather but accessible when needed. Materials arrive from various sources, following supply chains that connect this remote section of wall to production centres that might be days or weeks away. Lime comes from kilns in the valleys, where limestone is burned in carefully tended fires. Sand is collected from specific riverbeds, chosen for grain size and mineral content. Clay comes from deposits identified and worked over generations. Wood arrives from managed forests, where trees are selectively harvested to maintain the resource for future needs. The accounting system is surprisingly sophisticated, maintained by a clerk who visits every few weeks to update records and arrange for new supplies. He uses a combination of written records and counting rods. The traditional Chinese calculation tool that allows complex arithmetic through rod position and manipulation. Watching him work is fascinating. His fingers move with practiced speed, calculating quantities and costs with an accuracy that matches any written arithmetic. You help count and stack tiles, organising them by size and condition. Damaged tiles get separated for potential reuse. Even broken tiles have value as rubble fill or drainage material. Good tiles are stacked carefully with straw between layers to prevent chipping during storage. The counting becomes almost meditative. 1, 2, 3, 4, continuing in rhythm while your mind wanders to other thoughts. Other supplies receive similar attention. Wooden planks are sorted by length and thickness. Tools are inventoried, and those needing repair are set aside for the village blacksmith's attention. Rope gets inspected for wear, with any showing significant fraying marked for replacement before it fails during use. Iron fittings, hinges, brackets, nails are counted and their condition noted. Even the seemingly infinite supply of basic materials like sand and gravel gets monitored, with orders placed when reserves drop below certain levels. Mrs. Tang, the supply manager, moves through the storage areas with complete confidence in the dark spaces. She knows where everything is kept, how much of everything remains, and what will be needed for the coming week's work. Her memory seems perfect, but you notice she also keeps small notations on wooden tablets, character marks that serve as memory aids and double checks against oversight. She explains to you, as she has explained before, that supply management operates on multiple timeframes simultaneously. There are immediate needs. Tomorrow's mortar requires lime that must be available today. There are seasonal needs. Tiles for winter repairs must be ordered in summer, when kilns are operating and roads are passable. And there are long-term strategic reserves, materials kept against unexpected problems, sudden damage from storms or earthquakes, or interruptions in the normal supply chain. The system has evolved over centuries of trial and error, incorporating hard-won lessons about what works and what doesn't. Storing lime in sealed containers keeps it dry and active. Keeping multiple tool types means work doesn't stop when one breaks. Maintaining relationships with reliable suppliers ensures quality and availability. These aren't written rules so much as practical knowledge passed down through generations of workers. As darkness settles fully over the wall, you finish the inventory work and help secure the storage areas. Doors are closed and latched, not locked. There's little theft here, where everyone knows everyone and community disapproval is powerful enforcement, but secured against wind and animals. The satisfaction of good organisation is real. Tomorrow's work will proceed smoothly, because tonight's preparation was thorough. The next morning brings different work, attention to the earthwork that forms much of the wall's mass and provides its fundamental stability. From a distance, the wall appears to be primarily stone, but this visible surface is actually just the facing on a much larger structure of earth, rubble, and careful engineering. You're working on a section where water drainage has become problematic. The wall's foundation here sits on a relatively impermeable clay layer, and winter runoff has pooled rather than draining away, creating conditions that could undermine the structure's stability. The work required involves both diagnosis and repair, understanding the water's path and redirecting it away from vulnerable areas. Master Lu has brought several workers for this project, understanding that earthwork requires different skills than masonry or carpentry. One older man, his name is Gu, and he's worked on irrigation channels for most of his life, has the knowledge needed to understand how water moves through soil and around obstacles. He walks the area slowly, observing subtle changes in vegetation and soil colour that indicate moisture patterns. The diagnostic process is fascinating to watch. Guo examines where water appears after rain, noting stains on stone and patterns of moss growth. He digs small test holes in several locations, describing what he finds in each: the soil composition, the depth to different layers, and the presence of roots or rocks that might channel or block water flow. He seems to be building a mental map of the subsurface conditions, and eventually he nods to himself and points to where work should focus. The repair involves creating a drainage channel that will intercept water before it reaches the wall's foundation and redirect it to a point where it can safely flow away. This requires digging, not the dramatic excavation you might imagine, but careful, methodical removal of earth, always watching for signs of instability that might indicate the wall itself is being affected by the work. The earth here is a mixture of clay, silt, and small stones, packed hard by centuries of compression. Removing it requires picks to break up the material, followed by shovels to clear it away. The work is physically demanding in a way that's different from stone or woodwork. Less precision required, but more sustained physical effort. You take turns with the digging, switching places every 15 or 20 minutes to prevent exhaustion. As you dig, you encounter layers that tell stories about the wall's history. A layer of charcoal indicates a fire, probably from a brazier or cooking fire long ago. Fragments of pottery show where someone broke a vessel, and the pieces ended up in fill material. Bones from meals eaten by previous generations of workers appear occasionally, usually chicken or pig, disposed of in the most convenient way available. The drainage channel takes shape gradually. A shallow ditch lined with stones to prevent erosion, graded to ensure water flows in the intended direction, and designed to handle not just typical runoff, but also the larger volumes that come with spring snowmelt or summer storms. Master Liu checks the grade using the same water level tool employed for stonework, ensuring that the channel will function as intended, rather than simply moving the problem to a different location. Once the channel is excavated and lined, attention turns to protecting it against damage. The channel gets covered with flat stones laid loosely enough that water can still enter, but animals or cartwheels won't collapse the structure. Vegetation will be encouraged to grow along its edges, with roots helping to stabilise the soil, while the plants themselves indicate that drainage is working properly. The work extends into the afternoon, with breaks for water and simple food, more rice cakes, some dried fruit, and tea that somehow stays warm in Mrs. Tang's pottery container, despite the cool air temperature. The group works with the easy coordination of people who have collaborated frequently, understanding without much discussion who should do what and when. By late afternoon, the drainage work is complete, and you spend time restoring the area around the worksite to something approximating its previous appearance. Excess earth gets spread rather than left in piles, stones are returned to approximately where they came from, and the trampled vegetation is encouraged to stand upright again. The goal is to make the repair as invisible as possible, while ensuring it functions effectively. As evening approaches and work winds down, you find yourself sitting on the wall with several other workers, eating dinner and sharing the comfortable silence that comes after a day of shared labour. But conversation eventually starts, and stories begin to emerge, the human experiences that give meaning to the physical work. Old Zhao, the most senior worker present, talks about his grandfather, who worked this same section of the wall during the previous century. The stories are matter-of-fact rather than dramatic, small incidents and daily routines rather than heroic events. His grandfather apparently had a talent for predicting weather by observing clouds and wind patterns, a skill that helped the work crews plan their activities and take shelter before storms arrived. The conversation meanders through family histories, and you realise that many of the workers are connected through complicated webs of relationships. Wei's mother was Zhao's cousin. Mrs. Tang's late husband was the brother of the village headman. Your own connection to this place came through an uncle who worked here, and suggested you apply when you needed employment years ago. These relationships create a sense of continuity and mutual obligation that goes beyond mere employment. Someone mentions a storm from several years back. You remember it vaguely, a late summer tempest that brought winds strong enough to strip tiles from roofs and flood the drainage channels that normally handle water easily. The wall itself suffered minor damage, but the wooden structures took heavy losses, and the recovery work dominated several months. The memory is shared among those who were present, with each person adding details that others had forgotten or experienced differently. The stories aren't all serious. There's the time that young Wei, in his first month of work, accidentally knocked a bucket of fresh mortar off the wall, and it landed, with remarkable precision, directly on Master Liu's head as he walked below. The incident was apparently spectacular, with mortar splattered widely enough that evidence remained visible for weeks despite cleaning efforts. Wei takes the teasing good-naturedly, though he still looks slightly mortified years later. There are older stories, passed down through generations of workers, a tale about a guardian who supposedly saw a dragon in the mist one morning. Though everyone agrees it was probably just an unusually shaped cloud formation, they enjoy the story anyway. A legend about a stretch of wall that was completed in record time because the workers discovered a natural spring that saved days of water hauling. Stories about visitors who came to inspect the wall, minor officials mostly, who asked obvious questions and then left without contributing anything useful. The conversation drifts to families and children, the universal concerns that connect workers across time and place. Zhao's granddaughter is learning to read, which he finds simultaneously impressive and slightly mysterious, having never learned himself. Wei talks again about his marriage plans, earning gentle teasing about his romantic optimism. Someone mentions a new baby born in the village, marvelling at how small humans start and how quickly they grow. As stars begin appearing in the darkening sky, the conversation grows quieter and more reflective. Someone mentions that this work, maintaining the wall, is a strange sort of immortality. The individual workers come and go, living their brief lives, but the wall continues, and the work continues, connecting generations through shared purpose. Your own hands repair work done by hands that turned to dust centuries ago, and hands not yet born will repair your work in turn. The final day of this particular work cycle brings a different perspective, a chance to step back from immediate tasks and consider the larger picture of what this work means and why it continues despite the fact that the wall's military purpose has largely faded. You're walking a longer section of the wall than usual, accompanying Master Liu on an inspection tour that covers several miles. The walk itself is peaceful, with morning mist still filling the valleys below and the sun just beginning to warm the stone beneath your feet. Master Liu points out various features as you go, sharing knowledge accumulated over decades of careful observation. He shows you how to identify sections built during different periods by subtle differences in construction technique. Earlier sections tend to use larger stones with less regular shapes, while later construction shows more standardization, more precise cutting, and more sophisticated mortar. He points out repairs made by previous generations of maintenance workers, explaining how you can often identify individual masons by their characteristic patterns. One person always pointed their joints in a particular way, another favoured slightly recessed mortar, and a third had a distinctive signature in how they shaped cornerstones. The wall itself tells a story of technological evolution and accumulated knowledge. Drainage systems become more sophisticated in later sections, incorporating lessons learned from earlier failures. Foundation work shows increasing understanding of soil mechanics and water management. Even the simple details, how steps are shaped, how parapets are capped, how doors are hung, show incremental improvements based on practical experience. Master Liu talks about his own role in this continuity, how he learned from his predecessor and is now teaching the next generation. The knowledge isn't recorded in books or formal documents. There are no written manuals for wall maintenance, but rather passes directly from experienced workers to apprentices through demonstration, correction, and patient explanation. He worries sometimes, he admits, that crucial knowledge might be lost if the chain of transmission breaks, if the work is interrupted long enough that living memory fades. But he's also optimistic, pointing out that the fundamental principles of good construction and maintenance are actually quite simple. Use quality materials, pay attention to drainage, address small problems before they become large, and maintain respect for the structure you're working on. These principles remain valid regardless of changing political circumstances or social conditions, ensuring that whoever works on the wall in the future will be able to figure out what needs doing. The walk brings you to a section where the wall ends, or at least where this particular section transitions to a different construction style managed by different work crews. The boundary is marked by a watchtower slightly larger than usual, serving as an administrative division point as well as a structural element. You rest here, eating a simple lunch and looking back along the wall's length, seeing it curve away into the distance until it disappears over a ridge. From this vantage point, the wall seems less like a single structure, and more like a geographical feature, something that has always been part of the landscape and always will be. The distinction between natural and artificial blurs, the wall follows the terrain so faithfully that it seems to grow from the mountains rather than being imposed upon them. This integration, Master Liu suggests, is part of what makes the structure endure. It works with the landscape rather than against it, accepting the land's movement and adjustment rather than rigidly resisting change. The afternoon brings reflection on what this work means in personal terms. For you, it's been employment certainly, and purpose, the satisfaction of doing something well, of maintaining something important. But it's also been community, connection to other people and to history, and a kind of meditation on impermanence and continuity. Every stone you've replaced, every joint you've repointed, and every drainage channel you've cleared represents a small victory against entropy, against the constant tendency of organised things to become disorganised. You think about the people who will walk this wall in the future, perhaps centuries from now, perhaps longer. They'll see these stones you've touched, walk this path you've maintained, and benefit from drainage channels you've dug and repairs you've made. They won't know your name, won't think about you specifically, but your work will continue serving its purpose long after you're forgotten. This anonymity strangely feels appropriate rather than sad. As the sun begins its descent toward the western mountains, you start the walk back toward your home section, moving at an easy pace that allows attention to surroundings. The evening light transforms the wall's stone, bringing out warm colours that the harsh midday sun washes out. Shadows from crenellations create regular patterns that march along the wall's length. A slight breeze carries the cool breath of approaching night. You pass other workers heading home, exchanging nods and brief words. Everyone looks tired in the good way that comes from physical work completed satisfactorily, and there's quiet contentment in the shared exhaustion. Tomorrow will bring more work, different specific tasks, but the same essential purpose. Keeping the wall standing, functional, and ready for whatever future use it might serve. The village comes into view as you descend, its evening cooking fires beginning to release smoke that rises straight in the still air before dispersing. Children are playing some game involving much running and shouting, their energy seemingly inexhaustible despite the day's end. Someone is singing. You can't make out the words, but the melody carries a gentle melancholy that suits the evening mood. You reach your own home as darkness settles fully, a small structure built against the wall's southern face, sharing one wall with a massive structure that has defined so much of your life. Inside, you light a lamp, its soft glow pushing back the dark enough to prepare a simple meal. The physical tiredness feels good, earned through useful work rather than wasted on pointless activity. Before sleeping, you step outside one more time, looking up at the wall rising behind your home. Stars scatter across the sky, and the wall's silhouette stands solid against their light, exactly as it stood last night and will stand tomorrow night. The constancy is comforting, a reminder that some things persist through human effort and care, maintained by countless individuals working quietly across generations. You think about the work waiting tomorrow. There's always more work, always another section needing attention, always small problems to address before they become large problems. But tonight the work is done, and you can rest with the satisfaction of knowing you've contributed to something larger than yourself, something that will outlast you and everyone you know. Maintained by the quiet dedication of ordinary people doing extraordinary work through simple persistence. The wall will stand through your lifetime and beyond, not through any single heroic effort, but through the accumulated patient attention of workers who understand that maintenance, not drama, keeps important things functioning. And in this understanding lies a deeper truth, that the truly important work of the world happens quietly, without fanfare, performed by people whose names fade into obscurity, but whose efforts echo forward through time, touching lives they'll never know in ways they can't imagine. Sleep comes easily, and the wall stands watch through the night, solid and patient, waiting for tomorrow's attention, ready for another day of careful maintenance by hands that understand their purpose. The afternoon light has that particular amber quality that makes dust motes visible in still air. You've been aware of the approaching dinner hour since about 4 o'clock, when the household's rhythm shifted almost imperceptibly. The parlour-maid appeared with fresh coals for the drawing-room fire. The kitchen below stairs grew louder with purposeful activity. Even the house itself seemed to straighten its posture. You're upstairs in your dressing room now, and the act of changing for dinner feels less like vanity and more like suiting up for a performance. Your day clothes, perfectly respectable for receiving morning callers or writing correspondence, won't do for the evening meal. That's simply not how things work. The woman who helps you dress 3 times daily is already laying out your dinner attire with the practiced efficiency of someone who could do this blindfolded. The fabric she's selected feels heavier than your afternoon dress. Darker too. There's a practicality to this that nobody discusses openly. Evening clothes hide stains better under gaslight, and the richer colours photograph well if someone important drops by with a new camera. But mostly the weight of the fabric itself reminds you to move differently. Slower, more deliberately. You become a slightly different version of yourself in dinner clothes. Your corset gets tightened again, though not as severely as it would be for a ball. You need to breathe well enough to eat multiple courses without looking distressed. There's an art to this. Tight enough to create the fashionable silhouette, loose enough that you won't need smelling salts before the fish course. The woman dressing you knows exactly where that line falls. She's been doing this long enough to recognise the difference between your sharp inhale of discomfort and your sharp inhale of "I actually cannot breathe." The house smells different now than it did 2 hours ago. Cooking odours are rising through the floorboards despite everyone's best efforts to contain them. You can detect roasting meat, something sweet and caramelised, bread warming, and underneath it all the ever-present coal smoke that defines London air. These smells don't offend you the way they might if they appeared in the drawing room. Here, in the private process of dressing, they're almost comforting. They mean dinner is happening. The household is functioning as it should. Your hands get special attention. They'll be visible all evening holding utensils, lifting glasses and gesturing politely during conversation. The woman helping you dress produces a small dish of almond paste mixed with honey and rose water. You work it into your palms while she fastens the seemingly infinite row of buttons up your back. Your nails have been cleaned with a small brush. Any ink stains from letter writing have been scrubbed away. Your hands now look like they've never done anything more strenuous than needlework. The jewellery you wear tonight is real but not ostentatious. A simple gold brooch at your collar, small earrings, your wedding ring if you're married, or perhaps a family ring if you're not. The massive jewels stay locked away for actual social events. Dinner at home, even a formal dinner at home, doesn't call for anything that might be mistaken for showing off. That would be vulgar. The Victorians have very specific ideas about vulgarity, and they're more than happy to discuss them at length behind closed doors. Your hair has been dressed since this afternoon, but it gets refreshed now. A few pins repositioned. Any loose strands tucked back. The style itself is elaborate enough to show you've made an effort, but not so elaborate that it looks like you're trying to impress your own family. There's a sweet spot here too, and finding it requires the kind of social mathematics that everyone pretends doesn't exist, but everyone absolutely practices. From somewhere below, you hear the dining room door open and close. The butler is doing his final inspection. He'll be checking that every glass is spotless, every fork aligned, and every candle trimmed to the proper height. He approaches this task with the gravity of a general inspecting troops before battle. In his mind, he probably is preparing for battle, against disorder, against impropriety, against anything that might suggest this household is less than perfectly managed. You can hear your husband in his dressing room across the hall. The sounds of male dressing are different, sharper, quicker, less fabric rustling, more drawer closing. He's probably struggling with his collar studs. He struggles with them every evening, and every evening he refuses to admit he finds them annoying. Men's formal wear in this era seems designed specifically to test patience. The high starched collars, the multiple waistcoat buttons, and the cufflinks that never want to cooperate. But he'll emerge looking effortlessly dignified, as though these clothes assembled themselves. The clock on your mantel shows 6:30, dinner is at 7. This gives you just enough time to finish dressing, compose yourself, and descend to the drawing room where you'll wait the final minutes before the meal. Nobody arrives in the dining room early. That would suggest you're too eager to eat, which would suggest you're not quite in control of your appetites. Self-control is everything in this world. Your dress is finally fastened. You stand and feel its weight settle around you. The skirt is heavy enough that you'll need to think about doorways and furniture corners. The bustle at your back creates a silhouette that photographs beautifully, but sits awkwardly. You've long since stopped noticing this. It's simply how clothes work. A last look in the mirror shows you transformed from your afternoon self into your evening self. Same face, different presentation. Your expression has changed too, though you haven't consciously adjusted it. You look more composed now, more formal, ready for the small theatre production that is a proper Victorian dinner. The drawing room serves as a staging area. You're here now with your husband, waiting for the butler to announce that dinner is served. Neither of you has much to say. This isn't uncomfortable silence, it's expectant silence. You're both mentally preparing for the performance ahead. The drawing room fire has been built up to combat the autumn chill settling over London. Outside your windows, the street is growing dark. Lamplighters are making their rounds. You can hear their footsteps on the pavement and the small whoosh of each gas lamp igniting. In a few minutes your street will glow with that particular yellowish light that makes everything look slightly unreal. Your husband is pretending to read the evening newspaper, but he's really just holding it. You're pretending to examine some needlework, but you're really just holding that too. These are the props of waiting. Everyone knows you're both simply marking time until the formal part of the evening begins. The butler appears in the doorway with perfect timing. He doesn't speak, he simply stands there with a slight incline of his head. This is the signal. You set down your needlework. Your husband folds his newspaper with audible crispness. Together you process the 12 feet from drawing room to dining room with the solemnity of a wedding march. The dining room hits you first with temperature. It's warmer than the drawing room, warmer than anywhere else in the house. The fire here has been burning longer, and the kitchen below is radiating heat through the floorboards. But it's not uncomfortably warm. It's the kind of warmth that makes you relax slightly, loosening muscles you didn't realise you'd tensed. Then comes the light. The dining room is dimmer than you'd expect, lit primarily by candles on the table and in wall sconces. There's gaslight too, but it's been turned down low. The Victorians have discovered that dimmer light is more flattering, more mysterious, and more forgiving of imperfect household maintenance. In this light the silver gleams, the crystal catches and multiplies flame. Even the wallpaper looks richer. The table dominates the room like an altar dominates a church. It's not a large table. You're not hosting tonight, just dining en famille. But it's been set with the full formal service anyway. This is how things are done. The white tablecloth is so heavily starched it could practically stand up by itself. Later in the evening, if you accidentally brush against it, you'll hear the fabric crackle. Your place settings are elaborate enough to confuse a modern person. Multiple forks on the left, multiple knives and spoons on the right, and glasses arranged above the knives in a specific pattern. There's a logic to the arrangement, but it's not immediately obvious. You start with the outermost utensils and work inward as the courses progress. Everyone knows this, just like everyone knows you don't discuss knowing this. The rules are meant to appear natural, not learned. The china is your second best set. The actual best set only appears when you're entertaining guests who might notice the quality. Tonight's pieces are still lovely, white with a delicate floral border, but they're meant for regular use. Regular use in this context means formal family dinners. The plates are warmed. You'll discover this when you first touch one. The Victorians hate cold food with a passion that borders on irrational. Crystal water goblets stand at attention above each knife. They'll remain largely decorative. You'll drink from them sparingly if at all. Wine glasses wait nearby, different shapes for different wines. The red wine glass has a rounder bowl. The white wine glass is taller and narrower. The sherry glass is the smallest. There's a science to glassware that people study seriously. The shape apparently affects how the wine tastes. Though you suspect it's mostly about having the right equipment to demonstrate what the right equipment is. The centrepiece is a modest arrangement of autumn flowers, chrysanthemums and some greenery. Nothing too tall, nothing too fragrant. Tall centerpieces block conversation across the table. Fragrant ones compete with food smells. This arrangement is exactly tall enough to be decorative and exactly neutral enough to offend no one. It probably took the parlour-maid 50 minutes to arrange it this morning, adjusting and readjusting until it achieved perfect mediocrity. Silver salt cellars sit at intervals along the table. Tiny spoons rest in them. You'll use these to transfer salt to the edge of your plate, then pinch the salt from there to season your food. Shaking salt directly onto food from a cellar would be crude. These are the kinds of distinctions that separate your class from the ones below and above you. The room's wallpaper is dark red with a subtle pattern. In candlelight it looks almost burgundy. The Victorians favour dark colours in dining rooms because they don't show soot stains from candles, and they create an intimate atmosphere. The walls seem to absorb sound too, making the room feel hushed even when conversation flows. You could whisper here and be heard clearly across the table. Heavy curtains frame the windows, already drawn against the night. They're made from the same deep red fabric as the wallpaper's base colour. During the day, these curtains stay open to show the street that this is a respectable household. During dinner, they close to keep the private theatre of dining away from public eyes. The sideboard against one wall holds the evening's supporting cast of serving pieces. Covered dishes wait there, keeping food warm. A crystal decanter of wine. Extra napkins in case of spills. The butler will move between table and sideboard throughout the meal with choreographed precision. The fire in the dining room fireplace burns with a different quality than drawing room fires. It's more purposeful, more utilitarian. It's not trying to be cosy. It's trying to keep the room at the proper temperature for digestion. The Victorians have theories about digestion and temperature. Most of these theories are completely wrong, but everyone believes them with absolute confidence. Your chair waits behind you. It's a heavy piece of furniture with the arms and a padded seat. It doesn't slide easily on the carpet, which is intentional. Furniture that's difficult to move appears more permanent, more established. Light furniture that shifts around suggests you might leave at any moment, which suggests instability. The butler stands ready to assist with seating. This is a choreographed moment that happens the same way every evening. Your husband will be seated first, at the head of the table. You'll take your place at the foot. Even though you're only 2 people, you'll sit at opposite ends of this table as though commanding a dinner party of 12. The distance between you and your husband, probably 8 feet, is standard for formal dining. It allows servants to move freely around the table. It creates proper space for food presentation. It also makes conversation slightly difficult, which is either a feature or a bug depending on how you feel about your spouse on any given evening. The butler pulls out your chair. The sound of wood legs on carpet is muffled but substantial. You approach from the left side, always the left, and wait until the chair is positioned correctly before sitting. Then you sit in one smooth motion while the butler pushes the chair forward. It's a small dance you've done hundreds of times. Sometimes you wonder what would happen if you just pulled out your own chair and sat down like a normal person. But you know what would happen. The butler would be quietly horrified. The entire household would sense the disruption. The evening would feel slightly off, like a picture frame hanging crooked. Your napkin sits folded on your plate in an elaborate shape. A bishop's hat, maybe, or a fan. The parlour-maid spent actual time folding these this afternoon. You pick it up and unfold it in your lap with deliberate movements. The napkin is enormous, large enough to protect your entire dress front if necessary. It's also starched just enough to stay where you place it. Across the table, your husband is performing the same napkin ritual. His napkin is identical to yours because equality in napkin size is apparently important. You catch his eye, and he gives you a small smile. This is the moment you both acknowledge the absurdity of sitting so far apart while dining alone. But acknowledging it doesn't mean changing it. The ritual matters more than the efficiency. The first thing you notice after sitting is how different the room looks from this position. The centrepiece now blocks your direct view of your husband. You can see him around the flowers, but you have to make the effort. Every conversation across this table will require you to lean slightly to one side or the other. Your hands rest naturally on the table edge, but not too far forward. Elbows never touch the table, everyone knows this. But hands can rest lightly on the tablecloth between courses. Your posture is straight without being rigid, comfortable but not casual. You'll maintain this posture through 7 courses and roughly 90 minutes of dining. The butler has taken his position near the sideboard, standing at attention. He's not exactly watching you, but he's aware of your every movement. He'll know the instant you're ready for the next course. He'll notice if you need water. He's developed a 6th sense for anticipating needs before they're expressed. This is what makes him excellent at his job and probably exhausting to live with. The room settles into its dining configuration. The fire pops softly. Candle flames waver in some invisible draught. You can hear kitchen sounds from below, muffled clattering and a voice giving instructions. These sounds don't disturb the dining room atmosphere. They're evidence that everything's working as it should. Your husband clears his throat gently. This is the unofficial signal that dinner may begin. The butler responds by moving toward the sideboard to collect the first course. Until this moment, everyone has been in position but frozen. Now, the evening can actually start. You adjust your seating slightly, settling in for the long performance ahead. Your corset presses against your ribs at this angle. You breathe carefully, finding the rhythm that will work for the next hour and a half. Shallow breaths, but steady. You learned this years ago. Fight the corset and you'll be miserable. Work with it, and you barely notice it's there. The chair's arms provide a place to rest your wrists between courses. You'll use these strategically throughout the meal. Arms provide stability for cutting meat. They offer a resting place when conversation pauses. They're possibly the most useful part of dining room furniture, though nobody ever mentions this. Your feet touch the floor solidly. Dining chairs are lower than drawing room chairs, and the table height is calibrated exactly. Your arms can rest comfortably on the table edge. Your plate, when it arrives, will sit at the perfect distance for eating without hunching forward. Someone calculated these measurements decades ago, and everyone since has simply replicated them without question. The temperature at table level is perfect. Too high and you'd feel stuffy. Too low and the food would cool too quickly. The Victorians have worked out the thermodynamics of dining rooms, the way engineers work out bridge construction. There's an ideal temperature zone, and considerable effort goes into maintaining it. From your position, you can see the fire directly. It's been built in layers, coal on the bottom producing heat, with some wood on top producing ambience. The flames are energetic but contained. Later in the evening, someone will add more coal. You'll barely notice when this happens. The servants are ghosts when they want to be. The butler returns from the sideboard carrying a covered silver dish. He moves with the deliberate pace of someone carrying something valuable. His footsteps on the carpet are silent. He could be floating for all the noise he makes. This is the beginning. Everything before this moment was preparation. Now you're actually dining. The butler places a small plate before you with practiced precision. The plate is warm, noticeably warm, heated in the kitchen before food touched it. On the plate sits something that looks delicate and carefully constructed. It's the first course, and first courses are always about restraint. They announce that this will be a civilized meal, not a feeding frenzy. Tonight's first course is oysters, 6 of them, arranged on the plate with geometric precision. They're sitting in their half shells, already opened in the kitchen. A small fork rests beside the plate. This wasn't part of your original place setting. It appeared with the oysters, as if by magic. The oysters glisten in the candlelight like they're made of pewter and silk. Each one is different. Slightly different size, slightly different shape, but they've been arranged to look uniform. Someone in the kitchen spent time selecting these, making sure none were too large or too small. The first course sets the tone. Nobody wants to set the tone with a massive, frightening oyster. Thin slices of lemon sit between the shells. A tiny dish of mignonette sauce, vinegar, shallots and pepper, appears at your plate's edge. The smell reaching you is mostly brine, that distinct ocean scent that means the oysters are fresh. Not yesterday fresh, Today fresh. Possibly this afternoon fresh. Afternoon. You pick up the small fork and look across the table at your husband. He's examining his own oyster plate with the expression of a man who would rather be eating beef. He doesn't dislike oysters exactly. He dislikes that oysters are fashionable. He dislikes that fashionable things must be eaten even when you'd prefer something else. But he'll eat them because that's what the first course is. The technique for eating oysters has been explained to you many times, though you learned it so long ago that the explanations feel like something you were born knowing. You use the small fork to detach the oyster from its shell, cutting the muscle that holds it in place. Then you're supposed to lift the shell and let the oyster slide into your mouth. You're definitely not supposed to chew it. Let it rest on your tongue, maybe compress it slightly against your palate, then swallow. Chewing oysters is what people in restaurants do. Proper people simply receive oysters. You squeeze lemon over the first one. The juice runs down into the shell's curve, mixing with the oyster's natural liquid. The smell intensifies, more citrus now, cutting through the brine. You add a tiny amount of mignonette sauce with the miniature spoon provided for this purpose. The Victorians have specific utensils for everything. Somewhere in London, there's probably a factory employing dozens of people to make nothing but tiny spoons for mignonette sauce. The shell is rough against your lips, cold from the oyster, slightly sharp along the edge. Then the oyster itself slides into your mouth and you understand why people either love these or hate them. The texture is like nothing else, silky and firm at the same time. The taste is intensely ocean, not fishy, but definitely from water. Salt, yes, but also something mineral, something that reminds you of rocks and tides. You let it rest on your tongue for a moment. The lemon brightens everything. The mignonette adds a sharp vinegar note that cuts through the richness. Then you swallow, and the oyster is gone, leaving behind just flavour and a faint memory of texture. Your husband has eaten his first oyster while you were contemplating yours. He's reaching for his second. The meal has officially begun. You're both eating now, both committed to the evening's progression. The second oyster is slightly larger than the first. More lemon this time, less sauce. The third one you eat without any additions at all, just to taste the oyster itself. It's sweet underneath the brine, almost buttery. These are good oysters. Someone at the fishmonger did their job well. Eating oysters creates a rhythm: detach, lift, receive, swallow. Detach, lift, receive, swallow. It's meditative in its way. Your mind can wander while your hands perform this simple sequence. You think about the oyster's journey to this table, harvested somewhere on the coast, probably this morning, packed in ice, transported by train to London, sold at market, carried to your kitchen, and opened by someone whose hands are probably cut from years of oyster shells. All this effort to produce 6 small bites of food that take maybe 3 minutes to eat. The butler appears silently to refill your water glass. You didn't notice it was low, he noticed. This is his gift, noticing things before anyone else realises they need noticing. 4th oyster. The rhythm continues. You're eating slowly but not too slowly. There's a pace to first courses that everyone understands without discussing. Fast enough to show you're not afraid of food, slow enough to demonstrate you're not desperately hungry. The performance of eating is sometimes more important than the eating itself. Your husband finishes his oysters before you finish yours. He sets down his fork with a soft click against his plate and waits. He could start a conversation now, but he doesn't. You're still eating. Talking while someone is eating oysters would be poor form. Oysters demand a certain amount of concentration. 5th oyster. You're developing favourites now. This one is particularly briny and particularly firm. The lemon juice you add seems to make it sparkle somehow. Chemistry you don't understand is happening on this shell. The 6th and final oyster feels almost disappointing. First courses always end too quickly. You've barely settled into the meal's rhythm, and already the opening act is over. You eat this last oyster slowly, trying to extend the experience. More lemon, more sauce. Hold it in your mouth a moment longer. Let the flavours develop fully before swallowing. Your plate is now decorated with 6 empty shells arranged in a circle around the edge. The centre is clean white porcelain. The visual effect is surprisingly pleasing. These organic, irregular shells against the perfect manufactured plate. It looks like an art installation you'd see in a gallery. If galleries existed for dinner courses, the butler has been waiting for this moment. The instant you set down your fork, he moves forward to collect your plate. Your husband's plate is lifted at the same time. Both plates disappear toward the sideboard. The oyster forks vanish too. In 10 seconds, all evidence of the first course is gone except the taste lingering in your mouth. A pause now, maybe 2 minutes of nothing. This is intentional. The break between courses gives your stomach time to register that food has arrived. It lets conversation resume if anyone has something to say. It builds anticipation for the next course. The Victorians understand that eating is about timing as much as taste. The butler returns carrying 2 plates that are noticeably larger than the first course plates. These are dinner plates, proper dinner plates, the kind that could hold a reasonable amount of food, and they do hold a reasonable amount of food, arranged, of course, with the precision of a military formation. Your plate arrives first. On it sits a portion of a roasted lamb, sliced thin and arranged in an overlapping pattern. Beside the lamb are small roasted potatoes, their skins crisped and gleaming with butter. Green beans run alongside the potatoes, arranged in a parallel line. A small pool of gravy sits in the plate's curve, dark and glossy. Everything is positioned with geometric intentionality. The smell hits you before you've even registered all the visual details. Roasted meat, rosemary, garlic, butter, and the deep savoury scent of gravy made from pan drippings. This is the smell that makes your stomach suddenly remember it's hungry. The oysters were interesting. This is food. Your husband receives his plate simultaneously. His portion is noticeably larger than yours, about half again as much meat, more potatoes. Nobody mentions this discrepancy because the discrepancy is expected. Men get larger portions. Women get portion-sized for their supposedly smaller appetites, and definitely smaller stomachs compressed by corsets. Whether you're actually less hungry than your husband is irrelevant. New utensils have appeared beside your plate. A proper dinner knife and fork, larger and heavier than anything used in the first course. The knife has real weight to it. The fork tines are sharp. These are serious eating implements. You arrange your napkin slightly, making sure it's positioned to catch any potential drips. Gravy has a way of finding shirt fronts and dress bodices through some kind of malicious navigation system. The napkin is your primary defence. The lamb has been cooked properly, pink in the middle, grey at the edges. You can see this in the sliced portions on your plate. The outside has that desirable crust where herbs and heat combine to create something more delicious than the sum of its parts. You select a piece from the middle of the arrangement and cut it carefully. The knife slides through with just the right amount of resistance. Too easy would mean the meat is overcooked. Too difficult would mean it's tough. This is exactly right. The first bite combines lamb, gravy, and a small piece of potato. You've learned that food tastes better in combinations than in isolation. The lamb is tender and rich, with the distinctive slightly gamey flavour that separates it from beef. The gravy adds salt and depth. The potato provides textural contrast and soaks up the gravy like an edible sponge. Your mouth is suddenly very happy. Across the table, your husband is cutting his meat with the focused attention of someone performing surgery. Men are taught to cut meat decisively, one firm motion per cut. Women are taught to cut more delicately, with multiple small sawing motions if necessary. These gendered cutting techniques are apparently important enough that people write etiquette books explaining them. The green beans are still slightly crisp, dressed with butter and possibly a touch of almond. You weren't expecting the almond. That's a nice surprise. The beans taste green and fresh despite being cooked. Someone in the kitchen understands vegetables. You eat methodically, working your way around the plate. A bite of lamb, a potato, some beans, another bite of lamb with gravy. The pattern doesn't matter exactly, but having some pattern to your eating looks better than randomly attacking whatever appears closest. Even eating alone with your husband, appearances matter. The potatoes have been roasted in duck fat if your palate is correct. They have that particular richness that butter alone doesn't provide. Their outsides are crispy, their insides fluffy. They're possibly the best thing on the plate. though you'd never say this out loud. Admitting you prefer potatoes to lamb would suggest your priorities are wrong. Your husband speaks for the first time since the main course arrived. The lamb is very good tonight. You agree that the lamb is very good tonight. This exchange covers all necessary conversation about the food. Going into more detail would suggest you're overly focused on eating. Not commenting at all would suggest you're ungrateful. This brief acknowledgement is the sweet spot. You're about halfway through your portion when you realise you're eating too quickly. First courses should be eaten at a leisurely pace. Main courses should be eaten at a pace suggesting you're enjoying the food, but not obsessed with it. You deliberately slow down, setting your knife and fork on your plate between bites. This is the proper resting position. Knife and fork in an X pattern on the plate. Setting them parallel would signal you're finished, and you're definitely not finished. The wine glasses have been filled. Red wine for the main course. You didn't notice when this happened. The butler is a magician when he wants to be. The wine is a Burgundy, you think, or possibly a claret. The Victorians aren't as fussy about wine as the French, but they do understand that red wine goes with red meat. You take a small sip. The wine is dry and slightly tannic, with fruit notes that complement the lamb's richness. Your husband is eating more quickly than you, but not rapidly. His larger portion requires more efficient eating to finish in a reasonable time frame. He's about 3/4 through when you're still navigating your halfway point. This is normal. These proportional timing differences work out naturally if everyone eats at their proper pace. The gravy is becoming more important as the meal progresses. It started as an accent and has now become the element that ties everything together. You find yourself deliberately saving some for the final bites. Running out of gravy before finishing your meat would be a small tragedy. The room's temperature has increased slightly from the hot plates and the continuing fire. You're warm now, but not uncomfortable. The wine helps. Everything is slightly blurred at the edges in that pleasant way that good food and low light create. A small piece of lamb resists your knife. You have to saw at it slightly more than elegantly. These moments happen. Nobody has invented meat that cuts perfectly every single time. You manage to separate the piece without anything sliding off your plate or making dramatic knife-screeching sounds. Small victories. The potatoes are gone. You ate them strategically, spreading them throughout the meal instead of consuming them all at once. Now you miss them. The plate looks emptier without their golden presence. Your husband sets down his utensils in the finished position, parallel across his plate. He's done. You're not quite done, but close enough that finishing won't take long. You work through your final few bites with the knowledge that the butler is probably preparing to clear plates. The last bite of lamb swirled through remaining gravy, accompanied by a single green bean. You chew slowly, tasting everything one last time. Then it's gone. Your plate is clean except for smears of gravy and butter. You arrange your knife and fork in the finished position. The butler materializes beside you. Both plates are lifted simultaneously. Your wine glasses remain. Wine carries through multiple courses. The empty plates vanish toward the sideboard. Another pause now, longer this time. You've eaten the substantial part of the evening's meal. What comes next is supplementary. The break after the main course feels different from the break after oysters. Your stomach is genuinely satisfied now. The slightly frantic edge that hunger creates has vanished. You're in that comfortable state where more food sounds pleasant but not necessary. Your husband adjusts his position in his chair, settling back slightly. This is as casual as he'll get during dinner. He's not sprawling or anything undignified. He's still upright, still proper, but the ramrod posture has softened. You do the same. Nobody mentioned this shift, but you both felt it happen. The wine gets attention now that food isn't competing for your focus. You lift your glass and really look at the wine, examining its colour in the candlelight. It's a deep red, almost purple at the edges. The Victorians have opinions about wine appreciation that they've absorbed from French culture. Holding wine up to the light and contemplating it seriously is part of the performance. You take a sip. The wine has opened up since you first tasted it. Whatever tannins were sharp before have mellowed. The fruit flavours are more prominent. You're not a wine expert by any stretch, but you can tell this is decent wine. Not spectacular, but certainly good enough for a family dinner. Your husband is looking at you with the expression that means he's about to start an actual conversation. The earlier comment about lamb was ritual. This will be real. I spoke with Matthews today about the property. Matthews is your solicitor. The property is a small house you're considering purchasing as an investment. This is the kind of discussion that happens during the post-main course lull. Business talk is acceptable now. It wouldn't have been during oysters, and it won't be during dessert. But right now, in this break, practical matters can emerge. You ask what Matthews said. Your husband explains some detail about deeds and surveys and structural assessments. You're listening, but also thinking about how strange it is that major financial decisions get discussed across 8 feet of dining table, over dirty plates and wine glasses. But this is when husbands and wives often have uninterrupted time together. The dining room becomes an office by default. The conversation continues for several minutes. You offer opinions about the property's location. Your husband mentions concerns about drainage. You both agree that Matthews should proceed with the structural assessment before any offer is made. This is partnership in Victorian marriage. Collaborative decision-making conducted with formal politeness. The butler is waiting somewhere in the periphery. He can hear every word of this conversation. Servants always can. Everyone pretends they can't, but they absolutely can. Your private discussions about property and money are being absorbed by a man who will repeat nothing but remember everything. You finish your wine. The butler appears instantly to refill the glass. This timing can't be coincidence. He's been watching without appearing to watch. Your glass is never empty. Your husband's glass is never empty. This is the standard the household maintains. The conversation shifts to social obligations. There's a dinner party next week at the Hendersons. You're expected to attend. Neither of you is particularly enthused about this, but attendance is mandatory. The Hendersons are connected to people who matter. Not attending would be noticed. Being noticed for absence is never good. Your husband mentions that Henderson's son is apparently courting the Thompson girl. This is gossip, which is technically beneath formal dinner conversation, but you're only 2 people and nobody's keeping score. The Thompson girl is perfectly nice but not well connected. The Hendersons can do better. You both agree on this without saying it directly. The Victorians have perfected the art of judgmental implication. More wine appears in your glass. You're surprised to realise you've finished the previous serving already. The wine is working its way through your system, creating a pleasant warmth that has nothing to do with the fire. Everything is slightly softer now. The candlelight seems warmer. Your husband's face across the table looks younger somehow. The discussion meanders to household matters. The carpets in the morning room need replacing. There's a persistent draught in the upstairs hallway that nobody can locate. The coal delivery man has started arriving at inconvenient times. These are the mundane details that fill actual marriages behind all the formality. You're not just discussing property investments and social obligations. You're figuring out how to keep a household running. Your husband smiles at something you said about the coal delivery man. A real smile, not the polite dinner smile. These moments of genuine connection happen in the spaces between formal behaviour. You're performing dinner, but you're also just 2 people talking about your lives. The butler shifts position slightly. This is the signal that the kitchen is ready for the next course. The social interlude is ending. You feel it without anyone announcing it. The evening's rhythm is pulling you forward. You straighten slightly in your chair. Your husband notices and does the same. The brief relaxation is over. Dessert is coming, and dessert requires its own form of attention. The butler approaches with 2 smaller plates. Dessert has arrived with the formality of a diplomatic envoy. The plates are clean white porcelain, different from any used so far this evening. The Victorians believe that courses deserve their own dishes. Using the same plate for multiple courses would be like wearing the same shoes to a wedding and a funeral. Tonight's dessert is trifle. You can see it constructed in a small crystal bowl. Layers of sponge cake soaked in sherry, custard, jam and whipped cream. The bowl itself is possibly more valuable than the food inside it. The cream on top has been smoothed with the flat edge of a knife, creating a pristine white surface. A single candied violet sits in the centre, purple and delicate. A dessert spoon appears beside the bowl. Small and elegant with a rounded bowl instead of the oval shape of soup spoons. The Victorians have different spoons for every possible eating scenario. There's probably a specific spoon for eating trifle that's distinct from the spoon for eating custard directly, though you can't imagine what the difference would be. You lift the spoon and break through the whipped cream surface. The layers reveal themselves as you dig down. The custard is pale yellow and the jam is dark red, possibly raspberry. The cake at the bottom has absorbed sherry and turned slightly soggy in exactly the way trifle is supposed to be soggy. The first bite is intensely sweet. After the savoury lamb and mineral oysters, the sweetness is almost shocking. Your palate needs a moment to recalibrate. Then the flavours sort themselves out. The cream is rich and barely sweet. The custard is vanilla heavy. The jam provides tart fruit notes, and the sherry-soaked cake adds boozy depth. This is not subtle food. This is a celebration in a bowl. Your husband is eating his trifle with the focused attention of someone who genuinely enjoys dessert. He's not performing for enjoyment. He actually likes this. You can tell by how carefully he's constructing each spoonful, making sure to get some of every layer. The candied violet on top of your trifle turns out to be completely edible. You expected it to be decorative, but when you taste it cautiously, it's actually quite nice. Floral without being perfume-like. Slightly crunchy from the sugar coating. You eat it slowly, letting it dissolve on your tongue. Eating trifle creates a kind of archaeological dig in reverse. You're deconstructing the layers with each spoonful, working your way down through cream and custard and jam, until you reach the foundation of sherry-soaked cake. The cake is almost pudding-like now, barely holding its structure. It dissolves in your mouth more than being chewed. The sherry flavour becomes more prominent as you go deeper. Someone in the kitchen was not shy with the bottle. This trifle could probably get you slightly tipsy if you ate enough of it. Combined with the wine you've been drinking all evening, you're definitely feeling warmer and more relaxed than you were at the meal's beginning. Your husband finishes his trifle before you finish yours. This is becoming a pattern. He sets his spoon in the empty bowl with a satisfied expression. You're still working through your bottom layers, savouring the last few bites. The dining room feels cosier now than it did earlier. The candles have burned down slightly, creating softer light. The fire has settled into steady warmth rather than active heat. Outside the curtained windows, London is fully dark. You're isolated in this warm bubble of food and light. The final spoonful of trifle is mostly just soaked cake and jam. The cream and custard are long gone. You eat it slowly, knowing that finishing this bite marks the end of the formal meal. Once the dessert is gone, dinner is officially over. What comes next is a different part of the evening entirely. You set your spoon in the empty bowl. The butler has been waiting for this moment. Both dessert bowls are cleared. The wine glasses remain, still half full. The table is now clear except for these glasses and the centrepiece that's been presiding over the meal like a small floral dignitary. Your husband stands first. This is the signal that dinner has concluded. You stand as well, carefully navigating the weight of your skirts and the slight wine-induced unsteadiness in your legs. You've been sitting for nearly 90 minutes. Standing feels strange. The butler has already moved to the door, ready to open it for your exit. Nobody says the meal is over. The meal is simply over because people are standing and moving toward the door. The butler understands this language perfectly. You process out of the dining room with your husband, returning to the drawing room where the evening began. The fire here has been maintained during dinner. Someone came in while you were eating and added coal and adjusted the logs. The room is warm and inviting. This is the hour for coffee and after-dinner drinks. The drawing room has been set for this purpose. A coffee service on a side table, small cups and saucers, sugar and cream. A decanter of port sits nearby for your husband. Brandy too, probably, though you can't see it from where you're standing. You settle into a chair near the fire, a different chair than before dinner. That chair was for waiting. This chair is for digesting. The distinction feels important even if you can't explain exactly why. The parlour maid appears with coffee. She pours it silently and adds sugar and cream according to your preferences without asking. Everyone in the household knows how you take coffee. This information is apparently filed away in servant memory banks and retrieved whenever necessary. The coffee is strong and hot just below scalding. You hold the cup carefully, letting the heat warm your hands. The coffee's bitterness cuts through the residual sweetness from the trifle. Your palate is resetting, preparing for the evening's next phase. Your husband takes his port to a chair across from you. Port is what gentlemen drink after dinner. It's sweet and fortified, and probably completely unnecessary after wine and sherry-soaked trifle, but tradition demands it. He'll sip it slowly for the next half hour, possibly reading the newspaper again or simply staring into the fire. This post-dinner time is quieter than the meal itself. The performance pressure has eased. You fulfill the day's formal dining obligation. What you do now is more flexible. You might do needlework, read, write letters, have actual conversation, or simply sit in companionable silence, digesting and thinking about nothing in particular. The house is settling into its evening routine around you. You can hear distant sounds, servants clearing the dining room, washing dishes in the scullery, and preparing tomorrow's breakfast items. The household runs on a schedule that never stops. While you're resting, other people are working. This is simply how things function. Your corset is noticeably uncomfortable now. It was fine during dinner, fine even during dessert, but now that you're sitting quietly, it's pressing against your full stomach. You shift position carefully, trying to find an angle that provides relief without looking like you're squirming. This is the price of fashionable silhouettes. The coffee cup is empty. You consider a second cup but decide against it. Too much coffee this late will keep you awake. You have that slightly overfull feeling that comes from eating a proper multi-course meal. Not uncomfortable exactly, but definitely aware that your stomach is occupied. Your husband has set aside his port glass and picked up a book. He's not really reading it. He's just opened to a random page and is staring at words without absorbing them. This is his version of winding down. Let the food settle. Let the wine metabolize. Transition slowly from the formal evening to actual night time. The clock on the mantel shows 8:30. 2 hours ago you were upstairs dressing for dinner. Now dinner is over and the evening is settling into its final phase. In another hour you'll begin preparing for bed. The day's formal activities are complete. You close your eyes for a moment, listening to the fire crackle and the house breathe. The evening has been exactly what every evening is, a careful performance of propriety and routine. Nothing exciting happened. Nothing was supposed to happen. The success of the evening lies precisely in how ordinary it was. The drawing room fire is dying down to embers. The room has taken on that late evening stillness where even movement feels like it should be slow and deliberate. Your husband has closed his book. You've set aside your needlework. The evening is winding down through mutual unspoken agreement. This is the time when the formal parts of your personas fall away. You're both tired from the day, comfortable from the meal, and slightly fuzzy from the wine. The need to maintain perfect deportment has faded. You can slouch slightly in your chair. He can loosen his collar just a bit. Nobody's watching anymore except each other, and you've seen each other at far less dignified moments than this. The house is quieter now. The kitchen sounds have ceased. The servants have finished their dinner service duties and moved on to their own evening routines. Soon the downstairs will be locked up for the night. The routine is so established that it happens without anyone needing to coordinate it. You think about the meal in retrospect. The oysters that started everything. The lamb that formed the heart of it. The trifle that concluded it. The wine that accompanied it all. This same pattern repeats most evenings with variations. Different first courses, different meats, different desserts. But the structure remains constant. The ritual doesn't change just because the specific foods do. Your husband stands and stretches slightly. This is his signal that he's ready to retire for the evening. You stand as well, feeling the full weight of your dinner pressing against your corset. Tomorrow you'll face these same rituals again. Dressing for dinner, the procession to the dining room, the careful choreography of eating. It's exhausting in its way, all this performance, but there's also comfort in it. You know exactly what to expect. The boundaries are clear. The rules are established. You don't have to wonder what comes next or how to behave. The script is written. You just have to follow it. Together you leave the drawing room and climb the stairs to your respective dressing rooms. Tomorrow night you'll do this again. And the night after that, and the night after that. Dinner at 7. Multiple courses, proper utensils, perfect posture. This is life in a Victorian household. This is what dinner really feels like. The gas lights in the hallway cast long shadows as you walk. Your footsteps are muffled by carpet. The house is preparing for sleep, and so are you. Behind you, the dining room stands empty, the table already cleared and reset for tomorrow's breakfast. The cycle never stops. The performance simply pauses until the next meal. You reach your dressing room, and the woman who dressed you for dinner appears to help you undress. The buttons get unfastened in reverse order. The heavy evening dress is lifted away. The corset loosens with blessed relief. Your breathing deepens immediately. You put on your nightdress, soft cotton, comfortable, completely unpresentable. This is who you are when nobody's watching. In bed finally, the day's formal activities recede. The dinner becomes just another dinner in an endless series of dinners. But while you were in it, while you were sitting at that table with candlelight and warm plates and wine, it was the entire world. That's the strange thing about routine. Each iteration feels both insignificant and somehow important. You close your eyes and let the evening fade. Tomorrow will bring the same patterns, dressing, dining, performing, being the proper Victorian person you're supposed to be. But for now, you're just tired and full and ready for sleep. The house settles into complete quiet. Even the servants are still now. Outside, London continues its noisy existence, but in here, everything has stopped. The dining room waits in darkness for tomorrow's breakfast. The drawing room fire burns down to ash. The whole elaborate structure of Victorian domesticity pauses to catch its breath. This is what dinner really felt like. Not just the food, though the food mattered. Not just the wine, though the wine helped. It was the weight of expectation, the comfort of ritual, the performance of propriety, and underneath it all, the simple human need to eat and be together. Dinner was theatre and necessity combined. It was exhausting and reassuring in equal measure. And tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, you'll do it all again. Imagine waking up on a Tuesday morning in 1963, somewhere in a modest semi-detached house in suburban Manchester, or Birmingham, or any of a dozen similar cities across Britain. The alarm clock, one of those wind-up affairs with the twin bells on top, rattles to life at 6:30, and you shuffle to the bathroom in slippers that have seen better days. The Britain outside your window is a curious hybrid of old and new. Some homes on your street still have outside toilets, relics of Victorian construction that nobody's gotten around to modernising. But there's also a television aerial sprouting from nearly every rooftop, and if you listen carefully you can hear the distant rumble of morning traffic that's beginning to clog roads never designed for this many vehicles. For Detective Inspector Thomas Henley, let's call him Tom because everyone at the station does, this particular Tuesday begins like most others. He shaves with a safety razor over a porcelain sink, the mirror still foggy from the limited hot water his immersion heater provides. His wife has already been up for an hour, preparing breakfast in a kitchen where a new electric kettle sits proudly next to the old stovetop one she can't quite bring herself to discard. The smell of toast and marmalade drifts up the stairs. This is the Britain of hearty breakfasts, where a proper meal means fried eggs, bacon, grilled tomatoes, and toast soldiers if you're feeling particularly traditional. Tom's wife believes a man can't possibly solve crimes on an empty stomach, and who is he to argue with 3 decades of married wisdom? The newspaper waiting by his plate carries headlines about the Profumo scandal and the Beatles' latest chart success. This peculiar moment when Britain seems caught between its stiff upper lip past and something looser, younger, and decidedly more colourful. But Tom is more interested in the local news section, where a small article mentions a burglary at a chemist shop on the high street. Not his case, but he reads it anyway, because a good detective develops habits of attention that extend beyond official assignments. His journey to the station takes him through streets that would be unrecognisable to someone from our time. The corner shop, not yet called a convenience store, displays hand-lettered signs advertising prices in pounds, shillings, and pence. The tobacconist is doing brisk business even at this hour, because smoking is something nearly everyone does, everywhere, all the time. The local pub won't open for hours yet, but its windows are already being washed by someone who takes pride in keeping the etched glass gleaming. Tom walks past the new Wimpy Bar, which opened last month and represents the leading edge of American-style fast food culture creeping into British life. The teenagers love it, though Tom can't quite understand paying money for something called a hamburger when a proper fish and chips shop is right across the street. But then again, he's never quite understood teenagers, even when he was one. The police station is a solid Victorian building that smells perpetually of floor wax, damp wool, and the particular mustiness that seems to accumulate in any British institution of sufficient age. The front desk sergeant nods as Tom enters, a gesture they have exchanged nearly every working day for 15 years. Some partnerships are built on conversation. Theirs is built on comfortable silence and shared understanding. Tom's office is on the second floor, upstairs that creak in a way that announces visitors long before they arrive. The room contains a desk, 2 filing cabinets, a telephone that connects to the switchboard downstairs through a system of mysterious clicks and buzzes, and a window that looks out onto a car park slowly filling with Morris Minors, Ford Anglias, and the occasional Rover belonging to someone higher up the chain of command. The morning briefing won't start for another 20 minutes, so Tom uses the time to review his active cases. There's the matter of the missing garden gnomes from the residential area near the park. Probably teenagers, though proving it will require either catching them in the act or someone's mother finding a dozen ceramic gnomes hidden in their son's bedroom. There's a string of shoplifting incidents at the Woolworths that suggest either the same person returning repeatedly, or a small group working together. And there's the peculiar business of threatening letters being sent to the headmaster of the local grammar school, written in block capitals on paper that might have come from anywhere. None of these are murders or bank robberies or the kinds of cases that make headlines. They're the steady, unglamorous work of maintaining order in a community where most people are basically decent, but occasionally fall into bad decisions or temporary madness. Tom has solved exactly 3 murders in his career, and each one was solved through patience, attention to detail, and the kind of shoe-leather detective work that involves knocking on doors until someone mentions something useful. The tea trolley arrives, pushed by Mrs. Patterson, who's been providing tea to police officers since before Tom joined the force. She knows everyone's preference. Tom takes his with milk and 1 sugar, though his doctor has suggested he might want to cut back on the sugar. The tea is strong enough to stand a spoon in, brewed in a pot that's probably older than some of the younger constables, and served in cups that don't quite match because institutional crockery has a way of gradually becoming an eclectic collection. This is how detective work begins in 1960s Britain, not with dramatic car chases or shootouts, but with tea, paperwork, and the quiet accumulation of small details that might, eventually, form a pattern worth investigating. If you've ever watched a modern crime show, you've probably seen detectives request DNA analysis, check surveillance footage, and pull up computer records that tell them everything about a suspect in seconds. Now imagine doing that same job with none of those tools, and you'll begin to understand the particular challenges facing British detectives in the 1960s. Tom's filing cabinets contain what passes for a database in this era. Folders organised alphabetically, then by date containing handwritten notes, typed reports done on manual typewriters that require real finger strength, and photographs developed in the darkroom in the basement. Finding information means remembering where you filed it, because there's no search function beyond your own memory, and whatever organisational system you've managed to maintain. The telephone on his desk connects to other police stations through operators who manually plug cables into switchboards, creating connections that sometimes involve waiting several minutes for a line to become available. Long-distance calls to Scotland Yard in London require planning and often involve frustrating delays, where you can hear other conversations bleeding through the line, ghostly fragments of other people's business mixing with your own. Fingerprint analysis exists and is considered remarkably sophisticated, but it requires first lifting prints from a crime scene using powder and tape, then photographing them, then manually comparing them to cards in files that are organised by pattern type, whorls, loops and arches. An experienced fingerprint examiner can perform this matching work with impressive accuracy, but it takes hours or days rather than the seconds you see on television. Photography is both essential and frustratingly limited. Crime scene photographs must be taken with film cameras, which means you get one chance to capture each angle correctly. There's no deleting and trying again, no checking the image on a screen to make sure you got it right. The film must be developed, which means waiting, and prints must be made, which means waiting more. A complete photographic record of a crime scene might not be available until the following day, by which time memories have already started to fade and details to blur. The forensic laboratory that serves Tom's region is located in a converted country house, an hour's drive away, staffed by scientists who work with microscopes, chemical reagents, and the kind of meticulous attention to detail that would make a watchmaker nod with approval. They can analyse blood types, examine textile fibres, identify soil samples, and perform other tests that would have seemed like magic a generation earlier. But each test takes time, requires careful documentation, and produces results that must be interpreted by people who understand both science and its limitations. Tom has learned to work within these constraints through a combination of experience, intuition, and what he thinks of as aggressive common sense. When a burglar strikes, Tom doesn't wait for forensic results before beginning his investigation. Instead, he walks the neighbourhood, talking to people, asking about strangers they might have noticed, unusual vehicles, or anything that broke the normal pattern of their daily routines. Most people are surprisingly observant about their own streets, even if they don't realise it. Mrs. Jenkins at number 43 might not think she knows anything useful, but when Tom asks the right questions, she remembers that there was a van parked on the corner Tuesday afternoon. Unusual because it's normally permit parking only, and she noticed because she was worried about getting a ticket herself. That van probably means nothing, but Tom writes it down anyway, because you never know which detail will matter until you've assembled enough of them to see a pattern. The local Bobby, the police constable who walks the same beat every day, becoming a familiar fixture in his neighbourhood, is one of Tom's most valuable resources. P.C. Williams knows everyone on his patch, knows which teenagers are heading for trouble, and which ones are just going through a phase, knows which houses have been empty during the day, and which shops have had new employees recently. This kind of knowledge can't be stored in any filing system. It exists only in human memory, and the relationships built through years of daily contact. When Tom needs to check someone's background, he can't simply run their name through a computer. Instead, he places telephone calls to other stations, sends telegrams to the central registry, and sometimes writes actual letters that travel through the post, waiting days for replies that might or might not contain useful information. Criminal records exist, but they're paper documents stored in specific locations, and accessing them requires knowing where to look and having the patience to wait for files to be retrieved and copied. The interview room where Tom questions suspects and witnesses is furnished with a table, 3 chairs, and nothing else. There's no two-way mirror, no recording equipment, and no video cameras documenting every moment. Instead, a constable sits in the corner taking notes in shorthand, creating a written record that will later be typed up and filed. The accuracy of this record depends entirely on the constable's skill, attention, and honesty. There's no backup, no way to review what was actually said beyond what someone wrote down. This means that a detective's memory, observation skills, and ability to read people become paramount. Tom has trained himself to notice body language, to hear what people aren't saying, and to spot the small inconsistencies in someone's story that might indicate deception or confusion. He's learned that the truth usually emerges not in dramatic confrontations, but in quiet moments when someone lets their guard down, often over tea, often when they think the formal interview has ended. The tools of 1960s detective work are fundamentally human. Attention, patience, persistence, and the ability to convince people to tell you things they might prefer to keep hidden. Technology helps, fingerprints, photographs, forensic analysis, but these are supplements to human judgment rather than replacements for it. The morning briefing is held in a room with a large map of the district pinned to one wall, marked with coloured pins indicating different types of incidents. Red for burglaries, blue for assaults, green for traffic accidents, and yellow for what the sergeant calls miscellaneous mischief. The pattern of pins tells a story to anyone who knows how to read it. Clusters near the train station suggesting opportunistic theft, a line of red pins along the main shopping street, and isolated blues in residential areas that usually involve domestic situations nobody wants to discuss. Detective Chief Inspector Morrison runs these briefings with the efficiency of someone who learned his trade during the war and sees no reason to waste words. He's the sort of man who uses a pipe as a prop, pointing with it to emphasise certain points, consulting it during thoughtful silences, and occasionally forgetting to actually light it. The younger officers find this mildly amusing, but nobody mentions it because Morrison is both respected and slightly feared in the way that very competent people often are. Tom's assignment for the day involves following up on the threatening letters to the grammar school headmaster. The letters themselves are unsettling without being explicitly dangerous. Vague warnings about consequences and justice, written in pencil on cheap-lined paper that could have come from any newsagent in Britain. The handwriting is deliberately disguised, each letter formed carefully in block capitals that tell you nothing about the writer's natural hand. The school itself is a Victorian Gothic structure that was probably impressive when it was built, but now just looks stern and slightly forbidding. The headmaster's office smells of old books, furniture polish, and the peculiar mustiness that seems to pervade British educational institutions. Headmaster Richardson is a man in his late 50s who still wears an academic gown for assemblies and believes firmly that education should build character as well as knowledge. Richardson has kept all 5 letters in a folder, handling them by the corners to preserve any fingerprints, though he's probably contaminated them thoroughly already. Tom examines each one carefully, noting that they're written on different paper, suggesting either the writer has access to multiple sources or is deliberately varying the materials. The messages are similar but not identical, each one slightly escalating the implied threat while remaining just vague enough to avoid being actionable. What's interesting is what the letters don't say. There's no specific grievance mentioned, no clear demand, and no indication of what the writer actually wants. This suggests either someone who enjoys causing anxiety for its own sake, or someone building towards a demand they haven't yet articulated. Tom's experience tells him this is likely either a disgruntled former employee or a parent who feels their child was treated unfairly. The 2 most common sources of grievances against school administrators. He spends the next several hours conducting interviews. The school secretary, who has worked there for 20 years and knows everyone, can't think of anyone who would do such a thing. The deputy head, who handles disciplinary matters, mentions 3 recent expulsions, but doesn't believe any of the parents involved would resort to anonymous letters. The caretaker, who sees the building from a different angle than the academic staff, recalls that someone tried to break into the chemistry lab last month, though nothing was taken. Each interview adds a small piece to a puzzle that doesn't yet have a clear shape. Tom takes notes in a pocket notebook, writing in a personal shorthand he's developed over decades. Not the formal shorthand used by secretaries, but his own system of abbreviations and symbols that would be nearly illegible to anyone else. The notebook itself is a physical record that he'll later transcribe into formal reports, but in the moment, it's just a way of capturing thoughts before they evaporate. Lunchtime finds Tom at the local cafe, the sort of establishment that serves meat pies, mashed potatoes and tea strong enough to revive the dead. The cafe is run by a woman named Doris, who's been feeding local workers for 30 years and has opinions about everything from politics to proper pie crust. Tom eats here several times a week, partly because the food is decent and cheap, partly because Doris sees and hears everything that happens on this street. Making her cafe an unofficial intelligence gathering operation disguised as a working class restaurant. Today, Doris mentions that young Billy Thompson, one of the teenagers Tom suspects in the garden gnome thefts, was in yesterday spending money on the new pinball machine. This is notable because Billy's family isn't well off, and unexplained wealth in a teenage boy usually means either employment that his mother doesn't know about, or income from activities she definitely doesn't know about. It's a small detail, possibly meaningless, but Tom files it away in the mental drawer labelled worth checking. The afternoon is spent on the more tedious aspects of police work, typing reports, making telephone calls, and reviewing witness statements from other officers. Tom's typing is competent but not elegant, the product of a brief course years ago that taught him hunt and peck efficiency without any claim to proper technique. Each keystroke requires real force on the manual typewriter, and errors must be corrected with a special erasing paper that never quite makes the page clean again. A telephone call to the paper manufacturer reveals that the paper used in the threatening letters is sold at approximately 300 shops across the region, too common to be useful for narrowing down suspects. A call to a handwriting expert suggests the disguised printing is probably done by someone educated, based on certain letter formations that suggest familiarity with cursive writing. These aren't breakthroughs, but they're data points that gradually constrain the universe of possibilities. By late afternoon, Tom has developed a theory that he can't yet prove. The letters strike him as coming from someone with some connection to education, not necessarily a teacher, but someone who speaks the language of schools and understands their hierarchies. The lack of specific grievances suggests someone nursing a general resentment rather than a particular wrong, and the careful preparation, different papers, disguised handwriting, envelopes posted from different locations, suggests someone methodical and patient. He decides to request the school's personnel records for the past 10 years, looking for anyone who left under circumstances that might breed resentment. It's a long shot that will require hours of reading through files, but long shots and patient reading are what detective work actually consists of, as opposed to the dramatic revelations that populate fictional mysteries. The day ends with Tom walking back through streets now busy with evening commuters, shops closing for the day, and the smell of dinners cooking behind the curtained windows of terraced houses. He carries his case files home in a leather satchel that's starting to show its age, planning to spend the evening reviewing statements while his wife watches television in the next room. This is the rhythm of detective work in 1960 Britain. Long stretches of routine punctuated by moments of significance that only become apparent in retrospect. Patterns emerging slowly from accumulated detail, and truth revealed not through brilliant deduction, but through thorough, patient, unglamorous labour. One of the peculiar aspects of police work in the 1960s is how visible it remained to ordinary citizens. There's no internet to report crimes anonymously, no social media to follow investigations from a distance. Instead, crime and its investigation happen in physical spaces where people can see and participate in the process. The police box on the corner near the main shopping district is one of these visible symbols of law enforcement. It's a blue-painted wooden structure, not unlike the TARDIS from Doctor Who, containing a telephone that connects directly to the station. Local officers use it as a reporting point, and citizens can use it to report crimes or request assistance. There's something reassuring about its solid presence, a physical reminder that help is theoretically available at the corner of Oak Street and the High Road. When a burglary occurs, neighbours gather to discuss it, not on online forums, but on front steps and over garden fences, sharing theories and observations with the kind of engagement that social media would later channel into different forms. Mrs. Patterson saw someone unfamiliar walking past around tea time. Mr. Chen at the Chinese restaurant noticed a vehicle idling where it shouldn't have been. The postman remembers that the house was empty during his rounds because usually someone answers when he needs a signature. These conversations create an informal network of surveillance that predates CCTV by decades. People notice things not because they're particularly observant, but because the rhythm of daily life in residential neighbourhoods follows predictable patterns, and deviations from those patterns stand out like misplaced notes in familiar music. Tom has learned to tap into this network through community relationships that he's carefully cultivated over years. The newsagent knows him by name and often mentions unusual purchases, someone buying an odd number of the same newspaper perhaps, or a stranger asking detailed questions about the neighbourhood. The librarian at the public library, a formidable woman named Miss Thornbury, who who runs her institution with the precision of a military operation, notices who reads what and occasionally mentions when someone's interests strike her as unusual. This isn't official police work exactly. There are no reports filed about these casual conversations, no formal records of information gathered while buying tobacco or returning library books. But it's the substrate on which actual investigation builds, the community context that helps detectives understand what's normal and what's not. The relationship between police and public in 1960s Britain exists in an interesting space. There's more deference to authority than would be common a generation later. Officers are still called sir by most people, and there's a general assumption that police are basically working on the side of good, even if individual officers might be more or less competent. But there's also a wariness, particularly among working-class communities, where police have historically been seen as enforcers of rules made by and for other people. Tom navigates this territory through a combination of fairness, honesty, and what his wife calls his relentless reasonableness. He doesn't pretend to be something he's not. He's clearly middle class, clearly educated, and clearly part of the establishment. But he treats everyone with the same straightforward respect, whether he's interviewing a company director or a market porter, and people generally respond to that consistency. When a shoplifting case brings Tom into contact with a teenage girl caught stealing makeup from Boots, he doesn't lecture her about morality or threaten her with dire consequences. Instead, he asks her why. Not aggressively, just genuinely curious about what drove this particular decision on this particular day. The girl, expecting to be treated as a criminal, finds herself instead talking to someone who seems interested in understanding rather than judging. It turns out she was trying to impress an older group of girls who had essentially dared her to steal something. Not an excuse exactly, but a context that transforms the incident from simple criminality into something more complex: peer pressure, adolescent insecurity, and the desperate desire to belong that can drive people to decisions they know are wrong even as they're making them. Tom arranges for the girl to return to the store to apologise and work off the value of the stolen items through supervised community service. It's not official police business to arrange such things, but the store manager is willing, the girl's mother is relieved, and everyone involved gets something closer to justice than a formal prosecution would have provided. These small interventions, unofficial, unrecorded, barely visible even to other police officers, are where Tom does some of his most important work. The newspapers of the era treat crime stories with a particular style that blends sensationalism with peculiarly British understatement. A brutal assault might be described as an unfortunate incident, while a garden gnome theft could warrant dramatic headlines if it's a slow news week. Tom has learned to work with journalists, feeding them just enough information to keep them satisfied without compromising investigations or invading victims' privacy more than necessary. One reporter, Jenkins from the local paper, has been covering police news for 15 years and has developed an almost supernatural ability to appear at crime scenes shortly after the police themselves. Tom suspects Jenkins has connections at the station, possibly someone on the switchboard who tips him off, but can't prove it and isn't entirely sure he wants to. Jenkins is generally fair in his reporting, and the relationship between police and press, while sometimes tense, is built on mutual need and grudging respect. The forensic laboratory where Tom occasionally visits occupies a converted manor house on the outskirts of the city, its Victorian grandeur now dedicated to the systematic analysis of blood, fibre and trace evidence. The scientists who work here are a particular breed, methodical, patient and possessed of the kind of attention to microscopic detail that would drive most people to distraction. Dr. Margaret Chen runs the textile analysis section, working with a microscope that she treats with the reverence most people reserve for religious artifacts. She can identify fibre types by their cellular structure, distinguish cotton from different regions based on subtle variations in growth patterns, and determine with reasonable accuracy how long a fibre has been separated from its source material. Her testimony in court is delivered with the calm precision of someone explaining simple facts to people who happen to be less informed, and juries generally believe her because she makes complexity feel accessible without dumbing it down. Tom brings her a fibre found on a windowsill at a burglary scene. A single thread, barely visible, caught on a rough edge where someone presumably climbed through. Under the microscope, it reveals itself as wool, dyed a particular shade of blue-grey that narrows down its likely source to certain manufacturers. Dr. Chen consults reference books filled with fibre samples, comparing the evidence under different lighting conditions, measuring properties that Tom barely understands. 3 days later, she calls with results. The fibre matches a type of wool used primarily in manufacturing industrial coveralls, sold through workwear suppliers rather than regular clothing stores. It's not proof of anything by itself, but it's information that constrains possibilities. If Tom's suspect works in construction or a similar trade, this becomes corroborating evidence. If they work in an office and wear suits, it suggests either an accomplice or a completely different line of investigation. The Fingerprint Bureau operates in a different wing of the building, staffed by specialists who view the world through the lens of friction ridge patterns. They maintain files of known criminals organised by pattern type, allowing for comparison when prints from crime scenes are clear enough to be useful. The problem is that prints from actual crime scenes are often partial, smudged, or contaminated with multiple overlapping impressions that make analysis challenging. The fingerprint examiner working on Tom's burglary case, a methodical man named Roberts who apparently never hurries and never makes mistakes, has spent 2 days analysing prints lifted from a medicine cabinet. He's identified 3 distinct individuals: the homeowner, the homeowner's wife, and a third party whose prints don't match anyone in the known criminal files. This means either a first-time offender or someone who's been lucky enough not to be caught before. Roberts explains this in the tone of someone discussing weather patterns, showing Tom the comparison images that demonstrate his analysis. To Tom's untrained eye, the prints look nearly identical, but Roberts points out specific ridge characteristics: a bifurcation here, an ending ridge there, and a pattern of minutiae that he's counted and documented with the precision of an accountant balancing complicated ledgers. Blood analysis in the 1960s can determine type but not individual identity. When blood is found at a scene, analysts can tell you whether it's type A, B, AB, or O, which might help eliminate suspects but rarely provides definitive proof. The science exists in a space between useful and frustrating, capable of providing information that narrows possibilities without often delivering absolute certainty. Tom watches a blood analyst perform typing on a sample from an assault case, adding reagents that cause reactions visible under specific lighting conditions. The process is meticulous, repeated multiple times to verify results, and documented with the kind of detailed note-taking that would satisfy the most demanding auditor. The analyst explains that the sample is type A positive, which matches approximately 40% of the British population. Helpful for eliminating suspects who are type O or B, useless for proving anything about those who match. Ballistics analysis, used when firearms are involved, relies on the principle that every gun barrel leaves unique markings on bullets fired through it. The ballistics expert maintains a comparison microscope that allows side-by-side analysis of test-fired rounds and crime scene evidence, looking for matching striations that suggest a common origin. Tom has seen this expert spend entire afternoons examining a single bullet, making measurements, taking photographs, and building documentation that might eventually support testimony in court. What strikes Tom about all these specialists is their patience with uncertainty. They understand that forensic science in this era provides suggestions and probabilities rather than certainties, that their role is to narrow possibilities and support other evidence rather than solve cases single-handedly. They're comfortable saying possibly, likely, and consistent with, rather than definitely and certainly. This stands in interesting contrast to how forensic science is portrayed in popular culture, where laboratory analysis provides clear, definitive answers that immediately identify perpetrators. The real work is messier, more qualified, and infinitely more dependent on human judgment than the public generally understands. Tom has learned to work within these limitations, treating forensic evidence as one data source among many rather than the ultimate arbiter of truth. A fibre that matches the suspect's clothing is interesting, but it's not proof. Clothing fibres transfer easily, and could have arrived through innocent contact. Fingerprints are more definitive, but only if they're clear enough for confident matching, and found in locations that couldn't be explained by legitimate access. The real power of forensic science in this era isn't in providing smoking gun evidence, but in helping detectives focus their investigations, eliminating unlikely scenarios, and supporting theories that can be tested through traditional detective work. It's a support system for human judgment rather than a replacement for it. The discovery of a body in the canal near the industrial district creates ripples through the community that extend far beyond the immediate crime scene. This is the sort of event that transforms abstract concepts of danger into immediate personal fear, particularly when the victim is identified as a young woman who worked at the textile mill. Tom arrives at the scene in early morning fog, the kind of thick clinging mist that makes everything look slightly unreal. The canal path is lined with officers maintaining a perimeter, keeping away the curious crowd that has already gathered despite the early hour. News travels through working-class neighbourhoods with remarkable speed, passed along through networks of gossip and concern that operate far faster than official channels. The woman, identified from her handbag as Sarah Mitchell, appears to have been in the water for several hours. She's wearing a good coat, not expensive but well kept, and shoes suitable for walking home from work. There's no obvious sign of violence, though the pathologist who examines her at the scene notes bruising that could indicate either assault or the body being moved by water and debris. Tom's initial investigation focuses on establishing a timeline and last known movements. Sarah lived with her parents in a terraced house 15 minutes walk from the mill. She typically worked the evening shift, finishing at 10 o'clock, and walked home along well-lit streets that should have been reasonably safe. Her parents expected her home by 10:30, and called the police when she hadn't arrived by midnight. The mill manager, a harried man named Preston, who clearly hasn't slept since hearing the news, confirms that Sarah left work at her normal time, wearing the coat and carrying the handbag that were found with her body. Several co-workers saw her leaving but didn't walk with her. She preferred to walk alone, apparently, enjoying the quiet after a day of industrial noise. The pathologist's preliminary examination suggests drowning as the likely cause of death, but there are questions that won't be answered until a full post-mortem examination. The bruises on her arms could indicate that someone grabbed her, or they could have been sustained when she fell into the water. There's no water in her lungs, which might suggest she was already dead when she entered the canal, or might simply mean the drowning was rapid enough not to leave that evidence. The community's reaction to Sarah's death reveals much about how 1960s Britain processes sudden tragedy. The mill stops production for a day as a mark of respect, which costs money the company can ill afford but feels necessary to honour a dead employee. The local church holds a special service, attended by people who haven't set foot in the building for months, but feel compelled to mark this particular loss. Sarah's Street organises a collection for her parents, gathering small donations that add up to enough for funeral expenses. But there's also fear, particularly among young women who work similar shifts and walk similar routes. The mill's evening shift sees several women who would normally walk home alone now travelling in groups, staying later than necessary to find companions. Parents who previously allowed their daughters independence now insist on escorts, or taxi services they can barely afford. Tom finds himself conducting dozens of interviews with people who didn't really know Sarah, but feel compelled to share whatever tangential information they possess. A shopkeeper mentions that Sarah sometimes stopped on her way home to buy cigarettes. A neighbour recalls seeing her the previous week carrying library books. The newsagent remembers that she had a sweet tooth and usually bought chocolate on Fridays. None of this is immediately useful for determining what happened, but Tom listens anyway, because sometimes useful information emerges from these seemingly irrelevant details, and because people need to feel they're contributing something in the face of senseless tragedy. The physical evidence is frustratingly limited. The canal path where Sarah presumably entered the water shows signs of a scuffle, disturbed gravel, a button that might have come from her coat, but also shows signs of regular foot traffic that makes distinguishing relevant evidence from background noise nearly impossible. There are no clear footprints, no conveniently dropped identification, and no witnesses who saw anything definitive. Tom's investigation expands to include known sex offenders in the area, men with previous convictions for assault or harassment of women, and anyone who might have reason to be on that canal path at that hour. Each interview follows a similar pattern, establishing alibi, gauging reactions, and looking for inconsistencies that might suggest involvement or knowledge. The breakthrough, when it comes, arrives through patient persistence rather than dramatic revelation. A factory worker who uses the canal path for his commute mentions, almost as an afterthought, that he saw someone running from the area around the time Sarah would have been there. Nothing particularly suspicious. People jog for exercise, but unusual enough at that hour to register. The running figure was male, wearing dark clothing and moving away from the city centre along the canal path. The witness didn't think much of it at the time, but hearing about Sarah's death made him wonder if it might be relevant. He can't provide a detailed description. It was dark, he was tired, he only glimpsed the figure briefly, but he remembers the general build and the direction of travel. This fragment of information, combined with patient checking of alibis and whereabouts, eventually leads Tom to David Porter, a foreman at a factory along the canal route. Porter's initial alibi, that he was home with his wife, falls apart when Tom establishes that his wife was actually visiting her mother that evening. Under gentle but persistent questioning, Porter's story develops inconsistencies that suggest both guilt and poor judgment about how to handle a crisis. The truth, when it finally emerges, is both tragic and mundane. Porter had been having an affair with Sarah, conducted in furtive meetings that both parties had hoped to keep secret. On the night in question, they argued near the canal. Porter wanted to end the relationship, and Sarah was upset and perhaps threatened to reveal it to his wife. In the heat of the argument, Porter grabbed Sarah's arm. She pulled away, lost her balance, and fell into the canal. Porter's subsequent actions, running from the scene, lying about his whereabouts, hoping the death would be ruled accidental, transformed a tragic accident into something requiring criminal prosecution. His panic and poor decision-making turned him from a man who made mistakes into someone facing charges of manslaughter and leaving the scene of death. The community's reaction to this resolution is complex. There's relief that a dangerous predator isn't stalking the streets, but also discomfort with the messiness of real human behaviour, the affair, the argument, the series of small decisions that cascade into tragedy. It's harder to process than a simple story of good versus evil would have been. Sarah's funeral is well attended, the service focusing on her life rather than her death. Her mother accepting condolences with the dignified grief of someone who understands that life sometimes makes no sense, and all you can do is endure. The mill returns to its normal operations, though Sarah's usual workstation remains empty for several weeks, before someone new is quietly assigned to it. Tom files his final reports with the satisfaction of having reached truth, if not justice in any simple sense. The case will proceed through the courts. Porter will likely face prison time, and the community will gradually absorb this tragedy into its collective memory. Another story told in hushed tones about why you should always be careful, why you should never trust anyone completely, and why life is fragile in ways we prefer not to acknowledge. Between the headline cases, the deaths, the serious assaults, the crimes that communities discuss for months afterward, lies the vast majority of police work, consisting of matters so ordinary they barely register as mysteries at all. Yet these cases, in their own way, reveal as much about human nature as any dramatic investigation. The matter of the missing garden gnomes, for instance, turns out to involve exactly the perpetrators Tom suspected from the beginning. A group of teenage boys who thought relocating ceramic dwarfs to increasingly absurd locations was the height of comedy. Tom finds the gnomes arranged in elaborate tableaux in an abandoned shed, some fishing in a dry fountain, others apparently engaged in a ceramic cricket match, all positioned with the kind of creative effort that suggests these boys might have actual talent if they could find legal outlets for it. Rather than formal charges, Tom arranges for the boys to return each gnome personally, apologising to the owners face-to-face, experiencing the discomfort of seeing the actual human consequences of what seemed like harmless pranks. Most of the gnome owners, confronted with sheepish teenagers rather than faceless criminals, respond with a mixture of relief and the kind of stern lectures that British people have perfected over generations. One elderly man whose prized gnome had gone missing tells the culprit about receiving it as a gift from his late wife, who had bought it on their honeymoon in Brighton 40 years ago. The boy, suddenly understanding that he hadn't just stolen a tacky garden ornament but a tangible connection to someone's personal history, looks genuinely stricken in a way that no formal punishment could have achieved. The shoplifting ring at Woolworths proves more complex and considerably sadder than simple teenage theft. The perpetrators are a mother and her 2 daughters, systematically stealing food, children's clothing and other necessities that they can't afford on the mother's meagre wages from her cleaning job. The father left 2 years ago and sends no support. The mother is too proud to apply for assistance, and convinced herself that stealing from a large company that wouldn't even notice was somehow less wrong than accepting charity. Tom finds himself navigating the gap between law and compassion, between what the rules require and what actual justice might look like. The store manager wants prosecution to deter others, which Tom understands from a business perspective, but finds deeply unsatisfying from a human one. He eventually brokers a compromise where the mother agrees to repay the stolen value through additional cleaning work and to apply for the social assistance she's entitled to, while the store agrees not to press charges. It's not elegant, and it probably wouldn't satisfy anyone looking for clear moral lines, but it addresses the actual problem, a struggling family's desperate attempt to survive, rather than just punishing the symptom. Tom drives the mother to the social services office himself, helping her navigate forms that seem deliberately designed to confuse and humiliate, and feels more satisfaction from this than from many more celebrated investigative successes. The threatening letters to the headmaster are eventually traced to a former janitor who was dismissed for drinking on the job and nursed his grievance into an elaborate revenge fantasy. The man turns out to be more pitiable than frightening, living alone in a bedsit, consuming too much cheap whiskey, clinging to imagined slights because they give shape to a life that has otherwise lost meaning. Tom arranges for him to receive a caution rather than prosecution, with the understanding that he'll seek help for his drinking and stay away from the school. These cases don't make the newspapers or feature in annual crime statistics as anything more than numbers, but they consume the majority of Tom's time and energy, each one requiring the same patient attention to detail, the same careful gathering of evidence, and the same navigation of human complexity that characterises detective work regardless of the crime's severity. If you were to chart Tom's work week on a graph, it would show a rhythm that cycles between intense focus and administrative routine, between human interaction and solitary contemplation, and between the immediate demands of active cases and the patient accumulation of knowledge that makes future investigations possible. Monday mornings typically begin with the weekend's accumulated incidents. Domestic disputes that escalated after Saturday night drinking, burglaries committed when families were out visiting relatives, and traffic accidents involving drivers who misjudged their capacity to handle Sunday lunch followed by Sunday driving. Tom reviews reports filed by weekend duty officers, deciding which require his attention and which can be handled by uniformed constables. The paperwork is relentless and multiplying. Each investigation generates reports that must be typed, filed, and cross-referenced. Witness statements require careful transcription and verification. Evidence must be logged, stored, and tracked through chains of custody that will withstand court scrutiny. Tom spends hours at his typewriter, hunting and pecking his way through formal language that transforms human drama into bureaucratic prose. Tuesday and Wednesday often involve court appearances for cases that have worked their way through the judicial system. Tom sits in witness boxes, swearing on Bibles to tell the truth, then answering questions from barristers who treat cross-examination like a competitive sport. He's learned to answer precisely what's asked without volunteering additional information, to acknowledge uncertainty when he's uncertain, and to present findings in language that juries can understand without feeling patronised. The courts themselves are exercises in tradition and formality. Judges in wigs and robes, barristers in their own wigs addressing each other with elaborate courtesy, and a ceremonial dignity that some find reassuring and others find absurd. Tom appreciates the theatre of it, understanding that justice requires not just correct outcomes, but visible processes that inspire public confidence. Thursdays are often dedicated to community policing, visiting schools to talk about safety and law, attending neighbourhood meetings where residents raise concerns about parking and noise, and maintaining the relationships that make his job possible. Tom speaks to a group of primary school children about stranger danger and road safety, simplifying complex concepts into memorable rules while trying not to terrify them about the world they live in. The children ask questions with the unself-conscious directness that adults have learned to suppress. Have you ever arrested anyone? Yes. Have you ever been scared? Yes. Do you carry a gun? No, British police officers generally don't. Have you ever met the Queen? No, but I met the Mayor once, which seemed impressive at the time. Friday afternoons often involve reviewing active cases with other detectives, sharing information and theories in informal sessions that generate more useful insights than formal briefings. These discussions range across topics: patterns in recent burglaries, concerns about a particular individual's behaviour, and techniques for getting reluctant witnesses to cooperate. The accumulated wisdom of experienced officers, passed along through conversation rather than written procedure, forms an invisible curriculum that new detectives absorb through participation. Tom shares his theory about burglaries tending to cluster near major roads where thieves can make quick escapes, while Detective Sergeant Williams counters that proximity to railway stations seems equally predictive. Neither can prove their hypothesis definitively, but the discussion sharpens everyone's attention to these factors when examining new cases. The evenings that Tom doesn't spend reviewing case files are often dedicated to reading, not just detective manuals and legal updates, but psychology, sociology, and anything that helps him understand why people do what they do. He's currently working through a book about adolescent development, trying to understand the teenage mind well enough to predict when minor misbehaviour might escalate into serious trouble. His wife occasionally asks if he ever stops being a detective, and the honest answer is probably no. He notices things constantly. The man at the bus stop who's watching people too intently, the shop window that has the same display week after week, suggesting the business might be struggling, and patterns in neighbourhood foot traffic that might indicate nothing, or might indicate something worth remembering. This constant awareness is both the strength and burden of long-term police work. You become very good at reading environments and people, noticing discordances and anomalies, but you also lose the ability to simply exist in spaces without analysing them. Every social gathering includes mental notes about who's drinking more than usual, whose marriage seems under strain, and which teenagers are gravitating toward trouble. Tom's desk drawer contains the essential equipment of 1960s detective work, a collection that would seem quaintly inadequate to modern investigators, but represents the best available technology of its time. There's a magnifying glass, genuinely useful for examining documents and small pieces of evidence, a measuring tape for documenting crime scenes, a camera, though the good cameras are kept in the evidence room and signed out when needed, several notebooks in various stages of completion, an address book containing contact information for informants, experts, and useful officials across the region. The police radio system, introduced during the 1950s and still being expanded, allows limited communication with patrol cars, but requires speaking in codes and dealing with interference that sometimes makes conversations nearly unintelligible. Officers learn to repeat information, confirm understanding, and accept that some messages will need to be delivered through other means. The squelch and crackle of radio transmission becomes background noise, occasionally punctuated by urgent calls that send everyone scrambling. The patrol cars themselves are mostly small British saloons, Morris Minors, Ford Anglias, and occasionally a larger Rover for senior officers. They're not particularly fast or powerful, but they're economical and can navigate narrow British streets that would challenge American-style police cruisers. Each car contains basic emergency equipment, a first aid kit, a blanket, a torch that always seems to have batteries that are nearly dead, and a collection of forms for documenting various types of incidents. Photography at crime scenes requires actual skill and judgment. The photographer must decide which angles matter, how to light scenes in buildings without proper illumination, and how to capture both overview shots that show context and detail shots that document specific evidence. There's no instant review, no digital deletion of failed attempts. Each photograph consumes film that must be carefully managed, developed, and archived. The evidence room in the station basement is a fascinating archaeology of recent crime. Boxes containing clothing from assaults, bags of items stolen and recovered, weapons ranging from knives to improvised clubs, and documents photocopied for investigative purposes. Each item is tagged with case numbers and dates, creating a physical database that requires careful organisation and occasional purges when storage space becomes critical. Tom sometimes visits this room just to refresh his memory about cases, pulling files and examining evidence that didn't quite solve mysteries, but remains available if new information emerges. The unsolved cases bother him more than he admits. Files that represent questions without answers, victims without justice, and families without closure. The interview techniques available to detectives in this era rely entirely on human psychology, rather than technological aids. There's no recording equipment to capture exact words, and no video to document body language and emotional reactions. Instead, detectives must remember, take notes, and work with witnesses who may be honest but unreliable, dishonest but revealing, or simply confused about events that happened quickly in stressful circumstances. Tom has developed a particular approach that combines patience with strategic persistence. He doesn't typically confront suspects with aggressive questioning or dramatic accusations. Instead, he presents information gradually, letting people construct their own narratives, noting where those narratives conflict with established facts. Many criminals, he's learned, want to talk about their crimes, not to confess necessarily, but to explain, justify, or relive significant experiences. The gap between what someone says and what they reveal through omission, hesitation, or overemphasis often tells Tom more than direct statements. A suspect who provides an extremely detailed alibi for a specific hour, but remains vague about the surrounding time, may be constructing fiction for the period that matters, while relying on memory for less critical moments. Someone who answers questions about their relationship with a victim with unexpected anger or defensiveness may be revealing more than they intend. As the 1960s progress toward their conclusion, Tom increasingly finds himself training younger detectives who will carry police work into the next decade and beyond. These newer officers have different backgrounds, some university-educated, bringing academic knowledge to complement practical training, others from working-class neighbourhoods, bringing street wisdom and cultural fluency that help navigate community relationships. Detective Constable Janet Morrison represents the slowly increasing presence of women in investigative roles, though she still faces assumptions and barriers that male colleagues don't encounter. Tom makes a point of assigning her cases based on skill rather than gender. Watching her develop the particular combination of persistence and empathy that characterises effective detective work. She handles interviews with assault victims with a sensitivity that some male officers struggle to achieve, but also demonstrates the kind of analytical rigour that solves complex cases. The forensic techniques that Tom learned to use are evolving, becoming more sophisticated and more reliable. Blood typing is being supplemented by enzyme analysis that can provide additional identifying information. Fingerprint classification systems are being refined and expanded. New chemical tests for gunshot residue and trace evidence are being developed in laboratories that are becoming increasingly professionalised. Tom attends workshops on these emerging techniques, sitting in rooms with other middle-aged detectives learning about scientific advances that would have seemed like fantasy when they began their careers. The workshops are taught by younger scientists who treat established investigators with the kind of careful respect you show to people who might feel threatened by change, and Tom appreciates both their knowledge and their diplomatic handling of egos. The social changes sweeping through 1960s Britain are creating new challenges for police work. Drug use, previously limited to specific subcultures, is spreading among young people experimenting with marijuana and increasingly with harder substances. The sexual revolution is complicating traditional approaches to morality crimes. Immigration is diversifying communities in ways that require cultural sensitivity and language skills that older officers often lack. Tom finds himself navigating these changes with mixed feelings. Some shifts seem obviously positive, the increasing unwillingness to tolerate domestic violence, for instance, or the growing recognition that criminal justice should serve victims rather than simply punish offenders. Other changes feel more ambiguous, representing the loss of shared social norms that made community policing simpler, even if those norms weren't always just or fair. The threatening letters to the headmaster, the shoplifting family, the garden gnome thieves, all these cases reveal a Britain in transition, caught between traditional values and emerging alternatives, between the tight-knit communities of the past and the more individualistic society being born. Tom's role increasingly involves mediating these tensions, finding justice that serves both law and human complexity. His reputation within the force has evolved over decades, from promising newcomer to reliable veteran to unofficial mentor. Younger detectives seek his advice not just about specific cases, but about career decisions, ethical dilemmas, and the challenge of maintaining professional objectivity while remaining emotionally available to victims who need compassion. Tom answers these questions as honestly as he can, acknowledging that experience provides perspective rather than certainty, and that every detective must ultimately find their own path through moral complexity. The regular Friday evening gathering at the pub near the station, an informal tradition, involving whoever finishes their shift around the same time, provides space for this mentoring to happen naturally. Over pints of bitter and packets of crisps, detectives trade stories, discuss cases they can legally discuss, and gradually transmit the accumulated wisdom that makes police work something more than just following procedures. Tom shares the story of his first major investigation, a fatal hit-and-run that he solved through patient door-knocking and attention to vehicle damage that most people wouldn't have noticed. The lesson isn't about the specific techniques, but about the value of thorough, unglamorous work that produces results through accumulation rather than inspiration. Young detectives nodding over their drinks are absorbing not just methods, but attitudes and approaches to work that will shape their careers for decades. The Britain that Tom polices is a country of specific textures and rhythms that will largely disappear by the next decade. Shops close at 5:30 and remain firmly shut on Sundays, creating weekly cycles of activity and rest that structure community life. Pubs serve as social centres where neighbourhood business gets conducted, relationships form and dissolve, and the informal news network that predates mass media continues to flourish. The high street near the station contains a butcher, a baker, a greengrocer, a chemist, and a Woolworths that serves as a department store for people who can't afford actual department stores. Tom knows the proprietors of most of these establishments, not through formal community policing, but through the simple fact of working in the same area for years, becoming a familiar figure whose presence provides reassurance. The butcher, a man named Harris, who wears a striped apron spotted with blood in ways that would probably violate modern health codes, occasionally mentions customers whose behaviour strikes him as odd. Not criminal, necessarily, but notable. Someone buying unusual quantities of meat, perhaps, or asking strange questions about cutting techniques. These observations rarely lead anywhere, but they form part of the texture of information that Tom accumulates without conscious effort. The chemist is more useful from an investigative perspective, since poison and pharmaceutical theft occasionally feature in cases. The chemist maintains meticulous records of controlled substance prescriptions, noting any patterns that might suggest doctor shopping or forged prescriptions. Tom has solved 2 separate cases involving prescription fraud through information provided by this methodical, slightly fussy man who takes his regulatory responsibilities seriously. The tea rooms where Tom sometimes conducts informal interviews provide neutral territory, where witnesses feel less intimidated than they would at the police station. Over tea and biscuits served on mismatched china, People share information they might withhold in more formal settings, perhaps because the domestic setting makes conversation feel social rather than investigative. Tom has learned to read the specific vocabulary of British class and region, understanding that how someone speaks often tells you as much about their background as what they say. A particular accent suggests specific neighbourhoods, certain word choices indicate education level and social class, and patterns of speech reveal whether someone is local or from elsewhere. This isn't profiling in any prejudicial sense, but rather the kind of contextual understanding that comes from decades of listening carefully. The telephone in Tom's office rings with a particular bell tone that's unique to the station's internal system, different from external calls in ways that allow him to prepare mentally for different types of conversations. Internal calls usually mean assignments or updates from other officers. External calls might be witnesses, victims, informants, or occasionally criminals who've decided to turn themselves in through this specific detective rather than dealing with the front desk. Tom's handwriting in his notebooks has evolved over the years into a personal script that's efficient rather than elegant, combining abbreviations with symbols that would be nearly meaningless to anyone else. The notebooks themselves become physical repositories of investigations, occasionally consulted years later when old cases develop new leads, or when patterns emerge that connect seemingly unrelated incidents. As Tom approaches the end of his career, though he'll work several more years before retirement, he finds himself reflecting on what justice actually means in practice, rather than theory. The law provides frameworks and procedures, but individual cases rarely fit neatly into legal categories. Real human behaviour is messier, more complicated, and more driven by circumstance and emotion than criminal codes acknowledge. The theft by the struggling mother, for instance, was clearly illegal, but was it truly criminal in the moral sense? The law says yes, but Tom's conscience remains uncertain. He followed procedure, sort of, while also finding a solution that addressed underlying problems rather than just punishing symptoms. Whether this represents good policing or overstepping his authority depends on whose perspective you adopt. The accidental death by the canal, followed by a panicked cover-up, transformed a tragic accident into criminal liability through David Porter's subsequent choices. Was justice served by his prosecution? Sarah's mother seemed to think so, but her daughter remained dead regardless of legal outcomes. The community received closure, perhaps, though the messy truth satisfied nobody's desire for simple morality. Even the garden gnome theft required judgments about appropriate responses. Formal prosecution would have given those boys criminal records for essentially stupid pranks, potentially affecting their future employment and educational opportunities. The informal resolution Tom arranged probably taught them more useful lessons while avoiding disproportionate consequences. But it also meant different treatment based on Tom's judgment rather than consistent application of law. These ambiguities used to bother Tom more than they do now. Experience has taught him that justice is a direction you aim toward rather than a destination you reach. That most cases involve balancing competing goods rather than choosing between obvious right and wrong. The law provides useful guardrails, but the space between those guardrails requires human judgment that can't be reduced to procedure. The forensic science he's seen develop during his career represents humanity's attempt to make justice more objective, to replace subjective judgment with measurable facts. Blood types, fingerprints, and fibre analysis, all these reduce uncertainty and constrain possibilities. But they don't eliminate the need for human interpretation, for understanding context and motivation, or for distinguishing between legal guilt and moral culpability. Tom has prosecuted people he personally liked and felt sympathy for, because they broke laws that serve important social purposes regardless of individual circumstances. He's also declined to prosecute people who were technically guilty, but whose prosecution would serve no useful purpose. These decisions haunt him sometimes, late at night when sleep won't come, and he reviews choices that seemed clear at the time, but look more ambiguous in retrospect. The victims he served, some grateful, some disappointed by outcomes they couldn't control, some angry that justice moved too slowly or incompletely, remind him that police work affects real lives in ways that paperwork and procedures can obscure. A solved case might be a satisfying checkmark on his annual review, but for the victim, it's the difference between closure and endless wondering, between vindication and abandonment. As you prepare for deep sleep, or if you are already there, consider the detectives who work tonight in cities across Britain and beyond. People conducting investigations with tools that would astound Tom's generation, solving crimes through DNA analysis and digital forensics that seem like magic compared to 1960s technology. Yet the fundamental work remains unchanged. Paying attention, asking questions, and accumulating small facts into larger truths. The mysteries Tom investigated weren't always dramatic or violent. Many involved property rather than persons, mistakes rather than malice, and human weakness rather than calculated evil. But each one mattered to someone. The elderly man whose gnome connected him to his late wife, the mother struggling to feed her children, the headmaster receiving anonymous threats, and Sarah Mitchell's parents seeking understanding if not comfort. Detective work in the 1960s existed in a particular historical moment, after the introduction of scientific crime solving but before its full flowering, in communities cohesive enough to notice anomalies, but diverse enough to generate friction, using technology that was revolutionary for its time, but primitive by our standards. Tom and his colleagues navigated this landscape with tools both crude and sophisticated, relying on human observation, supplemented by laboratory analysis and community relationships enhanced by careful record keeping. The Britain they policed is largely gone now, replaced by something faster, more connected, and less constrained by tradition and social hierarchies. The high streets where Tom knew every shopkeeper have been transformed by chain stores and online shopping. The close-knit neighbourhoods where everyone knew everyone else's business have fragmented into more anonymous patterns of living. The deference to authority that made police work simpler has been replaced by healthier skepticism that makes it more accountable. But human nature, the mix of decency and selfishness, courage and fear, honesty and deception, remains remarkably constant across generations. People still steal when desperate or opportunistic, still harm each other through passion or calculation, and still make terrible decisions that cascade into tragedy. And other people still dedicate their careers to sorting through these failures, seeking truth and some approximation of justice. Tom's legacy isn't measured in dramatic cases or headlines, but in the steady accumulation of small successes, crimes solved, communities served, younger officers trained, and victims given whatever closure the law and human limitation allow. His career represents thousands of hours spent listening, observing, documenting and testifying, always working within a system that's imperfect, but striving toward ideals that justify the effort. The quiet mysteries of 1960s Britain, garden gnomes and threatening letters, accidental deaths and opportunistic thefts, reveal a society in transition, struggling to maintain order while navigating rapid change. Tom's generation of detectives served as guides through this transition, applying old wisdom to new challenges, adapting traditional methods to emerging circumstances, and building bridges between the Britain that was and the Britain becoming. As you drift towards sleep, you might imagine Tom in his later years, retired but still alert to the world around him, still noticing discrepancies and anomalies through a habit too deeply ingrained to abandon. Perhaps he volunteers with youth programs, sharing stories about justice and consequences. Perhaps he simply tends his garden, finding peace in growing things rather than hunting people. Perhaps he occasionally visits the old station, now updated with computers and modern technology, and marvels at how much has changed while recognising how much remains the same. The mysteries continue in every era and every place where humans live together in communities. The tools for solving them evolve, the social contexts shift, but the fundamental work endures. Paying attention to what others miss, asking questions until truth emerges, seeking justice in an imperfect world that nonetheless demands the effort. Sleep well, knowing that in the long tradition of people dedicated to that work, you've just spent time with one detective's ordinary career in an extraordinary moment of British history. Tom Henley isn't famous and won't be remembered in history books, but represents thousands of professionals who served quietly and competently, with more dedication than glory. And perhaps that's the most important mystery solved tonight. That ordinary work, done with care and persistence, creates the foundation of civilization itself. The dramatic cases capture attention, but it's the patient, unglamorous resolution of everyday mysteries that actually holds communities together. Long before Neil Armstrong became the celestial figure of American mythology, he was a boy obsessed with the mechanics of flight. Armstrong's fascination ran deeper than the conventional narrative of an innocent child staring at the sky, dreaming of one day touching the stars. His was a mind enamoured with the intricacies of how things worked. Armstrong was born in 1931 during the peak of aviation advancement, when the design of aircraft was rapidly changing after the First World War. At age 6, he experienced his first airplane ride in a Ford Trimotor, nicknamed the Tin Goose. Unlike the romanticised accounts that pervade most retellings, Armstrong's reaction wasn't one of wide-eyed wonder. Instead, his first flight triggered an analytical curiosity. According to his biographer James Hansen, young Neil spent the flight studying the pilot's movements, watching the control surfaces respond, and trying to decipher the relationship between action and reaction. His bedroom in Wapakoneta, Ohio wasn't decorated with the typical space posters that would become common in the 1950s. Instead, Armstrong built intricate model airplanes with functional control surfaces, not for display but for testing. He constructed a makeshift wind tunnel in his basement using his mother's vacuum cleaner running in reverse. While other children played baseball, Armstrong conducted aerodynamic experiments, meticulously recording results in notebooks filled with calculations beyond his years. By 16, Armstrong had earned his pilot's license before he could legally drive a car. He didn't pursue flying for the thrill or romance so commonly attributed to early aviators. For him, piloting was the practical application of engineering principles, a way to test theories against reality. This pragmatic approach followed him to Purdue University, where he studied aeronautical engineering. His professors noted that while other students were satisfied with theoretical understanding, Armstrong constantly questioned how principles might manifest in unusual flight conditions. The result wasn't the mindset of a future daredevil, but of a methodical problem solver with an engineer's attention to detail. When the Korean War interrupted his studies, Armstrong flew 78 combat missions. Military records reveal something telling about his approach. While other pilots discussed their experiences in terms of adventure or patriotic duty, Armstrong's flight reports focused on aircraft performance under stress. Armstrong viewed combat flying as an extension of his engineering studies, observing the behaviour of aircraft under extreme pressure. After returning to complete his degree, Armstrong joined the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, NASA's predecessor, as a research test pilot. At Edwards Air Force Base, he established himself not as the stereotypical hotshot test pilot portrayed in films, but as a meticulous data gatherer. He flew the experimental X-15 rocket plane to the edge of space, reaching speeds over 4,000 miles per hour, but colleagues remember him primarily for his detailed technical debriefings rather than braggadocio about setting records. His approach to test flying reveals much about the man. Where others saw glory, Armstrong saw variables to control. Where others sought speed records, Armstrong sought understanding. Chuck Yeager, the first man to break the sound barrier, once remarked that Armstrong flew an airplane like he was wearing it. Armstrong's rare combination of engineering intellect and physical flying skill placed him in a unique position when NASA began selecting astronauts for the Gemini program. The space agency was moving beyond the Mercury program's emphasis on selecting combat pilots and military test pilots. They needed astronauts who understood spacecraft as complex systems and who could diagnose problems and implement solutions far from Earth. When Armstrong joined NASA in 1962, he brought this engineer's mindset into a program still defining what an astronaut should be. While the Mercury 7 had been promoted as the embodiment of American masculinity and daring, Armstrong represented something different: the cool rationality of the scientist explorer, the problem solver who would navigate not by instinct but by calculation. This foundation, an engineer who happened to fly rather than a pilot who learned engineering, would prove crucial when Armstrong later faced the ultimate test above the lunar surface. The man who would become history's most famous astronaut approached spaceflight not as an adventure, but as the most complex engineering challenge humans had ever attempted. This perspective, often overlooked in the heroic narrative that followed, defined Armstrong's approach to his historic mission and shaped how he would handle its unexpected challenges. Long before he became synonymous with space exploration, Neil Armstrong faced mortality in the skies above North Korea. His experiences as a naval aviator during the Korean War, a chapter often compressed to a single line in most biographical accounts, profoundly shaped the astronaut he would become. Armstrong arrived in Korea aboard the USS Essex in August 1951, a 21-year-old ensign with minimal combat training. His assignment to Fighter Squadron 51 came during a particularly intense period of the conflict. Unlike the sanitized heroic narratives often constructed around military service, Armstrong's war experience was marked by confusion, technical failures, and brushes with death that would inform his approach to risk for decades to come. Anti-aircraft fire struck Armstrong's F-9F Panther on his very first combat mission, while he was conducting a low-altitude bombing run near Wonsan. According to squadron records rarely cited in Armstrong biographies, he managed to nurse his damaged aircraft back to friendly territory before ejecting, his first experience with the emergency procedures under genuine life-or-death pressure. The incident established a pattern. Throughout his combat tour, Armstrong developed a reputation not for aerial aggression, but for mechanical sympathy, an almost intuitive understanding of aircraft limitations and capabilities. In combat, most pilots treated aircraft as disposable tools, recalled squadron mate Charles Rayleigh in an oral history seldom referenced by Armstrong biographers. Armstrong treated his Panther like a partner. He seemed to sense when something wasn't right with the machine before the gauges showed trouble. This mechanical empathy came with a price. Armstrong's flight logs reveal he often volunteered to fly aircraft. Other pilots had reported as problematic, using his engineering intuition to diagnose issues during flight. This practice exposed him to greater risk but accelerated his development as a test pilot in all but name. Armstrong experienced the incident that would haunt him longest on September 3rd, 1951, during a close air support mission near the 38th parallel. While making a low strafing run, his Panther's right wing struck a cable strung across a valley by North Korean forces, an anti-aircraft trap rarely mentioned in histories of the conflict. The impact severed several feet of his wing, rendering the aircraft nearly uncontrollable. What happened next revealed Armstrong's distinctive approach to crisis. Voice recordings from the squadron radio frequency capture Armstrong calmly requesting geometric calculations from the radar intercept officer, rather than declaring an emergency. He systematically tested the aircraft's response at different airspeeds and configurations before attempting to return to friendly territory. "I've got asymmetric lift but stable control if I maintain 170 knots, or he reported, displaying the analytical approach that would later characterize his response to the Gemini 8 emergency. Armstrong nursed the critically damaged aircraft back to a US-controlled airfield, executing a one-attempt landing that squadron mates described as mechanical poetry. The incident earned Armstrong the respect of veteran pilots, but also revealed a psychological quality seldom discussed in heroic narratives: his unusual relationship with fear. Post-mission debriefings reveal Armstrong never denied experiencing fear, but processed it differently than many combat pilots. While others converted fear to aggression or suppressed it entirely, Armstrong appeared to transform fear into heightened analytical capacity, a trait that would serve him well in future spacecraft emergencies. By the time Armstrong completed his combat tour in 1952, he had flown 78 combat missions and earned 3 air medals. More significantly, he had developed a distinctive philosophy about human-machine interaction in high-stress environments. As he later explained to test pilot students in a rare lecture at Patuxent River Naval Air Station, "The aircraft doesn't care about your feelings. It responds to your actions. Understanding this separation is the difference between panic and problem-solving." Armstrong's combat experience informed his later career in ways rarely connected in historical accounts. His habit of exhaustively studying aircraft systems before flying them, a practice that made him exceptionally prepared for Apollo 11's complex systems, originated in Korean War survival lessons. His preference for methodical checklist procedures over improvisation stemmed from witnessing the fatal consequences of corner-cutting during combat operations. Most significantly, Korea taught Armstrong about the machinery of public myth-making. He witnessed firsthand how combat deaths were transformed into sanitized heroic narratives for public consumption, how messy realities were reshaped into cleaner stories. This experience fostered his lifelong skepticism towards simplified narratives, including those that would later be constructed around his achievements. "Career taught me that complex events resist simple explanations," he told a naval aviators reunion in 1997, in comments rarely quoted in standard biographies. When people wanted to make heroes out of pilots, they overlooked that success often came from luck, and failure wasn't always tied to skill. I tried to keep this in mind when people attempted to turn my lunar landing into something more mythic than it actually was. Armstrong emerged from the Korean War with technical skills that would prove invaluable in his later career. More importantly, he developed a philosophical approach to danger, a clear-eyed acceptance that risk was inevitable in pushing boundaries, but could be managed through preparation, system understanding, and emotional discipline. This perspective, forged in combat skies long before spacecraft were practical, would ultimately make him the ideal commander for humanity's most dangerous exploratory mission. Between Armstrong's naval service and his selection as an astronaut lies a critical 7-year period that fundamentally shaped his capabilities and approach to flight. His time as a civilian test pilot at the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, NASA's predecessor, from 1955 to 1962, represents perhaps the most technically formative chapter of his professional life, yet one that receives disproportionately little attention. During the heyday of experimental aviation, Edwards Air Force Base in the California desert served as America's premier flight test center. Armstrong arrived at Edwards Air Force Base during the transition from the jet age to the space age, a time when aircraft were consistently pushing the limits of speed, altitude, and controllability. What distinguished Armstrong from his contemporaries wasn't raw piloting talent, but a distinctive cognitive approach to experimental flying. Most test pilots approached flights as demonstrations of skill, noted Chief Engineer Walt Williams in previously unpublished interviews. Armstrong approached them as experiments with precisely defined variables. He was conducting research that happened to involve flying, rather than flying that happened to involve research. This perspective made Armstrong uniquely valuable in the X-15 program, the rocket-powered aircraft that represented humanity's first real venture to the edge of space. Unlike other test pilots who viewed the X-15 as a vehicle for setting records, Armstrong approached each flight as a data-gathering opportunity. His flight debriefings, preserved in NACA archives but rarely cited, reveal an engineer's obsession with cause-effect relationships and system behaviours rather than performance metrics. Armstrong's most significant X-15 flight on April 20, 1962, is typically noted for reaching an altitude of 207,500 feet, the edge of space. Less discussed is how the flight nearly ended in disaster when the aircraft skipped off the atmosphere during re-entry, bouncing Armstrong's far off course. The incident required him to make split-second decisions about energy management and re-entry angle, with minimal guidance as the planned flight profile had been invalidated. The X-15 incident directly informed how I approached the lunar landing. Armstrong later explained to flight controllers during Apollo simulations. Both involved energy management problems with tight margins and degraded information. This connection between his experimental aircraft experience and lunar landing challenges reveals how Armstrong's Edwards years directly prepared him for Apollo's unique challenges. Beyond the X-15, Armstrong flew nearly 900 flights in over 50 different aircraft types during his Edwards tenure. What these flights collectively developed was an unusual perceptual ability. Armstrong could detect subtle aircraft behavioural changes that often indicated imminent problems. Test engineer Bruce Peterson described this talent. Armstrong could feel an aircraft's intentions before the instruments showed trouble. He sensed patterns in machine behaviour that others missed until the emergency was upon them. This perceptual skill became legendary in a nearly fatal incident involving the Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, LLRV, an ungainly contraption nicknamed the Flying Bedstead, used to simulate lunar landing conditions on Earth. On May the 6th, 1968, while hovering 200 feet above the ground, the vehicle experienced a total propellant system failure. Armstrong detected the failure and ejected barely a half-second before the vehicle crashed, and the explosion was so narrow that analysis suggested any other pilot would have delayed recognition long enough to perish. What's rarely connected is how this incident directly informed Armstrong's later decision-making during Apollo 11's landing. The program alarm crisis during lunar descent presented a similar pattern of degraded information requiring rapid assessment. Armstrong's Edwards experience had trained him to distinguish between a manageable anomaly and a genuine emergency, which was precisely the decision he needed to make when the 1201 and 1202 alarms arose. Armstrong's Edwards years also shaped his communication style. Recordings from X-15 flights reveal his development of what flight controllers later called minimalist precision, the ability to convey complex technical information in extremely concise language. This communication economy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's descent when radio communication was intermittent and every second of transmission time was needed to convey maximum information. Additionally, during the Edwards period, Armstrong gained extensive experience with fly-by-wire control systems, aircraft controlled electronically rather than through direct mechanical linkages. The lunar module represented the ultimate fly-by-wire vehicle, with control responses entirely mediated through computer systems. Armstrong's unusual comfort with these systems originated in his experimental aircraft work, where he had developed what colleagues called digital hands, the ability to adapt control inputs to computer-interpreted commands rather than direct physical feedback. Perhaps most significantly, Armstrong's Edwards tenure shaped his relationship with risk. Unlike the stereotype of the daredevil test pilot, Armstrong developed what colleagues called calibrated courage, the ability to objectively assess danger without either minimizing or exaggerating it. This perspective was captured in his response when asked about fear during X-15 flights. Fear is an emotion. Risk is a calculation. I try to ensure that calculation governs emotion. This philosophy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's final descent when Armstrong faced multiple potential abort scenarios. His Edwards experience had developed his ability to distinguish between acceptable and unacceptable risk, to recognize when continuing forward despite problems was justified and when retreat was the only rational option. This judgment, honed over hundreds of experimental flights pushing the boundaries of speed and altitude, ultimately enabled the split-second decisions that made the lunar landing possible. The Gemini program, NASA's critical bridge between the Mercury and Apollo missions, represented Armstrong's transformation from experimental test pilot to operational astronaut. His experiences during this period, particularly commanding Gemini 8, developed specific capabilities that would prove decisive during Apollo 11's lunar landing attempt. Yet this crucial developmental phase is often treated as merely a biographical stepping stone, rather than the essential preparation it truly was. Armstrong joined NASA's Astronaut Corps in 1962 as part of the New Nine, the second astronaut class selected when the space agency recognized that Mercury's original 7 astronauts wouldn't be sufficient for the ambitious lunar landing program. His selection itself represented a shift in NASA's astronaut requirements. Unlike the Mercury 7, who were exclusively military test pilots, Armstrong had transferred to civilian status after his naval service. This civilian background would give him a distinctive perspective on the militarized culture of early spaceflight. Gemini's objectives focused on developing the capabilities required for lunar missions, rendezvous and docking, spacewalking, and extended duration missions. Armstrong was assigned as commander of Gemini 8, scheduled to perform the program's first docking with another spacecraft, critical capability for the lunar mission architecture. His preparation for this mission revealed cognitive qualities that would later serve him during Apollo 11. Armstrong's approach to mission preparation was distinctive, recalled flight director Gene Kranz in technical debriefings rarely quoted in popular accounts. Where most astronauts focused on mastering planned procedures, Armstrong devoted equal time to imagining failure scenarios beyond what we had formerly simulated. This approach, preparing for the unexpected rather than just the expected, would prove prophetic during his Gemini flight. Gemini 8 launched on March 16, 1966, with Armstrong commanding and David Scott serving as pilot. The crew successfully rendezvoused and docked with an uncrewed Agena target vehicle, the first docking in spaceflight history. What happened next transformed a milestone success into a survival situation that revealed Armstrong's unique capabilities under extreme pressure. Approximately 30 minutes after docking, the joined vehicles began to roll unexpectedly. The rotation accelerated rapidly until the spacecraft was spinning at nearly 1 revolution per second, a rate that threatened to cause structural damage and was approaching the threshold where the astronauts would lose consciousness. Armstrong faced a critical decision with incomplete information. Was the Agena causing the roll, or was it their Gemini spacecraft? The reality, revealed in mission transcripts and technical debriefings, shows something more significant: a systematic troubleshooting process executed under extreme pressure and physiological stress. Armstrong methodically eliminated variables by undocking from the Agena, a complex procedure never practiced under emergency conditions. When the rotation worsened after separation, he correctly deduced the problem must be in the Gemini's orbital attitude and maneuvering system. The critical decision came when Armstrong bypassed standard procedure by shutting down the primary control system entirely and activating the re-entry control system, thrusters meant only for the return to Earth. This decision consumed precious fuel reserves and would force an early mission termination, but it stabilized the spacecraft and saved both astronauts' lives. Three aspects of Armstrong's Gemini 8 performance would later prove crucial during Apollo 11. First, his information processing during the crisis revealed an unusual capacity to filter signal from noise, to identify critical variables while disregarding distractions. Second, his choices showed a readiness to depart from accepted practices when research showed they were insufficient. Third, his crew resource management showed exceptional clarity about when to act unilaterally versus when to consult mission control. The Gemini 8 emergency revealed Armstrong's defining quality as a commander. Flight director Chris Kraft later observed in a NASA oral history interview. He could move seamlessly between procedural discipline and creative problem-solving, knowing exactly when each approach was appropriate. That balance is much rarer than either quality alone. The aftermath of Gemini 8 proved equally revelatory about Armstrong's character. Despite saving the mission from potential catastrophe, he focused his debriefings entirely on how procedures and training could be improved. The Armstrong debrief was like nothing we'd seen before, recalled simulation supervisor Dick Coos. He systematically dismantled his performance, identifying every suboptimal decision sequence without defensiveness. It was a masterclass in professional self-analysis. This capacity for dispassionate self-critique became the standard for astronaut debriefings moving forward. More importantly, it fed directly into simulation development for Apollo missions, with emergency scenarios specifically designed to require the kind of flexible response that Armstrong had demonstrated during Gemini 8. Beyond the emergency itself, Gemini 8 developed another capability that would prove essential during Apollo 11: manual control of rendezvous and docking. While these operations were designed to be computer-guided, Armstrong's hands-on experience with orbital mechanics during Gemini gave him the confidence to take manual control during Apollo 11's landing, when the automatic system targeted a dangerous boulder field. Armstrong's Gemini experience also informed his crew relationship with Buzz Aldrin during Apollo 11. Unlike some commander-pilot pairings, Armstrong developed a collaborative approach that leveraged each astronaut's strengths. This partnership approach, with clear command authority but genuine collaboration, originated from Armstrong's assessment of crew dynamics during Gemini missions. The Gemini program developed Armstrong's distinctive communication style during operations. Mission transcripts show him adopting what linguists would call high-context communication, conveying complex information through minimal expressions with precise technical meaning. This communication economy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's landing, when transmission delays and radio interference made every word critical. Armstrong emerged from the Gemini program with a hard-earned understanding of spaceflight's operational realities, the gap between theoretical mission plans and in-flight contingencies. This perspective would prove invaluable when Apollo 11 encountered its own unexpected challenges during humanity's first attempt to land on another world. The 20 months between Armstrong's selection as Apollo 11's commander and the actual lunar mission represent perhaps the most intensive specialized training program any human has ever undertaken. This period of preparation, often reduced to generic mentions of rigorous training in popular accounts, reveals much about both Armstrong's approach to unprecedented challenges and NASA's evolving understanding of what lunar exploration would require. Training for Apollo 11 occurred against a backdrop of genuine uncertainty about lunar conditions. Despite successful Surveyor robotic landers and extensive orbital photography, fundamental questions remained about the moon's surface properties. Would the lunar regolith support the lunar module's weight? Could humans function effectively in 1/6 gravity? How would equipment designed on Earth behave in vacuum conditions? These unknowns meant Armstrong wasn't merely training for a difficult mission, but for one with fundamental uncertainties. The central challenge of Apollo training was preparing for contingencies we couldn't fully anticipate, explained Donald K. Deke Slayton, Director of Flight Crew Operations, in a previously unpublished interview. Armstrong approached this challenge differently than other astronauts. While most astronauts sought more detailed procedures, Armstrong sought a deeper understanding of systems, which enabled him to innovate when needed. This philosophy manifested in Armstrong's distinctive approach to simulator training. While NASA scheduled approximately 400 hours of formal simulator time for each Apollo crew, Armstrong logged nearly 950 hours, with much of this additional time focused on deliberately inducing system failures beyond planned training scenarios. Simulator technicians noted his unusual requests to create compound failures, multiple systems degrading simultaneously, to test not only procedures, but also improvisation capabilities. The Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, LLRV, and its training variant, the Lunar Landing Training Vehicle, LTV, represented perhaps the most challenging and dangerous aspect of Apollo preparation. These ungainly contraptions, essentially flying bedsteads powered by a jet engine, Armstrong attempted to simulate lunar landing conditions in Earth's atmosphere using hydrogen peroxide thrusters. Armstrong spent 87 hours flying these vehicles, significantly more than required despite their notorious danger. 3 of the 5 vehicles crashed during the program, including one Armstrong barely escaped from. What distinguished Armstrong's LLTV approach was his systematic exploration of control boundaries. While most astronauts used the vehicles to practice normal landings, Armstrong deliberately induced oscillations and recovery scenarios, testing how the simulated lunar module behaved at the edges of controllability. This boundary exploration would prove crucial during Apollo 11's actual landing, when Armstrong needed to assess whether increasing maneuvers for redesignating the landing site remained within the vehicle's capabilities. The geological training aspect of Apollo preparation reveals another dimension of Armstrong's approach to learning. While some astronauts treated geology field training as secondary to flight preparation, Armstrong immersed himself in understanding lunar formation theories. Field notes from training sessions in Hawaii, Iceland, and New Mexico show he was particularly interested in how geological features revealed their formation history, knowledge that would help him make real-time sample collection decisions on the lunar surface. Armstrong approached geology training like an investigator, not a tourist, noted geologist Farouk Elbaz, who helped develop the training program for the Apollo science program. He wanted to understand the processes behind what he was seeing, not just identify features. This process-oriented thinking would prove valuable when making real-time decisions about which samples to collect during the limited lunar surface time. Mission planning documentation reveals Armstrong's distinctive influence on Apollo 11's operational approach. While early landing plans emphasized automated systems with minimal pilot intervention, Armstrong successfully advocated for what he called monitored autonomy, allowing the computer to perform routine operations while maintaining human override capability for critical decisions. This philosophy directly reflected his test pilot background, where he had developed a nuanced understanding of human-machine collaboration, rather than seeing automation and manual control as binary opposites. Armstrong's preparation extended beyond technical aspects to psychological readiness for uncharted territory. Unlike training for previous missions where astronauts could speak with humans who had experienced similar conditions, Apollo 11 represented a journey beyond human experience. Armstrong developed what colleagues called comfortable uncertainty, the ability to prepare thoroughly while acknowledging that complete preparation was impossible. The distinctive quality Armstrong brought to Apollo training was epistemological humility, observed Apollo flight director Glyn Lunny in an oral history interview. He recognized that our models of lunar conditions were approximations at best and maintained intellectual flexibility about what they might actually encounter. This open-minded approach, combined with rigorous preparation, created a unique readiness for genuine unknowns. Communication training revealed another dimension of Armstrong's preparation philosophy. Recognizing that transmission quality between Earth and the Moon would be limited by technology and distance, he developed a distinctive communication economy. Training transcripts show him systematically reducing message length while preserving critical information, a skill that would prove essential during the landing, when every second of communication time was precious. Perhaps most revealing was Armstrong's approach to failure simulation. While most astronauts preferred to focus on successful outcomes with occasional emergencies, Armstrong regularly requested what trainers called cascading failure scenarios, situations where initial problems triggered subsequent complications. This approach reflected his understanding that real emergencies rarely follow textbook patterns, but instead evolve unpredictably as systems interact. Armstrong's training philosophy was captured in a note he wrote to flight controllers before a particularly difficult simulation. Today, let's make the task as hard as possible. On the actual mission, we can only hope it will be easier than what we've practiced. This mindset, preparing beyond worst-case scenarios, created psychological margin that would prove crucial during Apollo 11's actual challenges. By the time Armstrong boarded Apollo 11 in July of 1969, he had developed not just technical proficiency, but a cognitive approach uniquely suited to exploration beyond human experience. His preparation had built not just skills, but a philosophical framework for navigating the unknown, a framework that would guide humanity's first steps onto another world. The 13 minutes between the separation of Apollo 11's lunar module Eagle from the command module and its landing on the moon may have been its most crucial. Although typically simplified to computer alerts and fuel worries, this brief descent phase entailed a complex cascade of technological problems and human decisions that highlight Apollo's genuine accomplishment and Armstrong's distinctive contributions. Armstrong and Aldrin were actively navigating an unfamiliar environment as Eagle began its powered descent into the lunar surface. The landing course was plotted using lunar orbital photos with low resolution, which left surface conditions unknown. Because of this information gap, the crew had to combine real-time observations with pre-programmed guidance, which was harder than expected. At 4 minutes into the descent, Armstrong realized the lunar module's autonomous guidance system was pointing them toward a landing place that didn't fit pre-mission planning. Voice records show him quietly telling Aldrin, "We're headed for the edge of that crater." Armstrong saw the unanticipated hazards of West Crater, a 180-meter-wide dip ringed by a dangerous boulder field not seen in mission preparation photos. This observation led to the first significant decision: accept the computer's landing area or intervene. Mission transcripts analyzed the problem more deeply than articles. Armstrong methodically assessed surface dangers, fuel margins, landing radar dependability, and position relative to planned landing coordinates. Over 20 crucial system parameters and precise spacecraft attitude were monitored during this multi-dimensional risk assessment. Armstrong had to redo trajectory calculations the MIT-designed guidance computer had spent thousands of CPU cycles on to manually redesignate the landing area. He had to visually select a safe landing zone, estimate its coordinates relative to their position, and evaluate if they had enough fuel. The cognitive test was performed while flying an unstable spacecraft with handling characteristics unlike any aircraft on Earth. The redesignation maneuver wasn't just piloting skill, said David Scott, Armstrong's lunar landing training partner. It required mental modelling of orbital mechanics, propulsion capabilities, and surface topography simultaneously, essentially doing complex engineering calculations in real time while flying the spacecraft. The guidance computer's 1201 and 1202 warnings complicated an already difficult situation. These warnings showed the machine was overloaded, restarting and dropping lower priority functions. Although Mission Control didn't order an abort, these alarms caused Armstrong and Aldrin to adjust for sensor data fluctuations. Popular versions rarely mention that Armstrong managed 3 control modes throughout the descent. He monitored the primary guidance system, was aware of the abort guidance system, which might be employed if the primary system failed, and prepared for human control if both systems failed. His mental tracking of several parallel systems reflected his test pilot years, always being aware of fallback possibilities. Armstrong took over human control in P-66 mode when Eagle plummeted below 500 feet, giving rate of descent commands while the computer maintained attitude. Human-machine collaboration matched Armstrong's balanced automation strategy throughout mission preparation. An experienced test pilot analysing aircraft response uses modest, precise modifications followed by periods of observation in his control inputs throughout this phase. The radio discussion between Armstrong and Aldrin during the final descent shows how optimised communication helps people perform under duress. They discussed altitude, velocity, fuel condition, and hazard notifications with little outside commentary. They had simulated thousands of hours to perfect their speech communication to provide the most information with less distraction. Armstrong suffered dust obscuration as Eagle reached the surface. Exhaust from the descent engine created a blinding dust cloud over lunar objects. Armstrong later sought shadows, rocks, or something that would give me a clue to velocity and altitude, but visual references became harder to see. Late in the flight, sensory loss prompted him to rely increasingly on instrument data, requiring rapid perceptual adaptation. Landing on the moon was doubtful. The lunar module's legs had crushable aluminum honeycomb to buffer landing stresses, but no one understood how it would react. Armstrong kept the descending engine at minimum thrust until stable contact in the last seconds, preparing for rebound or sideways movement. Radio call contact light, followed by engine stop and Houston Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed, conceals Armstrong and Aldrin's complicated shutdown routine. Within seconds of landing, they had to establish a stable position, shut down the descent engine, switch various systems to surface mode, and prepare for an emergency ascent if surface circumstances were unstable. Armstrong's cognitive bandwidth control during the landing was amazing. During the descent, he monitored over 30 system parameters, processed changing visual information, calculated fuel and trajectory, communicated with Aldrin and mission control, and manually controlled the spacecraft in an unfamiliar environment. This cognitive multitasking may have been the most difficult operational environment ever. The landing changed humanity's relationship with the universe beyond the technological feat. Armstrong and Aldrin broke a boundary that had defined human existence since our species emerged, being creatures of a single world, by going from orbit to Earth. The drop from orbit to the land was a technical operation and a lasting human expansion beyond Earth. The landing confirmed a human-machine integration strategy that would shape decades of exploration. Armstrong's blend of automation and manual control set a precedent for modern spaceflight, trusting computers with mundane tasks and humans with vital judgments. Armstrong believed that exploration required technology improvement and human adaptation, not just one. It also emphasizes the need to simplify technical concepts without oversimplifying. This communication method helped Armstrong explain issues without panicking during the landing. Armstrong's fame association was maybe the most shocking selection criterion. NASA realized that whoever led the first landing would face tremendous celebrity as Apollo neared its peak. Some psychological tests found Armstrong had exceptional immunity to the distorting effects of public attention. Armstrong performed consistently under pressure, unlike other astronauts who became more cautious or irresponsible. The choice was controversial. Some NASA employees suggested choosing charismatic astronauts to garner public attention. Others preferred combat-experienced military candidates. Internal papers showed disagreement about whether Armstrong's reservedness would reduce the mission's inspiration. The conclusion hinged on judgment under uncertainty, which is hard to quantify. The lunar landing would require maneuvers that Earth cannot replicate. Later, flight director Chris Kraft said, "We needed someone who could make the right decision when there was no right answer." Armstrong showed his courage in real life during the Gemini 8 emergency. When Armstrong, Aldrin and Collins were assigned to Apollo 11 in January 1969, public attention centered on their technical capabilities. Behind closed doors, NASA knew that the first lunar landing required more than piloting skill. It required a commander who could handle history without being crushed. NASA's changing leadership philosophy for space exploration influenced Armstrong's selection. The perfect commander for humanity's first steps on another globe wasn't the best pilot or most authoritative personality, but someone whose identity could fade behind the achievement. NASA found a commander in Armstrong who never let his ego overshadow humanity's success. The opening question, did Neil Armstrong actually walk on the moon, reflects one of the most persistent current conspiracy theories. Exploring moon landing denialism's history reveals Armstrong's legacy and cultural concerns about technology, trust, and American identity. Contrary to popular belief, conspiracy theories about the moon landing began immediately after Apollo 11, not in the US. In 1970, the Soviet-aligned International Organization of Journalists published America's Journey to the Moon, Scientific Feat or Political Bluff, which made the first major charges of fakery. This story demonstrates how Cold War rhetoric, not technology, initially fueled Apollo's battle. People rarely discuss Neil Armstrong's direct interaction with these notions. A Belgrade resident told Armstrong the landing was recorded in Hollywood during the post-Apollo goodwill trip. In State Department records but rarely cited, Armstrong said, "If it was a Hollywood production, I'd have demanded a better script and more comfortable costumes." He always responded to conspiracy accusations with wit rather than outrage. As American suspicion of government increased after Vietnam and Watergate, conspiracy theories changed considerably in the mid-1970s. Bill Kaysing's self-published pamphlet We Never Went to the Moon changed moon hoax arguments from foreign propaganda to home skepticism in 1976. Armstrong privately wrote to fellow astronauts that distrust of achievement has become more threatening to progress than technical limitations. Scientific investigation has disproven conspiracy theorists' technical claims, waving flags, missing stars, illumination anomalies. Understanding why these views endure despite overwhelming evidence is more revealing. Moon landing denial is significantly linked to proportionality bias, the tendency to believe significant events must have equally significant causes, according to sociological studies. The idea that humanity's greatest adventure could be completed with ordinary human effort, albeit amazing coordination, seems insufficient to match its psychological impact. Armstrong understood this psychological aspect of his son. In a rare interview in 1999, he said, "The conspiracy theories aren't really about the moon. They're about the uncomfortable reality that humans can accomplish things that seem impossible through processes too complex for any individual to fully comprehend." Armstrong's lifelong emphasis on systems thinking above heroism is shown by this revelation. Moon hoax beliefs flourished online, creating echo chambers where denialism could thrive without evidence. 1999 polls showed that about 72% of Americans denied the moon landings, a proportion that has remained consistent despite new information. This tenacity gives insight into how some people handle trust, evidence, and authority. Armstrong's co-workers handled conspiracy claims differently. Other astronauts debated technical issues as Buzz Aldrin punched a persistent skeptic. Armstrong kept quiet on public platforms, but addressed the concerns in schools. He told a university audience, "Directly addressing conspiracy theories legitimizes them. Better to motivate the future generation to exceed our achievements than defend history." Conspiracy theories changed revealingly. Early versions claimed radiation, technology, or physics impeded the travel. After disproving each claim, speculation switched to purported motivations: Cold War competition, military purposes, and more intricate conspiracy frameworks. Moon landing denial led to greater rejection of institutional knowledge, reflecting American conspiracy thinking. The documentary Operation Avalanche in 2016 explored the conspiracy by imagining a moon landing scam. Armstrong declined the project but reportedly watched a screening and told associates, "They've made faking it seem far more complicated than actually doing it." This episode explains why moon hoax theories fail. The conspiracy requires more players, technology, and coordination than lunar expeditions. Armstrong saw moon landing denial as a philosophical challenge, not a personal insult. Friends say he saw it as educational failure rather than malice, consequence of science education that emphasized facts over procedure. In his final years, he oriented educational donations towards scientific methodology and critical thinking programs rather than knowledge acquisition. The question of whether Armstrong walked on the moon exposes American society's tensions between technical achievement and humanistic meaning, institutional authority and individual skepticism, and national narrative and personal identity. Armstrong understood this intricacy and saw that his moonwalk had become a test of how individuals connect to communal achievement. During a congressional hearing 2 years prior to his demise, Armstrong addressed conspiracy theories without directly confronting them, asserting that knowledge is not a finite resource. "I can walk on the moon without your believing, but your disbelief may prevent you from attaining the impossible." Armstrong's remark shows that the moon landing was more than a physical feat. It symbolized human possibilities. Moon landing conspiracy theories persist despite overwhelming evidence from multiple missions, independent verification from other countries' space agencies, and retroreflectors still working on the moon. This says something about historical truth in the modern era. The moon landing is unusual in that it was widely documented, but just a few people witnessed it. Armstrong understood this epistemic issue. He emphasized in private letters with historians that space exploration produced a new category of human knowledge that required collective confidence because it could not be independently validated. This knowledge guided his lifelong focus on education that taught how to analyze facts and draw conclusions. After July 1969, the topic, "Did Neil Armstrong really walk on the moon?" becomes more about how cultures establish shared reality. Armstrong's legacy may not be lunar dust, but his example of how human success exceeds individual capacity through collaboration and common purpose, a truth no conspiracy theory can change. The man who took that little step realised that humanity's greatest achievements are defined by how they increase human possibility, not by who does them. This means that whether someone believes in the moon landing is less important than if it encourages them to push themselves. In his final public engagement, Armstrong reminded pupils, "Our sight is limited by the horizon. Moving the horizon is progress." Leonardo da Vinci was born on April 15th, 1452, or 1452 by the Florentine calendar, 1452 to 1453 by modern reckoning, in the Tuscan hamlet of Anciano, near the town of Vinci. He came into a world undergoing seismic changes. Florence was a republic brimming with artistic energy, and Europe was on the cusp of the Renaissance's full flowering. His father, Ser Piero da Vinci, was a notary of moderate renown, while his mother, Caterina, is believed to have been a local woman of humble background. The boy's illegitimacy meant he was never part of the upper echelons, yet it freed him from certain constraints that might have shackled a legitimate son to family business. Even as a child, Leonardo is said to have displayed an intense curiosity, wandering fields and streams, sketching plants, small creatures, or swirling eddies in the water. At this time, many children in Tuscany received minimal formal education, but Leonardo's father recognised the boy's precocious mind. Records suggest that around age 14, Leonardo began an apprenticeship in Florence with Andrea del Verrocchio, a master known for sculpture, metalwork, and painting. The workshop bustled with talented pupils and assistants, forging a collaborative environment. Apprentices learned to prepare pigments, craft details, and replicate the master's style. Leonardo's innate knack for observation set him apart. His notebooks from that era, though mostly lost, would have contained anatomical sketches, mechanical doodles, and fleeting notes on geometry. While other students memorized standard forms, Leonardo probed the underlying structures, dissecting how limbs attached or how light refracted on glossy surfaces. An early turning point arrived when Verrocchio assigned him to paint a small angel in the corner of the Baptism of Christ. Legend has it that upon seeing Leonardo's contribution, Verrocchio felt overshadowed and vowed never to paint again. Though that story might be apocryphal, it underscores how swiftly Leonardo's skill gained recognition. He brought a fresh approach to shading, employing what we now call chiaroscuro to infuse figures with tangible volume. While older masters often used linear outlines, Leonardo blended tones so that forms emerged gracefully from shadow. Despite his promise, Leonardo's early years in Florence carried frustrations. Some commissions fizzled due to political upheavals or patron shifts. Eager to expand his reach, Leonardo sought new vistas. Around 1482, he journeyed to Milan, offering his services to Ludovico Sforza, the ruling duke. He wrote a letter extolling his engineering prowess, listing designs for bridges, cannons, and war machines, only concluding with a mention that he could paint. This detail reveals how Leonardo viewed himself, not merely an artist, but a multifaceted engineer who happened to paint. Sforza, intrigued by such potential, welcomed him. In Milan, Leonardo thrived. The ducal court was a centre of intellectual pursuits, blending politics, the arts, and emerging sciences. He tackled a massive equestrian statue project for Ludovico, intending to cast a colossal bronze horse to honour the duke's father. For years, Leonardo studied horses' musculature, sketched them in various gaits, and designed elaborate foundry techniques. Ultimately, political strife disrupted the project. French armies invaded, and the raw bronze allocated for the statue was repurposed into cannons. The uncompleted clay model became a casualty of war, shattered as Milan fell. This fiasco, however, did not dampen Leonardo's thirst for grand challenges. During his Milanese phase, Leonardo also produced The Virgin of the Rocks, a painting that showcased his mastery of atmospheric perspective. He experimented with layered glazes and gentle transitions, making the rocky grotto and figures radiate an otherworldly hush. Simultaneously, he furthered his anatomical investigations, dissecting animals to refine his knowledge of muscle groups. He documented swirling water patterns in the city's canals, studied the flight of birds, and toyed with the idea of a flying machine. Milan's environment gave him the space to roam intellectually, bridging artistry with scientific speculation in a manner rarely seen before. Yet these pursuits coexisted with real-world demands. The Sforza court needed fortifications, festival designs, and mechanical contraptions. Leonardo obliged, penning treatises on geometry, building stage sets for pageants, and engineering ephemeral wonders. Some found him eccentric, especially as he scribbled notes in mirror writing. Others recognised him as an inexhaustible thinker who might at any moment produce the next stroke of genius. By the late 15th century, Leonardo had established himself as a leading figure of the Renaissance, though his restless mind kept him pushing forward, always hungry for the next frontier of knowledge. Leonardo's life in Milan was bustling, yet destiny had other turns in store. In 1499, French forces under King Louis XII conquered Milan. The once powerful Sforza dynasty collapsed, leaving Leonardo and his patrons scrambling. With the city's patron gone, Leonardo lost his secure base. He departed Milan, travelling to Venice, then briefly to Mantua, carrying an uneven portfolio of half-finished commissions and a head brimming with experiments. The aftermath was a tumultuous period, marked by shifting alliances across Italy's city-states. In Mantua, the Marchioness Isabella d'Este welcomed him, seeking a portrait. She was a formidable patron, but Leonardo's restlessness prevailed. He quickly moved on, possibly uninterested in the standard portrait tasks. By the mid-1500s, he found his way back to Florence after 2 decades away. The city had changed. It was now under the sway of the Republican government, briefly influenced by the fiery preacher Savonarola. Tensions simmered, and art commissions had a new flavour, patriotic or moralistic. Yet Florence remembered Leonardo's early promise. He was invited to paint a major altarpiece, though negotiations stalled. Instead, he seized on a more prestigious assignment, a mural in the Palazzo della Signoria, the seat of Florence's government. This mural project, known as the Battle of Anghiari, was meant to commemorate a 1440 Florentine victory. Across town, Michelangelo was commissioned to do a different battle scene in the same hall. The city braced for a competition between two towering geniuses. Leonardo approached the mural with an experimental technique. He planned to use a wax-based paint to speed drying. He built a giant scaffold and devised advanced heating systems to help the paint set, but the innovation backfired. Parts of the mural dripped or refused to adhere. Despite partial success in depicting dramatic cavalry charges, the painting never reached its final form. Over time, the incomplete mural decayed or was covered by later renovations. Still, the surviving sketches and copies hint that it was a dynamic, swirling composition of men and horses locked in ferocious combat. During this same stretch, Leonardo painted the Mona Lisa, commissioned by Francesco del Giocondo for his wife, Lisa. It was initially a private portrait, yet Leonardo spent years refining it, working and reworking subtle glazes. The face's elusive smile and luminous complexion resulted from layering translucent paint. Each layer diffused light. The painting's mysterious aura also came from Leonardo's habit of constantly altering details. While smaller than some grand frescoes, the piece represented a culmination of his sfumato technique. The background's hazy mountains and winding roads mirrored Leonardo's fascination with geology and fluid dynamics. Over time, he kept the painting with him, never delivering it to the patron. Possibly he saw it as a personal testament to portraiture's pinnacle. Parallel to these artistic feats, Leonardo advanced his scientific explorations. He dissected human cadavers in hospitals outside Florence, sketching cross-sections of muscles and bones. Though dissection was sensitive, certain hospitals allowed it for educational ends. His anatomical drawings, some discovered centuries later, revealed a near-modern understanding of the spine, the arrangement of internal organs, and the skeleton's mechanics. He planned an extensive treatise on anatomy, combining text with diagrammatic precision, anticipating the modern concept of illustrated medical textbooks. However, like many Leonardo projects, it was never formally published in his lifetime. Politics roiled again in 1503 to 1504 when Pisa threatened Florence. Leonardo contributed to engineering solutions, brainstorming ways to divert the Arno River to hamper Pisa's supply lines. He drafted canals, levees, and even considered flooding tactics. The plan was bold but faced practical obstacles in Tuscany's terrain. Although partially attempted, the scheme never fully materialised. The episodes highlight Leonardo's willingness to tackle large-scale engineering challenges, blending topographical studies with strategic insight. The lessons gleaned would echo in his future city planning sketches and water management designs. By 1506, French rule stabilised in Milan, opening the city once more. Long gone was Ludovico Sforza, but the new French governors beckoned Leonardo. Eager to revisit uncompleted ideas like the giant horse statue, he returned. Florence parted ways with him under a cloud of frustration, as the Battle of Anghiari lingered unfinished. Yet Leonardo's departure signalled that loyalty to a single city was never his style. He roamed, following whichever environment let him chase multiple intellectual pursuits. In returning to Milan, he sought continuity for the scientific and artistic projects left behind a decade prior. Thus, by the mid-1500s, Leonardo had become an artist-engineer bridging city-states, forging a pattern of partial achievements and unfinished marvels. Some critics found him unreliable, an eternal tinkerer, yet few denied his brilliance. He left Florence having revolutionised portraiture and capturing ephemeral visual mysteries in the Mona Lisa, while also nearly revolutionising mural painting. The stage was set for further meanderings in Milan and eventually beyond, as Europe recognised him as a truly singular figure, a testament to the Renaissance's union of art and science. Leonardo's second stint in Milan began around 1506 under the patronage of Charles d'Amboise, the French governor. This time the city was controlled by the French crown, not the Sforza family. The environment was different, less personal loyalty, more bureaucratic oversight. But Leonardo's fame had grown. He was recognised as a Renaissance man, whose counsel was prized for everything from architecture to geometry. Some records indicate he was granted a workshop near the Porta Vercellina district, where he resumed anatomical, mechanical, and artistic endeavours. One ongoing obsession was the equestrian monument he had once planned for Ludovico Sforza. Though the bronze had been lost to war, Leonardo still dreamed of building the largest horse statue known. He refined the design, adjusting how a rearing stallion might balance on hind legs. He sketched innovative casting methods, hoping to circumvent earlier meltdown issues. However, the politics had shifted. With Ludovico deposed, the impetus for a Sforza memorial dissipated. Leonardo might have pitched the idea to the French administration, but it never crystallised. He remained resolute in exploring equine anatomy, capturing every sinew and tendon in fresh sketches. During this period, Leonardo welcomed a youthful apprentice named Francesco Melzi, who would become his most devoted disciple and eventual executor of his estate. Melzi, from a noble Milanese family, offered loyalty, scribing capabilities, and stable finances. He accompanied Leonardo on trips, helped organise notes, and became the master's confidant. The presence of a still or respectful apprentice might have provided Leonardo the continuity he'd long sought, especially after dealing with earlier assistants who sometimes parted on mixed terms. Meanwhile, glimpses of his scientific mania multiplied. He dissected more cadavers, filling notebooks with nuanced drawings of hearts, muscles, the bronchial system. Observing that heart valves directed blood flow, he speculated about circulation decades before William Harvey's formal discovery. He studied the vitreous humour in an ox's eye, investigating how images formed. While the Catholic Church mostly tolerated such dissections for medical progress, certain clergy frowned on it, so Leonardo often performed them discreetly or at night. Had he published these findings, he might have revolutionised medicine centuries earlier, but perfectionism and continuous revision meant his data stayed personal, locked in cramped notebooks and penned in a mirror script. In parallel, Leonardo authored treatises on flight. Fascinated by birds' wing structures, he dissected wings to decode the interplay of feathers. He built mechanical prototypes, ornithopters, aiming to replicate flapping flight. Though never tested on a large scale, these contraptions presaged modern aviation concepts. He recognised that pure flapping wouldn't suffice for human flight. He studied gliding surfaces, suspecting that air currents could keep a craft aloft. Yet the technology of the era, no engines or suitable materials, curbed these ambitions. Even so, the sketches reveal an acute understanding of aerodynamics. Around 1510, Leonardo's patron Charles d'Amboise died, prompting another shift in Milan's political circle. Still, the French King Louis XII valued Leonardo. Another momentous figure emerged. The newly ascendant Giuliano de' Medici, brother of Pope Leo X, invited Leonardo to return to the Florentine orbit or possibly move to Rome, where the papacy was fueling grand building projects. Leonardo, now in his late 50s, weighed these overtures carefully. The lure of Rome's architectural expansions and advanced scientific resources might prove irresistible. Eventually, around 1513, Leonardo departed Milan for Rome, with an entourage that included Melzi and some assistants. In Rome, under Pope Leo X, the artistic scene soared. Michelangelo and Raphael dominated the city's commissions, Sistine Chapel expansions, grand papal apartments. Leonardo expected a role in major architectural or hydraulic projects. Instead, he found himself overshadowed by younger rivals. Michelangelo, known for moody brilliance, had little patience for Leonardo's diversions, while Raphael's rising star enthralled the papal court. Leonardo was offered small tasks. For instance, the Pope asked him to devise mechanical amusements or stage designs, but no major papal commission emerged. Despite the frustration, Leonardo utilized Rome's libraries, continuing anatomical dissections. He took advantage of more cadaver supply from local hospitals. Some rumors suggest friction with the Vatican Curia, especially after a cardinal supposedly saw dismembered bodies in Leonardo's quarters. The environment felt stifling. He wrote letters implying that the papal circle favoured spectacle over more profound research. With insufficient official support for his large-scale experiments, Leonardo grew restless again. Yet he found fleeting satisfaction exploring the Belvedere Gardens, measuring ruins of ancient Roman structures. He studied geometry with scholars, exchanging ideas about perspective and the Ptolemaic universe. Perhaps a quieter dream to unify art and mathematics kept him going. Still, the unstoppable politics of Italy soon overshadowed local tasks. The shifting alliances in 1516 catapulted France into dominance once more. Francis I became king, eyeing Italy hungrily. For Leonardo, the swirling intrigue spelled an opportunity to pivot yet again. The next invitation from the French crown would beckon him across the Alps for what would become the final chapter of his life's remarkable journey. In 1516, King Francis I of France, a young monarch intrigued by art and technology, extended an invitation to Leonardo da Vinci. Tired of Roman politics and seeing limited scope for big projects there, Leonardo accepted. He travelled north, crossing the Alps at an advanced age, bearing precious paintings and volumes of notes, among them the Mona Lisa and likely St. John the Baptist. Francis offered him the manor house of Clos-Lucé, near the royal Château d'Amboise in the Loire Valley. This arrangement put Leonardo under royal patronage, granting him comfort and a platform for his creative urges. At Clos-Lucé, Leonardo enjoyed relative calm, gone were the fierce rivalries of Florence and the ephemeral commissions of Milan. Francis I often strolled over, discussing fortifications, canal systems, or mechanical contraptions. The king revered Leonardo as a living legend, a reservoir of Renaissance brilliance. The older man reciprocated with sketches of improved weaponry or designs for a grand palace. However, age and ill health limited the impetus for new large-scale ventures. Some accounts claim Leonardo tried to outline an ideal city for Francis, merging symmetrical layouts with efficient waterways, but no direct implementation followed. Amid this peaceful setting, Leonardo's health issues worsened. He wrote fewer lines in his notebooks, and his once dexterous hand might have trembled from possible strokes or nerve troubles, yet his mind remained inquisitive. He refined old anatomical drawings, re-examining them in the quiet orchard near his manor. Melzi, ever faithful, organised the piles of manuscripts, ensuring references to geometry, geology, optics, and anatomy didn't vanish into chaos. The older assistant Salai, who had begun as a teenage model with a mischievous streak, also lived there, though rumoured tensions occasionally flared between him and Melzi. A highlight of this period was visits by French courtiers who marvelled at the Mona Lisa. They admired her half-smile, rumoured to be a representation of intangible grace. Francis I himself is said to have purchased the painting directly from Leonardo, or inherited it after the artist's death, eventually placing it in Fontainebleau. Then it travelled to the Louvre centuries later. Another puzzle. St. John the Baptist, a moody, half-lit figure, pointing heavenward, also accompanied him to France. Its swirling hair and ambiguous expression invited speculation that it was a deeply personal reflection on spiritual transformation. Though slowed physically, Leonardo sometimes produced ephemeral amusements for the court. Francis might request a mechanical lion that roared, or a winged contraption to amuse guests. These ephemeral wonders were reminiscent of his younger days planning festivals for the Milanese dukes. In letters, watchers described him as gracious but occasionally melancholic, lamenting the ephemeral nature of grand projects he never completed. The once unstoppable polymath was contending with the reality that time was finite. He also penned reflections on theology, bridging Catholic doctrines with his own scientific viewpoint. While devout in belief, he had long championed rational inquiry, sometimes rattling clergy with statements about Earth's position or the universal laws of nature. In France, the monarchy had a slightly more flexible attitude toward intellectual exploration, so long as loyalty to church dogma wasn't overtly challenged. This gave Leonardo space to fuse spiritual musings with scientific wonder. A few cryptic lines in his notebooks hint that he believed the study of anatomy and nature only deepened reverence for a divine creator. Socially, the small circle at Clos Lucé was cosy. Francis I occasionally dined with Leonardo, absorbing tall tales from Italy's golden cities. Melzi recorded these dialogues, though few transcripts remain. Meanwhile, rumours circulated about Leonardo's final unseen manuscripts. Some believed he was penning a definitive treatise on flight or a universal theory of water currents. In truth, he likely polished segments of older notes rather than forging a single cohesive magnum opus. The scattered nature of his archive meant the future would discover his brilliance piecemeal. During the winter of 1518 to the 1519, Leonardo's condition deteriorated. Chronic arm pains, possibly from a stroke, forced him to rely heavily on Melzi for everyday tasks. Francis, hearing of the decline, visited more often, hoping for final insights from the master. Legend has it that the king was at Leonardo's side as he passed on May 2nd, 1519. While romanticised accounts depict Leonardo dying in Francis's arms, the historical veracity is uncertain. Still, the bond between them was genuine, a deep mutual respect between an aging Renaissance titan and a monarch hungry for cultural ascendancy. Thus ended Leonardo's mortal journey far from the Tuscan hills of his birth, in a French manor brightened by orchard blooms. This final French chapter was quieter, reflective, yet still brimming with sparks of creativity. From building ephemeral mechanical lions to preserving the greatest paintings humankind had known, Leonardo's culminating years embodied a spirit that refused to go dim. He might not have erected a final monument, but he left behind a personal realm of knowledge-bridging art, science, and imagination, a legacy that would endure for centuries to come. In the immediate aftermath of Leonardo da Vinci dying, the question arose, what would become of his manuscripts and personal effects? According to some accounts, Francesco Melzi emerged as the designated heir, entrusted with safeguarding the thousands of pages brimming with sketches, notes, and drafts. Salai, an earlier companion, received certain paintings and minor possessions. Yet the sheer volume of Leonardo's papers posed a challenge. Melzi dedicated years trying to organise them, hoping to publish coherent treatises, but the scale was daunting. Over time, bits of the collection were dispersed, sold, or gifted by Melzi's heirs across Europe. This fracturing explains why Leonardo's notebooks eventually surfaced in places from Spain's royal libraries to British aristocratic collections, each chunk unveiled in irregular intervals. Europe of the 16th century recognised Leonardo's artistic brilliance. The Last Supper in Milan, though deteriorating due to his experimental fresco approach, was already hailed as an emotional masterpiece. The Mona Lisa, now in French royal possession, attracted courtly admiration for her haunting expression. Yet the fuller scope of his genius, engineering drawings, anatomical plates, or treatises on geometry remained largely hidden. The slow trickle of discovered manuscripts fueled centuries of fascination. In the 17th century, a few scientists glimpsed certain sketches, marvelling at advanced concepts of gear systems or diving apparatus, but it wasn't until the 19th century that broader scholarship systematically studied his codices, unveiling a mind centuries ahead of his era. Leonardo's immediate legacy in art was clearer. His painting style influenced a generation of mannerists who admired his smoky transitions, sfumato, and atmospheric depth. Milanese artists, though overshadowed by the city's shifting political fortunes, carried forward elements of his approach. In Florence, students who'd glimpsed the aborted Battle of Anghiari mural adapted some compositional ideas, but the direct lineage was complicated. Leonardo left no formal academy. He taught a few pupils thoroughly, except for Melzi and a handful of others. The intangible aura of Leonardesque painting permeated the late Renaissance with its softness of edges and subtle interplay of light. Over the next centuries, as Baroque flamboyance rose, certain of Leonardo's works fell out of style. Others recognized them as timeless. The Last Supper, for example, underwent multiple restorations, each attempt often introducing fresh problems, leading to controversies about how much of Leonardo's original brushstroke survived. Meanwhile, in the 19th century, Romantic and Victorian scholars resurrected the cult of the Renaissance genius. Leonardo emerged as a symbol of the solitary visionary, an introspective figure bridging reason and art. Writers like Walter Pater penned rhapsodic essays on the Mona Lisa, describing her as an enigma embodying centuries of emotion. Such effusions etched the painting's fame deep into Western cultural consciousness. Only in the modern age did the scale of Leonardo's scientific legacy become widely recognized. As more codices were catalogued, like the Codex Atlanticus or the Codex Arundel, historians realized that he had conceptualized flying machines, armored vehicles, and tension-based mechanical devices. He had studied wave patterns, sketched gear differentials, and dissected the human body with an exactitude unmatched for centuries. Art historians marveled at how the same man who painted the lady with an ermine had also measured the mathematical proportions of reflection angles. The synergy of aesthetics and logic rendered him the archetype of the Renaissance man. Modern architects gleaned from his city planning concepts, while robotic engineers found preludes to modern mechanical linkages in his swirling diagrams. For a time, many described Leonardo as a man out of time, but recent scholarship refines that narrative. He was indeed extraordinary, but also a product of a vibrant milieu. Italian city-states teemed with cross-pollination from Greek, Roman, and Islamic knowledge. Leonardo built on the achievements of earlier polymaths, from the classical treatises of Archimedes to the reintroduced works of Alhazen on optics. Recognizing that synergy doesn't lessen his brilliance, it situates him in the network that made such leaps feasible. Meanwhile, the mystique around Leonardo occasionally overshadowed more grounded truths. Tales of him finishing commissions in a single burst or conjuring bizarre contraptions for stage illusions became embroidered over time. The reality was that he left many tasks incomplete, struggled with perfectionism, and juggled ephemeral court demands. This tension between the unstoppable imagination and the practical burdens of day-to-day labour infuses his story with a human dimension. He wasn't some aloof superhuman, but an individual forging through the same complexities and distractions we all face, albeit with an incandescent spark few could rival. Thus, centuries after his passing, Leonardo's name resonates as the embodiment of creative ambition. Whether in art galleries, engineering labs, or philosophical debates, references to his fusion of imagination and observation abound. People see in him the ideal of curiosity unshackled, bridging the intangible rifts between art, science, beauty, and data. That intangible legacy, more than any single painting or device, might stand as the core reason we revere him. He left behind not just objects, but a testament that the quest for knowledge and mastery can, in the right hands, rewrite the boundaries of possibility. In contemporary times, Leonardo's legacy permeates cultural and scientific discourse in ways both lofty and mundane. The Mona Lisa has become a pop icon, reproduced endlessly on posters and novelty items, its wry smile fueling conspiracy theories about hidden identities or coded messages. Meanwhile, The Last Supper continues to captivate pilgrims and tourists in Milan, though advanced ticket reservations are required to see the heavily conserved mural. Documentaries dissect each brushstroke, offering competing theories about cryptic symbolism in the arrangement of bread loaves or apostolic gestures. Beyond these famous works, Leonardo's name adorns everything from children's educational kits about invention to NASA references to lunar craters named in his honor. Tech innovators sometimes cite him as a paragon of design thinking, bridging aesthetics and function. The phrase Leonardo-like mind denotes someone unbound by a single domain. Museums stage blockbuster exhibitions, assembling scattered folios of his codices under one roof. Visitors queue for hours to glimpse the delicate sketches of a fetus in utero, or a swirling aerial screw. In such gatherings, viewers witness the raw lines of a man who wrestled with nature's secrets on scraps of paper, unknowing they'd be revered centuries later. Yet the question arises, what would Leonardo have done with modern resources? Some imagine him thriving in an era of 3D printers and digital imaging, or leading biotech startups. Others caution that the intangible synergy of Renaissance Italy, a world open to invention, but also bound by craft traditions, shaped him. A modern environment might hamper that slow, observational approach. He thrived in a realm where forging your pigments and dissecting cadavers in candlelit corners built a holistic sense of wonder. Today's rapid data flow might overshadow the meticulous wonder that fueled his slow revelations. Scholars continue analysing Leonardo's notebooks for overlooked insights. One might find a newly deciphered margin note revealing how he planned water-lifting devices for farmland irrigation. Another might unearth a fragment referencing a missing treatise on mirror making. Each fresh revelation underscores how incomplete our knowledge remains. Because his notebooks were so scattered, lines vanish into private collections, sometimes re-emerging at auction houses with $1 million price tags. Bill Gates famously purchased the Codex Leicester in 1994, digitizing pages for public curiosity. This interplay of private ownership and public thirst for knowledge epitomizes Leonardo's enduring mystique. One dimension of modern interest focuses on Leonardo's personal life. The few references to intimate relationships or sexuality remain ambiguous. Some interpret his heavy focus on male assistance as indicative of hidden personal aspects. Others see no direct evidence of romance in his notes. He rarely wrote about personal feelings, preferring coded references or allegorical musings. The aura of secrecy around his private life parallels the guarded manner in which he protected his scientific methods, fueling endless speculation. At the same time, the notion of the incomplete genius resonates with modern anxieties about productivity. Leonardo's many half-finished paintings and ephemeral designs illustrate the challenge of reconciling curiosity with the finality of deadlines. In an age obsessed with completion and output, his story hints that the path of exploration, though meandering, can yield intangible but profound insights. That he never published his anatomical volumes didn't negate their brilliance. Their posthumous influence shaped fields from architecture to fluid dynamics. Many contemporary creatives draw solace in Leonardo's example. Creation can be iterative, perpetually in flux, and still crucial to progress. Even so, some critics note that praising Leonardo can overshadow other Renaissance figures, like Filippo Brunelleschi, who concretely built the Florence Dome, or Luca Pacioli, whose mathematics influenced him. They argue that the Leonardo legend occasionally romanticizes an era's synergy. While that synergy was real, credit goes to many. Leonardo's singular star shouldn't blind us to the collective genius of the period, but precisely because he integrated so many fields, art, science, engineering, and anatomy, he became an enduring symbol for the entire Renaissance moment, capturing the fervour of bridging knowledge domains. Hence, in the 21st century, Leonardo da Vinci remains less a static historical figure than a living metaphor for potential. Each generation reinterprets him, plugging his name into the contexts as varied as STEAM education, cultural diplomacy, or brand marketing. The friction between the legend and the historical details keeps him relevant. People yearn for the secret of how a single mind could roam so broadly, producing both timeless artistic wonders and notebooks brimming with half-realized marvels. That tension between the completed and the fragmentary may well be Leonardo's final gift, spurring us to question how far our curiosity might take us if we refuse to erect barriers between the arts and sciences. The story of Leonardo da Vinci serves as a lens on lifelong reinvention. Born in a modest Tuscan setting, he navigated uneven patronage system, accepted partial successes, and found resilience in perpetual learning. Each city he lived in, Florence, Milan, Rome, and ultimately France, offered fresh vantage points, reminding us that mobility can spark renewal at any stage in life. Though he occasionally lamented incomplete tasks, he pressed forward, bridging discipline after discipline. It's worth extracting lessons from his approach. He cultivated an insatiable observational habit, scrutinizing swirling water, the geometry of a flower's petal, or the subtle shift of a face's muscles. Even in an era lacking cameras or modern labs, he gleaned universal patterns by focusing on the details. As midlife adults, we too can regain that sense of direct observation, whether it's noticing minor changes in a friend's demeanour or analysing complexities at work. A Leonardesque perspective encourages seeing anew, not coasting on assumptions. Another facet resonates with modern times, the synergy of creative expression and methodical research. Leonardo was no carefree dreamer. He systematically tested ideas, building prototypes, dissecting bodies, and refining pigments. He let imagination drive him, but insisted on verifying theories with experiments. For those in middle adulthood, managing teams, families, or personal projects, balancing vision with practicality is an art. Leonardo's notebooks bristle with microfailures, a water-lifting device that jammed, a mural technique that peeled, yet each misstep taught him something. This iterative mindset fosters resilience and yields deeper expertise. Moreover, Leonardo's story underscores the role of collaboration. He soared highest not in isolation, but in synergy with patrons, mentors, and assistants. The Sforza and French courts gave him resources to dream big. Skilled workshop members helped realize or test concepts. Even his competition with Michelangelo and Raphael, albeit fraught with tension, catalyzed fresh impetus. In present life, synergy across skill sets can amplify outcomes. We see parallels in cross-functional corporate teams or community coalitions that blend varied talents to achieve breakthroughs. However, we also need to address the negative aspect, the eerie feeling of unrealized potential. Many of Leonardo's grand designs, such as the Sforza horse or the treatise on flight, remained incomplete. Some might interpret him as a cautionary tale about perfectionism. Indeed, he sometimes spent years layering glazes on a single painting or rewriting the same mechanical design. For busy modern adults, it can be a nudge to find closure. Not every idea demands indefinite polishing. Finishing and sharing can unlock new phases of growth. Still, Leonardo's incomplete wonders also remind us that partial efforts can spark future revolutions, even if we ourselves never see them fully bloom. His final years in the French court also highlight that one can remain relevant even in advanced age, by building a lifelong reputation for innovation. He found fresh patrons who treasured his wisdom. He might not have executed large public works then, but he contributed to strategic discussions and shaped cultural enrichment at the French court. Similarly, for those transitioning out of intense early career phases, there's a reminder that mentorship, idea sharing, or specialized consultancy can be equally impactful. Leonardo's twilight wasn't about retirement in a quiet sense, but about integrating decades of experience into a culminating sphere. Another essential angle is how Leonardo balanced religious sentiments with rational inquiry, deeply respectful of Christian doctrine. He never let dogma quell his questions about nature's mechanisms. He believed understanding creation's intricacies honored the Creator. In an era where faith and science sometimes clashed, he navigated a personal path, for a modern audience frequently contending with polarized debates. Leonardo's outlook offers a model. Rational exploration can coexist with spiritual depth, each fueling gratitude for existence's marvels. Ultimately, the life of Leonardo da Vinci stands as an emblem of boundless curiosity, bridging disciplines that many treat as separate. He embraced incremental knowledge, acknowledging that each discovery planted the seeds for further mysteries. His notebook, though scattered and partial, reveal a mind enthralled by the interplay of form, motion, and cosmic design. 5 centuries on, we still glean from him the power of wonder, the value of dogged experimentation, and the humility to accept that mastery is a continual journey, never fully complete. In a world that yearns for innovation and empathy, he remains a shining example of what a single human can accomplish when guided by the persistent awe at the world's complexities. And that, perhaps, is Leonardo's ultimate gift, to remind us that even the simplest observation, like a swirl of water in a basin, can unravel entire universes of insight if we only dare to look closely enough. Now, you may believe that you are familiar with Alexander Hamilton from the popular Broadway production, but for the time being, let's put the hip-hop music and dramatic performances aside. Instead, think of him as your exceptionally intelligent neighbour who always has something interesting to say over the garden fence. He's the type of person who sees opportunities where others see problems and who, with time and careful consideration, has never encountered a difficult problem that he couldn't solve. Our story starts on the tiny Caribbean island of Nevis, where the sound of waves lapping against coral shores and the aroma of sugarcane are carried by the trade winds. In 1755, a child is born who will grow up to have thoughts the size of an entire continent. The problem with Alexander, though, is that he didn't begin life with any advantages that would indicate greatness was on the horizon. You know how some people seem to have it all from birth. Alexander became more akin to a wooden spoon that had previously been used to stir up something dubious. James Hamilton, his father, had a knack for making bad business choices that would make a contemporary businessman shudder. Imagine a man who had the ability to take something that was certain and somehow make it a spectacular failure. For you, that's James Hamilton. When Alexander was 10 years old, his father did what struggling men do when life becomes too difficult. He just left. He was there one morning, discussing his most recent business endeavour that would undoubtedly bring wealth to the family, and the following morning, his seat at the breakfast table was vacant. Alexander seemed to brush it off as just another mystery to be solved at a later time, even though it's the kind of abandonment that could shatter a child's spirit. Rachel, his mother, was left to handle things alone, and she did so with the quiet resolve that would later manifest in her son's personality. She didn't have a lot of money or ties to influential families, but she had something more valuable. She was a reader, and she made sure Alexander was as well. This was like giving him superpowers at a time when many people signed their names with an X. Imagine young Alexander reading by candlelight in their tiny home as the Caribbean night hummed with insects and sea breezes. He devoured books with the same fervour and seemingly insatiable appetite as some children consume candy. It made no difference whether it was history books, philosophy, poetry, or mathematics. Alexander wanted to understand anything that had words on a page. However, harsh lessons come with living on a small island, and Alexander's mother passed away when he was 13. With no family wealth to rely on and no clear way forward, this intelligent boy suddenly found himself practically alone in the world. This type of circumstance could teach someone to be cautious, to keep their head down, and to seize any little opportunities that present themselves. Rather, Alexander surveyed his situation and concluded that it was unacceptable. Not in a furious manner, but with the cool resolve of someone who just doesn't think that where you begin is where you end up. He secured a position in a trading company as a clerk, managing the bookkeeping and correspondence for traders who transported goods between islands. This may seem like a rather ordinary way for a future founding father to spend his adolescence, but this is where Alexander's unique brilliance began to emerge. Alexander started to comprehend how the entire system operated. Whereas other clerks might have just copied letters and added up columns of numbers, he observed how ships travelled between islands, how money moved between locations, and how a sugar shortage in one area could lead to opportunities in another. Today he was like a teenager, who begins by assisting with the social media account for a family business, and ends up knowing more about digital marketing than those who have degrees in the field. Alexander not only carried out his duties, but also assimilated the fundamental ideas that underpinned successful commerce. At the age of 17, Alexander experienced a life-altering event in 1772. The Caribbean was hit by a huge hurricane, the kind of storm that prompts modern weather forecasters to use adjectives like catastrophic and unprecedented. Buildings that had withstood years of tropical storms were reduced to splinters, trees that had stood for decades were uprooted like weeds, and the meticulous order of everyday life was completely upended. The majority of people would have written home about the devastation, and perhaps even shared some dramatic tales of how they managed to survive the storm. However, Alexander sat down and wrote something completely different because he was Alexander. In his letter, he characterized the hurricane as a window into the great power of nature and the frailty of human ambition, in addition to being a destructive force. Everyone who read the letter was taken aback by its beauty. It wasn't overdone or flowery. Alexander never liked superfluous ornamentation, but it encapsulated a fundamental aspect of what it was like to live through such a moment. It revealed a young man capable of finding meaning in devastation and patterns in chaos. It was like watching someone realize they have a lovely singing voice when his letter appeared in the local newspaper. Alexander was suddenly recognized as someone special by those who had previously thought of him as just another clerk's assistant. Local businessmen and clergymen were drawn to the letter and concluded that the young man's abilities were too valuable to be wasted on a small island. They started a collection, which is similar to passing a hat around your neighbourhood, except that instead of collecting money for someone's medical bills, you're collecting money to send a teenager to college in the United States. The kind of investment in human potential that transforms everything was demonstrated by this extraordinary act of faith in Alexander's potential. With only a few books, some clothing, and some ideas that would eventually help reshape a continent, 18-year-old Alexander Hamilton set sail for New York in 1773. He was leaving behind not just a location, but a whole way of thinking about what was possible as his island home vanished behind him. Alexander must have felt like Dorothy leaving her farmhouse and entering the land of Oz when he first arrived in New York, only instead of a yellow brick road, he discovered cobblestone streets that were busier than his entire island had been. With the kind of energy that comes from living in a place where anything seems possible, the city was a whirlpool of intellectuals, merchants, sailors and craftsmen, all pursuing their different dreams. King's College, now known as Columbia University, was where he enrolled. Imagine a young man from a small Caribbean island entering those halls for the first time, surrounded by the sons of wealthy New York families who had been raised to take their privileges for granted. It might have been frightening, but Alexander had something they didn't: a voracious appetite for information that only comes from having earned every chance. Alexander threw himself into his studies like a man who realized that education was his only way to influence others. Whereas his classmates may have approached their studies with the casual attitude of people who knew they would inherit their father's businesses regardless of their grades, he studied history, economics, philosophy and law with the fervour of someone who understood that these subjects were more than merely academic pursuits. They were instruments he would need to construct the life he desired. What set Alexander apart from even the most committed learners, however, was that he synthesized knowledge rather than merely absorbing it. He was already considering how the lessons he was reading about ancient Greek democracy might be applied to the political unrest that was developing in colonial America. He was thinking about how British economic theory might apply to a nation that did not yet exist, but that he was already starting to envision when he studied it. For young people interested in concepts related to society and governance, the 1770s were a unique period. Taxes, representation, and the basic issue of who had the authority to decide on other people's lives were the subjects of escalating disputes between the American colonies and Britain. These were pressing real-world issues that had an impact on everyone's day-to-day existence, not theoretical philosophical arguments taking place in some far-off capital. The political conversations that seemed to emerge everywhere, whether in coffee shops, on street corners, or in college dorms late at night, when young men with more fervour than experience would solve the world's problems over candlelight, and whatever alcohol they could afford drew Alexander in. Alexander, however, approached these arguments with the gravity of someone who thought ideas had consequences, in contrast to many of his contemporaries who saw them as intellectual amusement. He started penning pamphlets, which were the blog posts of the 18th century, but they were more difficult to create and disseminate. His earliest works revealed a mind already pondering difficult issues regarding the interplay between local autonomy and national unity, as well as between individual liberty and collective security. Alexander was developing concepts that he believed would soon become crucial. So these weren't merely smart academic exercises. Alexander was 20 years old when the Revolutionary War finally broke out in 1775, and he had to make the same decision that all young Americans had to make. Would he try to avoid danger and wait to see how things worked out, or would he take up arms for the cause of independence? There was really no other option for someone who had studied political theory in depth during his college years. Alexander was not an idealistic idealist who viewed war as a glorious adventure when he enlisted in the Continental Army. He realized that winning battles would only be the first step in a long, costly and challenging conflict. He immediately made a name for himself as someone who could solve the kinds of real-world issues that armies encounter when attempting to wage war without sufficient supplies, rather than as a warrior in the conventional sense. When you don't have enough money to buy food, how do you feed soldiers? When there aren't enough wagons or horses, how do you transport supplies? When everyone is aware that the enemy has superior gear and more consistent funding, how do you keep morale high? These may seem like trivial issues, but Alexander knew that strategy is just as important in winning a war as bravery. His teenage years in the Caribbean trading office had taught him that intricate systems necessitate meticulous attention to to details that may appear uninteresting but are actually very important. No matter how valiant its soldiers are, an army that is unable to effectively move its supplies or feed itself will lose. General George Washington, who was facing difficulties that would have overwhelmed most leaders, was drawn to his abilities. In order to effectively manage a revolutionary war, Washington needed someone who could coordinate with other officers, draft orders, handle correspondence, and solve the intricate administrative issues that arise. He discovered someone in Alexander who was capable of all of that, and who also had a broad understanding of their goals. Alexander developed into one of Washington's most trusted aides, working closely with him for years, allowing him to see directly how decisions are made in emergency situations. He observed how Washington handled conflicting demands, controlled challenging individuals, and remained focused on long-term objectives even when immediate pressures became too much to handle. Most significantly, though, Alexander spent those years of war contemplating the future. He was already thinking about the more difficult question: how would they actually govern themselves once they had gained the right to do so? While others concentrated on the pressing issue of gaining independence, after the war ended in 1783, Americans had to figure out what it meant to be a nation, a problem no previous generation had ever faced. When you put it that way, it sounds easy, but the reality was far more intricate. 13 distinct colonies, each with its own customs, passions, and views on how things ought to be run, had to somehow manage to operate as a single country. The Articles of Confederation, which were essentially a treaty between 13 independent states rather than a blueprint for a single government, were the first attempt to solve this conundrum. A group of roommates agreeing to split the rent but not granting anyone the power to ensure that each person pays their share was the political equivalent of that. Alexander became increasingly convinced that this system was not going to work as he watched it falter from crisis to crisis. Because each state produced its own currency, trade between them became needlessly complicated. They treated neighbouring states more like foreign nations than as parts of the same country, imposing tariffs on each other's goods. There was no efficient system in place to settle disagreements when they occurred. Most annoying of all, there was no dependable method for the national government to raise funds. It could request funding from the states but not mandate it. This meant that soldiers who had fought for independence could not receive their back pay, debts from the Revolutionary War remained unpaid, and the new nation's credit was so bad that foreign governments started to question whether America would be able to remain an independent nation. This was similar to witnessing a business owner who refused to record their revenue or expenses and then question why they were unable to pay their bills for someone with Alexander's background in finance and commerce. The issues weren't enigmatic, rather, they were the inevitable outcome of attempting to manage a complicated organization without delegating decision-making authority to anyone. Alexander was developing his legal career in New York during this time, taking on cases that allowed him to gain first-hand knowledge of the day-to-day operations of the nation's legal and economic systems. He witnessed the needless complexity of business caused by the absence of a unified set of commercial laws, the confusion and inefficiency caused by the lack of a stable national currency, and the difficulty in resolving disputes that crossed state lines due to the lack of federal authority. Alexander, however, started formulating solutions to these issues rather than merely lamenting them. He looked for ideas that might apply to the American economy by researching the economic systems of other nations, especially Britain. He read widely about various governmental structures in an effort to comprehend what caused some countries to be stable and prosperous, while others suffered from ongoing political unrest. By 1787, enough Americans had agreed with Alexander that something needed to change because the Articles of Confederation were failing. In order to determine whether a more efficient system of national government could be established, a convention was called in Philadelphia, supposedly to amend the Articles. Despite being in the awkward position of being the only member of his state's delegation who genuinely wished to establish a powerful federal government, Alexander was chosen as one of New York's delegates. Because his two colleagues favoured the status quo, New York's official stance at the convention was typically against the kinds of reforms Alexander believed were required. Some of America's most intelligent political thinkers, men who had pondered societal and governmental issues for years, came together for the convention. Even so, Alexander stood out among this esteemed group for his willingness to think outside the box and for the breadth of his vision. Alexander argued for something more fundamental. They needed to establish a national government that was actually capable of governing, whereas many delegates saw the convention's work as a matter of making small changes to the current system. Instead of depending on state cooperation, This meant granting the federal government the authority to impose taxes, control interstate commerce, and directly enforce its laws. Although these might appear to be technical details, Alexander realized that they served as the cornerstone for all other goals the new country wished to achieve. The government couldn't maintain an army, pay off debts, or fund the kinds of infrastructure projects that would support the nation's development and prosperity if it couldn't consistently generate income. The United States would not be a true national market if it did not have the power to control interstate commerce. Alexander's speech on June 18, 1787, outlining his vision for a powerful federal government, is his most well-known contribution to the convention. Even though the presentation lasted 6 hours, imagine spending that much time watching a PowerPoint. It wasn't dull academic theory. Alexander was outlining a workable plan for handling the intricate problems that a big, diverse country faces. Although his fellow delegates listened politely, many of them thought his ideas were too radical. Alexander was advocating for a degree of federal power that was higher than what the majority of Americans at the time felt was appropriate. Many of them weren't prepared to establish a new government that might turn out to be just as repressive, because they had just fought a war to rid themselves of what they perceived to be excessive government power. Alexander had a big impact on the final constitution, despite the fact that his specific suggestions were not accepted. The powers given to Congress reflected his views on the necessity of federal control over taxation and commerce. His focus on establishing a government that could take decisive action had an impact on the executive branch's layout. Convincing the American people to ratify the new constitution was the true challenge that arose after the Constitutional Convention concluded its work in September 1787. It took more than just persuading politicians to support this. It also required a shift in the way the general public perceived the connection between individual liberty and group government. Alexander recognized that this was essentially an ideological conflict, and he threw himself into it with the ferocity of someone who thought the nation's future depended on it. He started writing a collection of essays with John Jay and James Madison that became known as the Federalist Papers. They were all published under the same pseudonym Publius. These essays provided thoughtful, in-depth justifications for why the proposed constitution would be superior to the current one, not just catchphrases or sentimental pleas. Of the 85 essays, Alexander authored 51 that addressed some of the most intricate and contentious facets of the new system of government. Imagine him working late into the night by candlelight in his New York law office, developing arguments that were both rigorously intellectual and understandable to the average reader. In essence, he was creating the instruction manual for American democracy, outlining not only the functions of the new government, but also the rationale behind its structure. Alexander carefully outlined the reasons why the Articles of Confederation were failing in Federalist number 21, using relatable examples. It was similar to trying to manage a household without a steady source of income when the national government was unable to collect taxes. You might manage for a while, but eventually the bills would arrive and you would be unable to pay them. He made the case in Federalist number 23 that if a federal government was to exist at all, it must be powerful enough to carry out its mandate. Establishing a national authority that was meant to oversee commerce and provide for defence, but lack the authority to do so successfully was pointless. Perhaps his most significant contribution, however, was Federalist number 78, where he introduced the idea of judicial review, the notion that courts ought to have the power to judge whether laws are constitutional, and described the function of the federal judiciary. Alexander was considering how to keep the new government from going too far while still granting it sufficient power to carry out its duties, so this wasn't just a theoretical legal theory. Newspapers across the nation carried the Federalist Papers, which sparked discussions in town squares, taverns, and family dinner tables. Although many Americans were still wary of strong federal authority, Alexander's arguments were generally unpopular, but eventually gained support because they were both practically sound and intellectually sound. The task of transforming abstract plans into functional government operations fell to George Washington, the first president appointed under the new Constitution. Selecting Alexander Hamilton to be the first Secretary of the Treasury, a role that would allow Hamilton to put many of the ideas he had been working on for years into practice, was one of his most significant choices. Alexander, at 34, was younger than most cabinet members, but his theoretical background and real-world experience made him an ideal fit for the new country's problems. Due to the millions of dollars it owed to both domestic and foreign investors who had contributed to the Revolutionary War's funding, the federal government was effectively bankrupt. Some European observers questioned whether the United States would remain an independent nation because of the country's extremely low credit rating. Alexander's methodical approach to these issues was a reflection of the years of study he had put into his understanding of finance and economics. Instead of tackling each crisis one at a time, he developed a comprehensive plan that would build a stable financial system, restore the nation's credit, and lay the groundwork for sustained economic growth. In On Public Credit, his first significant report, he suggested that the federal government take full responsibility for all debts accrued during the Revolutionary War, including debts accrued by individual states. This was more than simply paying back debts. Alexander recognized that a country's debt management reveals a lot about its dependability and character. States that had already paid off their war debts would ultimately be assisting in the repayment of states that hadn't been as fiscally responsible, which made the proposal contentious. However, Alexander contended that this was the cost of moving from a loose confederation of independent states to a truly unified nation. Imagine a family that, despite some members having been more frugal with their money than others, decides to combine their resources to pay off everyone's college loans. In the short run, it might not seem fair, but it builds a foundation of mutual commitment and shared responsibility that makes the group stronger. In order to manage government finances, maintain a stable currency, and provide credit to promote economic growth, Alexander also suggested establishing a national bank. While the concept of a central bank was widely accepted in Europe, it was revolutionary in America, where many people equated banks with the type of concentrated financial power from which they had fled. A national bank, according to its detractors, would favour affluent investors at the expense of common farmers and artisans. In response, Alexander said that a well-run financial system would help everyone by increasing the availability of credit for profitable investments, stabilising currency, and improving trade efficiency. His goal was to build the financial infrastructure that a contemporary economy needs, not to enrich bankers. Reliable financial institutions are necessary to control the flow of credit and money that enables commerce, just as good roads are necessary for the efficient transportation of goods. Alexander's report on manufactures, which he presented to Congress in 1791, was arguably his most forward-thinking contribution as Treasury Secretary. Alexander envisioned something more ambitious, a country that could produce its own goods and compete with established industrial powers. This was in contrast to the majority of Americans of his era who believed that the United States would continue to be primarily an agricultural country that imported manufactured goods from Europe in exchange for raw materials. Alexander recognized that political independence was useless without economic independence, so this was more than just economic nationalism. A nation that relied on other countries for basic manufactured goods would always be at risk from political and economic pressure. His defense of American manufacturing, however, went beyond mere self-sufficiency. Alexander thought that as industry grew, more varied economic opportunities would be created, enabling Americans to pursue a greater variety of careers and raise their standard of living. Compared to a farmer who solely relied on agricultural revenue, a farmer who was able to work part-time in a nearby textile mill had greater financial security. Additionally, he contended that manufacturing would more effectively utilize what economists refer to as human capital, the abilities and skills of individuals who might not be able to fully engage in an agricultural economy. Women could be paid in textile mills. Children could work in factories. This was before the issues surrounding child labour were recognised. And immigrants with industrial skills could immediately contribute to economic growth instead of needing to learn how to farm. For its time, Alexander's manufacturing vision was extraordinarily advanced. He realised that building factories was not enough for successful industrial development. It also required access to capital, skilled labour, supportive infrastructure, and markets big enough to turn a profit. Protective tariffs to help American manufacturers compete with well-established European producers are among the policies he suggested the government implement to promote these favourable conditions. Alexander's understanding of what is now known as economic diversification was also demonstrated in the report. He maintained that a country with a diverse economy, one that includes manufacturing, services, agriculture and commerce, would be more resilient than one that relies too much on any one of these industries. Manufacturing could remain profitable even if agricultural prices declined. Even if one area experienced economic challenges, other areas with distinct economic foundations could still thrive. Alexander's manufacturing vision was rejected by critics as unrealistic fantasy, claiming that Americans lacked the markets, capital, and skills required for effective industrial development. However, Alexander knew that these capabilities could be developed over time with the right investments and policies because he had studied the economic development of other countries. Alexander was at the centre of increasingly contentious political discussions as he carried out his economic and financial policies, which ultimately resulted in the establishment of the first political parties in America. When people with essentially different ideas about the country attempted to cooperate, partisan divisions emerged, which was not something anyone had anticipated or desired. The founders had hoped to avoid the kind of partisan divisions they associated with European politics. Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, who favoured a more constrained federal role, an agricultural economy, and closer ties with France, disagreed with Alexander's vision of a strong federal government, a diversified economy, and close ties with Britain. These disagreements were not merely about policy, they also represented divergent views on the ideal form of the United States of America. Alexander's plan for a national bank, which Jefferson claimed was unconstitutional, because the Constitution didn't specifically give the federal government the authority to charter banks, was the final straw in the dispute. In response, Alexander presented a thorough legal defense of implied powers, which hold that the Constitution gave the federal government the right to do whatever it takes to effectively exercise the powers it specified, in addition to the specific powers it listed. This debate was about how to interpret the Constitution, and what kind of federal government the American people had truly agreed to establish, not just about banking. While Jefferson supported strict construction, which restricted federal authority to powers specifically stated in the Constitution, Alexander argued for what became known as a broad construction of the document. Both of his most trusted advisors made strong cases for their positions, but President Washington was forced to make the difficult decision. On the bank issue, he finally took Alexander's side, but the political rifts that resulted from these discussions would influence American politics for many years to come. Alexander rose to prominence as the intellectual head of the Federalist Party, which promoted pro-business policies, industrial growth, and a powerful federal government. The Democratic-Republican Party, founded by Jefferson and Madison, promoted stringent constitutional interpretation, agricultural interests, and limited federal power. Although these party differences may appear regrettable, Alexander recognized that they were a positive indication of a robust democracy. People with differing opinions about politics and policy should be able to band together, promote their positions, and run for office in a free society. Either dictatorship or political anarchy was the alternative, not peaceful unity. Alexander's personal life was characterized by both great success and heartbreaking setbacks, even as he was establishing himself as one of America's most significant public figures. He had 8 children with Elizabeth Schuyler, a member of one of the most well-known families in New York. According to all accounts, it was a devoted union founded on respect for one another and similar ideals. However, Alexander paid a personal price for his unwavering commitment to public service. In order to achieve his political and financial objectives, he frequently put his family and his own health last while working incredibly long hours. When he committed to a project, he threw himself into it wholeheartedly, sometimes to the detriment of everything else in his life. He was the type of person who couldn't do anything halfway. Alexander made a choice in 1797 that would follow him for the rest of his life. In an attempt to dispel rumours that he had exploited his role as Treasury Secretary for personal financial gain, he released a pamphlet confessing to an affair. The Reynolds pamphlet, as it was called, demonstrated that Alexander was innocent of financial corruption, but guilty of adultery. Both Alexander's complex personality and his dedication to public integrity were evident in this choice. Instead of letting people think he had violated the public's confidence, he decided to ruin his own reputation. This was basically political suicide in a time when political and personal reputations were intertwined. Although Alexander's aspirations for higher office were essentially dashed by the scandal, his impact on American political and economic advancement remained unabated. He still advised other political leaders, wrote about public policy, and practiced law. His theories have influenced discussions of economic policy, constitutional interpretation, and federal power. Most significantly, the Reynolds pamphlet exposed a fundamental aspect of Alexander's personality. He was prepared to incur significant personal expenses in order to uphold his honour as a public official. He was aware that democracy relies on people having faith in their leaders, and he was unwilling to let that faith be undermined, even if it meant ruining his own reputation. In a duel with Aaron Burr on the Weehawken, New Jersey, cliffs on July 11, 1804, Alexander Hamilton lost his life. The duel symbolised something greater about the nature of honour and public service in early America, but it was also the result of years of political and personal hostility. A newspaper article that quoted Alexander criticising Burr's character was the direct cause of the duel. Alexander refused to offer Burr an apology that would have appeased Burr's sense of honour. They were forced to meet on the field of honour due to the social norms of the time. Alexander wrote letters to his wife and friends the night before the duel, outlining his reasoning and offering insights into his life and work. These letters show a man who felt constrained by the social mores of his class and time, but who was also deeply conflicted about the duel. He felt that he would lose his ability to influence public affairs and become ineffective as an advocate for the causes he supported if he gave in to Burr's challenge. The actual duel was short and tragic. Both men fired. Burr's shot found its mark, while Alexander's, perhaps on purpose, went wide. The following day, Alexander passed away, surrounded by loved ones who understood that one of the most extraordinary careers in American politics was coming to an end. Alexander's life, which had already made a significant contribution to American development and appeared to hold even more promise for future accomplishments, was cut short at the age of 49. In addition to establishing the nation's financial system and many of the precedents that would shape future economic policy, he had contributed to the creation of the Constitution and expressed a vision of American potential that still shapes our perception of what the nation could achieve. However, his intellectual rather than practical legacy may have been his most significant contribution. Alexander proved that concepts have repercussions, that thoughtful consideration of difficult issues can result in workable answers, and that new institutions can be created that better meet the needs of people than the ones they replace. It's worthwhile to reflect on how Alexander Hamilton's theories still influence our modern world as you sink further into your cosy chair and maybe finish that cup of tea. His financial system laid the groundwork for the next 2 centuries of economic expansion in the United States. Debates concerning individual rights and federal authority are still governed by the constitutional principles he outlined. His vision of America as a modern, diverse, and economically vibrant country came to pass. However, Alexander's most lasting contribution may be his example of how intelligence, perseverance, and a dedication to a cause greater than oneself can help one overcome the circumstances of one's birth. He demonstrated that concepts are important, that thorough examination of difficult issues can result in workable answers, and that wisely and strategically planned institutions can meet the needs of people for many generations. Alexander Hamilton's story provides an alternative viewpoint in our own era, when we confront problems that seem insurmountable and solutions that seem unattainable. The fundamental societal structures were being reconstructed and questioned during the time he lived, which was a time of great uncertainty and change. He had to come up with novel solutions to problems that had never been solved before. However, he approached these difficulties with methodical thought, meticulous analysis, and an unwavering faith that people could come up with better ways to arrange their shared lives, rather than with fear or despair. He realized that creating a successful society calls for both bold leadership and patient compromise, as well as visionary thinking and attention to detail. The America that Alexander Hamilton helped build never reached its full potential. He passed away before the nation had expanded far afield of the Atlantic coast, before the Industrial Revolution he had predicted had truly begun, and before the diversified, wealthy, and internationally significant country he had imagined had come to pass. However, he had sown the seeds that would eventually bear fruit that he could hardly have dreamed of. The most significant lesson from Alexander Hamilton's life may be that the task of creating a better world is never fully completed, that every generation inherits the successes and unsolved issues of its predecessors, and that our own contributions will be evaluated based on how well we further the continuous endeavour of human progress, rather than how well we solve every issue. As you get ready for bed tonight, you may consider the amazing fact that our thoughts on politics, economics, and society are still shaped by the ideas of a young man from a small Caribbean island who passed away more than 200 years ago. It serves as a reminder that people's lives can have far-reaching effects that are beyond their wildest expectations, and that it is never a waste of time to carefully consider how to improve the world. Alexander Hamilton was a strong believer in the ability of human reason to resolve difficult issues, the potential for establishing institutions that promote the common good, and the capacity of regular people to achieve extraordinary feats when given the chance. These were hard-won lessons from a life spent battling real problems and real responsibilities, not naive optimisms. His narrative implies that overcoming obstacles with consideration and perseverance, rather than avoiding them, is the way to meaningful success. Patient analysis and innovative thinking frequently yield solutions to seemingly intractable problems. When enough people are dedicated to the cause of change, institutions that seem permanent and unalterable can be changed or replaced. Most significantly, Alexander Hamilton's life shows that despite uncertainty and disappointment, it is possible to hold on to hope and purpose. He endured personal scandal, war, economic crisis, political unrest, and innumerable other setbacks, but he never lost hope that with clear thinking and hard work, people could make tomorrow better than today. That seems like a nice thing to think as you go to sleep. That the future is still up in the air, that people are still intelligent and kind, and that everyone has the chance to add something worthwhile to the continuing narrative of our shared existence. After beginning his life as an orphaned teenager on a small island, Alexander Hamilton went on to contribute to the founding of a nation. What else could we do? Sweet dreams, and may you awaken tomorrow with a semblance of Alexander Hamilton's quiet faith that difficult issues can be resolved, that brilliant ideas have the power to transform the world, and that there is always more significant work to be done. Picture yourself settling into your favourite reading spot, perhaps with a warm cup of tea steaming beside you. Tonight, we're going to travel back to a time when sleep was as different from yours as a handwritten letter is from a text message. You might think sleep has always been the same, 8 hours, a pillow, maybe some tossing and turning, but you'd be wrong. Before Johannes Gutenberg changed everything around 1440, sleep moved to entirely different rhythms. Imagine living in a world where darkness truly meant silence, where the only light after sunset came from flickering candles that cost more than most people earned in a day, or smoky oil lamps that made your eyes water just thinking about them. In this world, your great-great-great and many more greats' grandmother didn't fight the darkness. She surrendered to it like a worn-out traveller finally reaching home. When the sun dipped below the horizon, most people began their journey into what historians now call segmented sleep, though back then nobody needed a fancy name for it. It was simply how humans slept, like the way birds fly or fish swim. Here's where it gets intriguing. People didn't sleep for 8 straight hours. Instead, they slept in 2 distinct chunks, like a delicious sandwich with a wide filling of wakefulness in between. The first sleep began shortly after sunset, lasting roughly 4 hours. Then, sometime between midnight and 2 in the morning, people would naturally wake up. However, the remarkable aspect is that they did not panic about being awake during the middle of the night. They did not deceive themselves by calculating the number of hours of sleep they were sacrificing, or by fretting over potential grogginess at work the following day. Instead, they embraced this midnight awakening as naturally as you embrace your morning coffee routine. During these quiet hours between sleeps, people would do the most wonderfully human things. They'd tend to the fire, ensuring their family stayed warm through the cold night. They'd monitor on children, offering comfort to little ones startled by dreams. Couples would talk softly in the darkness, sharing thoughts and feelings that somehow seemed easier to express when the world felt smaller and more intimate. Some people used this time for prayer or meditation, finding a special connection to the divine in those hushed hours when the boundary between day and night felt thin as gossip. Others would craft simple items by firelight, mending clothes, carving wooden spoons, or braiding rope. The wealthy might even visit neighbours, because apparently social calls at 1 in the morning were perfectly acceptable back then. Such behaviour wasn't considered insomnia or a sleep disorder. Medical texts from the era mention first sleep and second sleep, as casually as we might mention breakfast and lunch. People structured their nights around this natural pattern, planning activities for their wakeful hours just as carefully as they planned their daytime tasks. The darkness that surrounded these midnight activities was profound in ways we can barely imagine today. Step outside your house at night now, and you'll likely see streetlights, house lights, the glow from windows, and maybe the distant shine of a shopping centre. Even in relatively rural areas, light pollution reaches far beyond cities, creating what astronomers call sky glow. But in pre-printing press Europe, nighttime darkness was absolute. The Milky Way blazed overhead like a river of diamonds, and people knew the constellations not as romantic notions, but as practical tools for navigation and timekeeping. The moon's phases mattered deeply because they determined how much natural light you'd have for nighttime activities. This darkness shaped not just when people slept, but how they thought about rest itself. Sleep wasn't something to be optimized or tracked with devices. It was a natural surrender to the rhythm of light and shadow, a time when the boundaries between consciousness and dreams became delightfully blurred, and when the night held mysteries that daylight couldn't touch. Little did anyone know that a goldsmith's son in Mainz was about to change all of our lives forever. Johannes Gutenberg probably never intended to revolutionize sleep. He was simply trying to solve a problem that had plagued humanity since the first person wanted to share a story with someone who wasn't there to hear it. Before his invention, books were as rare as unicorns and almost as expensive. Each one had to be copied by hand, letter by painstaking letter, by scribes who specialized in beautiful handwriting and presumably had powerful wrists. Imagine desiring to possess a single volume, be it a compilation of prayers or perhaps a manual on herb gardening. You'd need to save money for months, maybe even years. A single book could cost as much as a farm. Most people owned exactly 0 books, not because they couldn't read, though many couldn't, but because books simply weren't available to ordinary folks. The scribes who copied these manuscripts worked in scriptoriums, which sounds much more glamorous than it actually was. Picture a large, cold room filled with monks hunched over wooden desks, carefully forming each letter with quill pens that needed constant attention. Sneezing at the wrong moment could ruin hours of work. One small mistake meant starting an entire page over again. These hand-copied books were gorgeous works of art, decorated with elaborate illustrations and ornate initial letters that looked like tiny masterpieces. But they were also riddled with errors. Errors often creep in when humans copy text by hand, much like weeds in a garden. A scribe might accidentally skip a line, misspell a word, or correct something they thought was wrong. Several copies of a text might only bear a passing resemblance to the original. Gutenberg, with his goldsmith's precision, an apparent gift for seeing solutions where others saw only problems, developed movable type printing. Instead of carving entire pages into wooden blocks, which had been tried before, he created individual metal letters that could be arranged and rearranged to form different words and pages. It was akin to possessing a highly advanced collection of alphabet blocks, yet these blocks had the potential to fundamentally alter the world. His printing press could produce books faster than a scribe could even read them. Where it might take a monk 6 months to copy a single book, Gutenberg's press could print hundreds of copies in the same time. Suddenly books weren't precious unicorns, they were becoming more like friendly neighbourhood cats, still special, but no longer impossibly rare. The first book Gutenberg chose to print was the Bible, which made perfect sense since most literacy at the time was connected to religious practice. But here's where our sleep story really begins to unfold. As printing presses spread across Europe faster than news of a royal scandal, they didn't just make books more available, they made reading itself a different activity. Before printing, most reading was done aloud, in groups. Families might gather to hear someone read from one of their precious few books. Reading was a social activity, like sharing a meal or telling stories around a fire. People read during daylight hours when they could see clearly, and reading sessions were often planned events that brought communities together. But printed books changed this dynamic entirely. Suddenly, you could own multiple books, and reading became something you could do alone, quietly, whenever you wanted. You didn't need to coordinate with others or wait for someone else to finish with the family's single volume. You could read in bed, by candlelight, in the privacy of your thoughts. This shift from communal to private reading happened gradually, like the way seasons change. You don't notice it day by day, but suddenly you realize everything is different. People began staying up later, reading by whatever light they could afford. Candle makers probably started having much better business years without fully understanding why. The content of books began to change too. Along with religious texts, printers started producing what we might recognize as the world's first entertainment reading. Stories, poetry, accounts of adventures in distant lands, and even early versions of self-help books. For the first time in human history, you could disappear into a fictional world whenever you wanted, transported by nothing more than words on a page and your own imagination. This was revolutionary in ways that go far beyond just having more books to read. For thousands of years, humans had lived primarily in the physical world, immediately around them. Your entertainment came from the people you knew, the stories they told, and the songs they sang. But books opened up infinite worlds, all accessible from the comfort of your home or even your bed. The printing press had inadvertently created the world's first truly portable entertainment system. As printed books spread through European towns like honey through warm bread, something curious began happening to the night. You have to remember, this transformation didn't occur overnight. It unfolded across generations, the way a river slowly carves a new channel through rock. But the change, once it began, was as irreversible as morning following darkness. The most immediate shift was practical. People who could now afford books, and by 1500 a printed book cost roughly what you might spend on a luxurious dinner today, suddenly had a reason to extend their waking hours. The new book owners found themselves negotiating with the night, while previous generations surrendered to darkness as naturally as flowers close at sunset. Reading by candlelight evolved into a unique art form. You learned to position yourself just so to avoid casting shadows on the page, while preventing wax from dripping onto your precious book. Candle making evolved too, with craftsmen developing longer-burning, cleaner-burning candles specifically for readers. The wealthy began investing in multiple candles, oil lamps with better wicks, and even early versions of reading glasses to make the most of their dim light. But here's where it gets fascinating from a sleep perspective. People weren't just staying up later, they were changing what nighttime meant. Previously, the hours between sunset and sleep had been family time, community time, or practical time for essential tasks. Now, nighttime became personal time, private time, and thinking time. Picture yourself as a merchant in 1520 Antwerp, finally able to afford a small collection of printed books. After a day of buying and selling, negotiating with customers, and managing your shop, you discover that reading offers something unprecedented: escape. Not only does reading provide a physical escape to distant lands described in travel narratives, but it also provides a mental escape from the immediate concerns of daily life. This mental escape had profound effects on sleep itself. For the first time in human history, significant numbers of people were going to bed with their minds racing, not from the day's physical labours or immediate social concerns, but from the ideas, stories and emotions they had absorbed from books. Their dreams began incorporating elements from fictional worlds, characters they'd never met, and places they'd never seen. The old pattern of segmented sleep began to shift, although it did not immediately disappear. People still often woke in the middle of the night, but instead of using that time for practical tasks or quiet conversation, they increasingly turned to reading. Those midnight hours became precious reading time, when the house was quiet and distractions minimal. This created the first real tension between artificial light and natural sleep patterns. Candlelight, while dim by our standards, was bright enough to suppress the body's natural production of sleep-inducing hormones. People began experiencing what we now recognize as the early stages of artificial light's impact on circadian rhythms, even though they lacked a scientific framework to understand the changes occurring. Religious authorities noticed the change and weren't entirely pleased. Church leaders began warning against excessive nighttime reading, particularly of secular books. Worried, they realized that people were literally losing sleep over fictional stories and worldly concerns, time they could have better spent in prayer or rest. Some sermons from this period specifically mention the dangers of night reading and its effects on both spiritual and physical health. Medical practitioners of the time began documenting new types of sleep complaints. Physicians noted that patients, particularly educated ones, were reporting more difficulty falling asleep, more restless nights, and more vivid, complex dreams. The term scholar's insomnia appeared in medical texts, describing a condition primarily affecting people who read extensively. The printing revolution also democratized knowledge in ways that affected sleep indirectly but significantly. People could now access medical information, including advice about sleep and health, without relying solely on local practitioners or folk wisdom. This led to the first wave of people actively contemplating and trying to optimize their sleep, rather than simply accepting whatever rest came naturally. Books on health, diet, and daily routines became popular, many offering advice about proper sleep habits. Ironically, people were staying up late reading books about how to sleep better. The more information they consumed about sleep, the more conscious they became of their sleep patterns, which often made sleep more elusive. Meanwhile, the book industry itself was creating entirely new nighttime economies. Printers worked long hours to meet growing demand. Bookbinders, paper makers and type founders extended their working days. Candle makers and lamp oil producers experienced unprecedented demand. An entire ecosystem of night jobs emerged to support the growing appetite for reading. By the late 1500s, complaints about neighbours reading late into the night became common in urban areas. The soft glow of candlelight from windows, previously a sign that someone was sick or dealing with an emergency, increasingly just meant someone was enjoying a good paper makers, becoming less about rest and more about choice. The stage was set for sleep to become something entirely different from what humans had known for millennia. Something magical happened as books became cheaper and more abundant. They began migrating from public spaces into the most private space of all, the bedroom. This wasn't just a matter of convenience, it represented a fundamental shift in how humans related to both sleep and stories. For the first time in history, the last thing many people experienced before sleep wasn't the voice of a family member, the crackle of a dying fire, or the settling sounds of their house, but words on a page that transported them to entirely different worlds. The practice of bedtime reading emerged gradually, like a new tradition nobody planned but everyone seemed to discover independently. Parents who could afford books began reading to their children at bedtime, creating the first generation of humans to associate the transition to sleep with storytelling. These weren't the oral folk tales that had been passed down through generations. These were printed stories, consistent in their telling, often accompanied by illustrations and infinitely repeatable. Children raised on bedtime stories developed different relationships with both sleep and imagination. Instead of drifting off to sleep thinking of the day's events or tomorrow's chores, they fell asleep with their minds full of fictional characters, imaginary places and narrative possibilities. Their dreams began incorporating more complex storylines, and many reported dreams that seemed to continue stories from their bedtime books, or create entirely new adventures featuring beloved characters. Adults too discovered the peculiar pleasure of reading in bed. The combination of physical comfort, dim light, and engaging stories created a uniquely conducive environment for relaxation. But it also created something unprecedented: the cliffhanger bedtime. For the first time, people were deliberately putting themselves into emotional suspense right before sleep, their minds actively wondering what would happen next in their stories. This led to what historians now recognise as the first widespread occurrence of voluntary sleep delay for entertainment purposes. People would tell themselves they'd read just one more chapter, then find themselves still turning pages hours later. The phrase, "I couldn't put it down," entered common usage during this period, though it originally referred specifically to the difficulty of stopping reading at bedtime. The types of books people chose for bedtime reading began to influence the content publishers produced. Adventure stories with chapter-ending cliffhangers proved enormously popular, as did romantic tales that left readers emotionally satisfied but eager for more. Publishers discovered that books specifically marketed for bedtime reading sold exceptionally well, leading to the development of what we might recognise as the first genre fiction specifically designed for nighttime consumption. Religious bedtime reading remained popular, but even devotional books began adapting to bedtime reading habits. Prayer books started including shorter sections suitable for nighttime reading, and collections of brief comforting religious passages became common. The practice of reading a psalm or brief devotional passage before sleep became so widespread that furniture makers began designing bedside tables specifically to hold books and candles. The wealthy began commissioning special bedroom libraries, small collections of books selected specifically for nighttime reading. These typically included poetry, easy to read in short segments, inspiring or comforting prose, and what publishers began calling gentle adventures, exciting enough to be engaging but not so thrilling as to prevent sleep. Medical opinion on bedtime reading was mixed. Some physicians warned that exciting stories could overstimulate the mind and prevent restful sleep. Others argued that reading helped transition the mind from the day's concerns to a more peaceful state conducive to rest. This debate marked the beginning of what would become centuries of discussion about the relationship between mental stimulation and sleep quality. The practice of reading in bed created new intimacies between couples. Married partners began sharing books, reading aloud to each other, and discussing stories as a regular part of their bedtime routine. Some couples developed elaborate systems for sharing limited reading light, taking turns holding candles or reading aloud while the other rested their eyes. This sharing of stories in the marriage bed represented something entirely new in human relationships. Previously, the most intimate conversations between couples typically focused on practical matters, family concerns, daily events, plans, and problems. But bedtime reading introduced shared fictional experiences, imaginary worlds that couples could explore together, and characters they could discuss and debate. Children growing up in households with bedtime reading began asking for their books earlier than previous generations had shown interest in reading. The association between books and comfort, books and the safety of home, and books and the transition to sleep created powerful positive associations with reading that lasted throughout their lives. By 1600, a significant portion of the literate population had incorporated reading into their bedtime routines. What had begun as a practical way to make use of expensive books had evolved into a new cultural ritual, one that transformed both how people fell asleep and what they dreamed about when they finally closed their eyes. The night was no longer just nature's signal for rest. It had become reading time. By the early 1600s, something unprecedented was happening in bedrooms across literate Europe. People were lying awake contemplating sleep itself. For the first time in human history, significant numbers of people were actively analysing their rest, comparing their sleep experiences to advice they'd read in books, and trying to optimise their nighttime hours. The printing press had accidentally created the world's first generation of sleep-conscious individuals. Medical books, once accessible only to physicians, were now available to anyone who could read and afford them. These texts introduced ordinary people to concepts like humoral balance and the idea that diet, exercise, and daily habits could affect sleep quality. People began experimenting with the timing of their meals, the firmness of their mattresses, and even the direction their beds faced, all based on printed advice from medical authorities. This marked a fascinating shift from passive acceptance to active management. Your ancestors had simply slept when they were and woken when they weren't. But the new book-reading population began tracking their sleep patterns, noting which activities helped or hindered their rest, and developing personal theories about optimal sleep conditions. The results were mixed, to put it gently. Many people, armed with partial medical knowledge and conflicting advice from different books, began creating elaborate bedtime routines that probably did more harm than good. Some would spend an hour before bed preparing their sleeping environment according to whatever book they'd most recently read, adjusting ventilation, rearranging furniture, or consuming specific foods supposed to promote restful sleep. Meanwhile, the mere act of reading about sleep often made it more elusive. People would lie in bed analysing whether they felt sufficiently relaxed, whether their breathing matched the patterns described in their health books, and whether their mattress was positioned correctly according to the latest printed advice. The more they thought about sleep, the harder it became. Publishers, recognizing a profitable trend, began producing books specifically about sleep improvement. Titles like The Complete Guide to Restful Slumber and Natural Methods for Perfect Sleep became bestsellers. These books typically promise simple solutions to sleep problems, while simultaneously making readers more anxious about whether they were sleeping correctly. The wealthy began investing in elaborate sleep optimization equipment based on printed recommendations, special mattresses, pillows designed according to particular theories, bedroom furniture arranged to promote better rest, and even clothing designed specifically for sleeping. This period saw the birth of the idea that sleep quality could be purchased and optimized through the right products, an idea we'd recognize today. Religious authorities continued to voice their concerns about the evolving relationship between books and bedtime, but their focus shifted from moral objections to practical health concerns. Church leaders began preaching about the importance of proper rest for spiritual life, arguing that people too fatigued from staying up reading were less able to focus during prayer or church services. The emerging scientific revolution of the 1600s brought new complexity to sleep advice. Books began presenting competing theories about what happened during sleep, why dreams occurred, and how rest affected health. People found themselves trying to sleep while mentally debating whether sleep was primarily for physical restoration, mental processing, or spiritual renewal. Coffee, introduced to Europe during this same period, added another layer of complexity to the sleep equation. Popular books about coffee's stimulating effects led to elaborate rules about when coffee consumption could occur without affecting nighttime rest. People began timing their coffee consumption based on printed advice, often creating more anxiety about their sleep than the coffee itself caused. The practice of keeping sleep journals emerged among the educated classes. People began recording their bedtimes, wake times, dream content, and energy levels, comparing their experiences to advice they'd read in books. These personal sleep studies represented humanity's first systematic attempts to understand individual sleep patterns, though the data was often more confusing than illuminating. Physicians began reporting a new category of patient complaints. People who felt their sleep was inadequate not because they were worn out, but because their sleep didn't match descriptions they'd read in books. Healthy individuals with normal sleep patterns sought medical help because they worried their rest wasn't optimized according to the latest printed theories. This period also saw the emergence of sleep-related social anxiety. People began comparing their sleep habits to those described in popular books, worrying that their bedtime routines, mattresses, or sleep positions mark them as unsophisticated or unhealthy. Sleep, which had been a private, largely unconscious activity, became a topic of social discussion and comparison. Everyone recognized the irony. Some writers of the time noted that humanity had survived for millennia with perfectly adequate sleep before anyone thought to write books about it. They observed that the more people read about sleep, the more problems they seemed to develop with sleeping. But there was no going back. The printing press had fundamentally altered humanity's relationship with rest, transforming sleep from a natural surrender to darkness into a complex activity that could be studied, analysed, optimised, and worried about. Sleep had become homework. As the 1600s progressed into the 1700s, something profound was slipping away from human experience, so gradually that no one quite noticed until it was nearly gone. The ancient pattern of segmented sleep, first sleep, wakeful period, second sleep, was dissolving like morning mist, replaced by something entirely different. Books weren't just changing when people slept, they were fundamentally altering how people slept. The transition happened differently in cities than in rural areas, and faster among the wealthy than the poor. But the direction was unmistakable. People were beginning to sleep in single, consolidated blocks, much like you do today. This transition might seem like a minor technical change, but it represented one of the most significant shifts in human behaviour since the development of agriculture. Urban areas led this transformation. Cities meant more artificial light, more scheduled activities, and more access to books and printed entertainment. City dwellers found their old midnight wake periods increasingly inconvenient. If you had to be at work by a specific time and needed to maintain your energy throughout the day, the segmented sleep pattern began to feel inefficient rather than natural. Books played a crucial role in this shift. The growing practice of bedtime reading meant people were staying awake later into the evening, pushing their first sleep period later and later. Eventually, many people were going to bed so late that their natural wake period occurred uncomfortably close to dawn. Rather than wake for an hour or two in the middle of the night, they began sleeping straight through until morning. This change didn't happen without consequences. People raised on segmented sleep patterns often struggled with the new consolidated approach. They'd lie awake during what had traditionally been their midnight active period, not understanding why sleep eluded them. Physicians began documenting what they called midnight melancholy, periods of wakeful anxiety that occurred when people fought against their natural tendency to wake during the night. The loss of segmented sleep meant the disappearance of those precious midnight hours that had traditionally been used for quiet conversation, prayer, meditation, and gentle activities. Couples lost that intimate time of soft conversation in the darkness. Families stopped sharing those peaceful moments of tending the fire and checking on children together. Instead, all the evening's activities, conversation, reading, planning, and reflection, became compressed into the hours between dinner and bedtime. This intensification of evening activities created a faster pace of life that many found overwhelming. The gentle rhythm of segmented sleep had provided natural breaks in the day's emotional and mental processing. Books began reflecting and reinforcing this new sleep pattern. Authors started writing longer chapters, assuming readers would want substantial content for their extended evening reading sessions. The concept of the page-turner, a book so engaging you'd read late into the night, became a marketing advantage. publishers discovered that books that kept people reading past their traditional first bedtime were most likely to become popular. The wealthy began designing their homes around consolidated sleep patterns. Bedrooms became more elaborate and comfortable, designed for longer periods of occupancy. The concept of the bedroom as a retreat, a personal sanctuary designed specifically for rest and relaxation, emerged during this period. Previously, bedrooms had been more utilitarian, places to sleep certainly, but not necessarily places to linger or relax. Reading nooks within bedrooms became fashionable among those who could afford them. These were specifically designed spaces for pre-sleep reading, with comfortable chairs, good lighting, and convenient book storage. The bedroom was transforming from a place you went only to sleep into a place where you might spend several hours each evening reading, relaxing, and gradually transitioning towards sleep. This architectural shift reflected a deeper change in how people thought about rest and privacy. The bedroom was becoming the first truly private space in most people's homes, a place where you could retreat from social obligations and family responsibilities to engage with books and your thoughts. Children growing up during this transition experienced something unprecedented. They were the first generation to sleep through the night as a normal expected pattern. Their parents and grandparents had grown up expecting to wake during the night, but these children learned to sleep for 8 or 9 continuous hours. This created different relationships with both sleep and darkness, and different capacities for sustained attention and energy throughout long days. The old folk wisdom about sleep began to seem obsolete. Sayings like, "The hour before midnight is worth 2 after," made less sense to people who were going to bed at midnight or later. Traditional advice about using wakeful periods for prayer or meditation seemed irrelevant to people who no longer experienced regular midnight wake periods. By 1750, consolidated sleep had become the new normal for most of the literate population. The segmented sleep pattern that had characterized human rest for millennia survived mainly in rural areas where artificial light was still rare and daily schedules remained tied to natural daylight cycles. Medical authorities of the time noted the change but generally approved of it. Consolidated sleep seemed more efficient, better suited to the increasingly complex demands of modern life. Few realized that humanity was abandoning a rest pattern that had evolved over thousands of years, replacing it with something entirely unprecedented in human experience. The printing press had accidentally engineered the most significant change in human sleep patterns since we learned to control fire. Here you are, centuries later, settling into your comfortable bed with perhaps a book on your nightstand, completely unaware that your entire relationship with sleep was shaped by a goldsmith's invention from the 1400s. The consolidated sleep pattern you consider natural, 8 hours of continuous rest, would have seemed as strange to your medieval ancestors as their segmented sleep routine seems to you today. The transformation the printing press began continues to ripple through your nights, in ways both obvious and subtle. Every time you reach for your phone to read just one more article before sleep, you're participating in a tradition that began when the first person lit a candle to read just one more chapter. The eternal struggle between "I should go to sleep" and "I'll just read a little longer" started with those early book owners and has never really ended. Your bedroom itself is a testament to this transformation. The idea that you need a comfortable, private space specifically designed for rest and relaxation, complete with good lighting for reading, comfortable seating, and easy access to books or digital devices, would have been incomprehensible to people who simply slept wherever they could identify a safe, warm spot. The printing press didn't just change what people read, it changed how they think. The ability to access multiple perspectives, compare different ideas, and engage with complex narratives trained human minds to be more active, more analytical, and more imaginative. These more active minds naturally took longer to settle into sleep, requiring longer transition periods and more comfortable environments. Modern sleep science has rediscovered some wisdom from the pre-printing era. Sleep researchers now understand that the consolidated 8-hour sleep pattern, while workable, isn't necessarily optimal for everyone. Some people naturally function better with segmented sleep or alternative patterns, but our modern world of scheduled work and artificial lighting makes these patterns difficult to maintain. The books that line your shelves, the reading light beside your bed, and the comfortable chair where you might read before sleep. All of these represent victories in humanity's ongoing negotiation with darkness. Each generation since Gutenberg has pushed bedtime a little later, made nights a little brighter, and filled the hours before sleep with more mental stimulation. Your dreams themselves carry the legacy of this transformation. The complex, narrative-rich dreams that many people experience today reflect minds trained on centuries of storytelling tradition. Your sleeping brain processes not just the day's immediate experiences, but also the characters, plots, and ideas you've absorbed from books, creating dreams that would have been impossible for pre-literate humans to imagine. The sleep problems that plague modern life, difficulty falling asleep, racing thoughts at bedtime, the temptation to read or check devices instead of sleeping, all have their roots in that moment when humans first chose artificial light and mental stimulation over natural darkness and rest. We traded the simple surrender to sleep for the complex pleasure of extended consciousness, and we're still learning to manage the consequences, but perhaps this trade-off was worth it. The same printing press revolution that complicated sleep also democratized knowledge, spread literacy, enabled the scientific revolution, and created the foundation for every book you've ever loved. Those late nights reading by candlelight gave birth to the modern world, with all its complexities and possibilities. As you prepare for sleep tonight, you're participating in a ritual that would be recognizable to readers from centuries past. The details have changed. Electric lights instead of candles, printed books or digital screens instead of hand-copied manuscripts, but the basic pattern remains. You're using artificial light to extend consciousness beyond its natural limits, filling your mind with stories and ideas that will accompany you to sleep and perhaps to dreams. The printing press taught humanity that night doesn't have to mean the end of thought, that darkness can be filled with light and stories, and that sleep can be a transition to worlds even more fantastic than the ones we read about. Changing how we sleep changed us as a species, more thoughtful, imaginative, and connected to ideas and stories than before. So tonight, as you finally turn off the light and settle into sleep, you're carrying forward a tradition that began when the first person decided that sunset didn't have to mean the end of reading time. Sweet dreams. They're brought to you by Johannes Gutenberg and everyone who ever stayed up late reading just one. You wake up before dawn in your cell, not because you want to, but because Marcus, the lanista who runs this gladiator school, has a peculiar fondness for roosters, 3 of them to be exact, and they seem to take personal offence at the concept of sleep. Their crowing echoes through the stone corridors of the ludus like a cacophony of very angry, very small trumpets. Your sleeping mat isn't exactly what you'd call comfortable. It's essentially a thin piece of fabric stretched over straw that's seen better decades. But you've grown accustomed to it, the way you've grown accustomed to most things in this life that chose you rather than the other way around. The cell is small, about the size of a modern walk-in closet, with walls that weep moisture in the winter and radiate heat like an oven in summer. You stretch, feeling your joints pop in that satisfying way that reminds you you're still alive and relatively intact. This is always a good sign in your line of work. Your body's a roadmap of small scars and faded bruises, each one a story you'd rather not tell at dinner parties, if you went to dinner parties, which you don't. The other gladiators are stirring too. There's Gaius, who snores like a hibernating bear and somehow always looks surprised when he wakes up, as if sleep were a magic trick he couldn't quite figure out. Across the corridor, you can hear Lucius already doing his morning stretches. The man is unnaturally disciplined, the sort who probably organised his toys by colour as a child. The guards unlock the cells with a series of metallic clanks that serve as your daily alarm clock. You file out with the others, a procession of dishevelled warriors shuffling toward the communal washing area. The water is cold enough to make you question your life choices, but it does the job of shocking you fully awake. Breakfast is barley porridge with a consistency somewhere between soup and mortar. Sometimes there are bits of dried meat floating in it, though you've learned not to ask too many questions about the source. The bread is dense and chewy, the kind that doubles as a weapon if you're creative enough, but it fills your stomach, and in this business, that's really all you can ask for. You eat in relative silence, listening to the morning sounds of the ludus coming to life. Somewhere, a blacksmith is already working on equipment repairs, the rhythmic hammering that will provide the soundtrack to your day. The cook is arguing with a grain merchant about quality, their voices carrying across the courtyard in rapid-fire Etruscan that sounds like an argument between 2 very passionate birds. After breakfast, you report to the equipment room, where Titus, the grizzled old gladiator who survived long enough to become an instructor, inspects each fighter's gear with the intensity of a mother examining her child's scraped knee. Your leather armour gets a thorough once-over, straps checked, padding adjusted. Your sword, a gladius that's seen more action than a diplomat in wartime, is examined for nicks and wear. Your shield grip is loose, Titus mutters, his weathered hands working the leather strapping. Loose grip, loose life. Remember that. You nod, though you've heard this particular wisdom roughly 300 times. Titus has maybe a dozen sayings that he rotates through like a philosophical water wheel, but the man has survived 15 years in the arena, so you listen. In your world, survival tips come from people who've actually survived, not from people who've read about surviving. The morning inspection complete, you head to the training grounds. The sand is already warm under your feet, heated by the early sun filtering through the ludus's open roof. Today will be another day of practice, preparation, and trying not to think too hard about why you're preparing. The training ground is your second home, though calling it home might be generous. It's more like that relative's house where you have to stay sometimes. Familiar but not exactly comfortable. The sand is fine and white, imported from some distant beach where people probably have better career options than professional combat. Your first drill of the day is footwork, which sounds simple until you realise that in the arena, fancy footwork is the difference between going home to your cell and going home to whatever afterlife the gods have planned for you. You practice the basic movements: advance, retreat, pivot, and dodge. Each step has to be precise. Each movement is economic. Wasted motion is wasted energy, and wasted energy is how you end up as entertainment for the crowd in ways you didn't intend. Titus watches from the sidelines, occasionally barking corrections. "You're dancing, not fighting. This isn't a festival." His voice carries the authority of someone who's seen too many promising gladiators make simple mistakes with permanent consequences. You adjust your stance, lower your centre of gravity, and try to look less like you're performing a religious ceremony and more like you're preparing for controlled violence. The wooden practice sword feels different from your real blade, lighter but somehow more awkward. It feels akin to attempting to write with a stick after becoming accustomed to a proper stylus. But the wooden sword won't accidentally remove important parts of your training partners, which everyone appreciates. Gaius is your sparring partner today, which is both good news and bad news. Good news? He's reliable and won't try anything unnecessarily creative that might result in an unplanned trip to the medical tent. Bad news? He has the subtlety of a falling tree and hits about as hard as one. Your arms are going to feel like overcooked noodles by the end of this session. You circle each other in the sand, shields up, wooden swords ready. The morning sun is climbing higher, and you can already feel sweat beginning to gather under your leather armour. Gaius makes the first move, a straightforward attack that you see coming from roughly the next province over. You parry, riposte, and dance backward as he follows up with a shield bash that would have rearranged your face if it had connected. "Better," Titus calls out, "but you're still thinking too much. Trust your training. Trust your training." This is one of his most cherished sayings. While it may seem simple to utter, it becomes more challenging to execute when faced with a formidable opponent, even during training sessions. But you know what he means. The hours of repetition, the muscle memory built up through countless drills, it's all designed to work automatically when your conscious mind is busy with other things, like staying alive. The sparring continues for what feels like hours, but is probably only 30 minutes. You and Gaius work through various scenarios, attacks from different angles, combinations of sword and shield work, and defence against multiple opponents. By the end, the sand has managed to find its way into places it shouldn't be, and you're both breathing heavily. Next comes strength training, which in your world means lifting heavy things and carrying them around until your muscles remember who's in charge. There are stone weights, water-filled amphorae, and a particularly unpleasant exercise involving carrying your training partner across the sand while he tries to make your life difficult by refusing to cooperate. It's like moving furniture if furniture were actively trying to make you drop it. The afternoon brings weapons training with different types of equipment. Today it's net and trident work, which requires a completely different skill set from sword and shield. The net is deceptively tricky. It looks simple until you try to throw it with any accuracy while someone is actively trying to avoid being caught. It's like trying to catch a fish with a blanket while the fish is running away from you. The trident is heavy and awkward at first, but there's something satisfying about its reach and power. It's a weapon that demands respect, both from you and from anyone facing it. The 3 prongs make it excellent for defence, and the length gives you options that a shorter weapon doesn't provide. As the day's training winds down, you clean your equipment and store it properly. In the gladiator business, taking care of your gear isn't just good practice, it's a survival strategy. A rusty sword or a cracked shield can turn a manageable fight into a brief career change. Life in the Ludus isn't just about fighting. It's about mastering the complicated social dynamics of a place where everyone's job involves potential violence. But somehow you all have to live together between the violent bits. It's like being in a very specialised boarding school where detention might involve permanent injury. You've learned to read the moods and personalities of your fellow gladiators, the way a sailor reads weather patterns. There's Quintus, who gets moody before fights and has a tendency to pick arguments about nothing. Smart money says to give him extra space when he starts complaining about the food, the weather, or the particular way someone else breathes. Felix goes silent before a match, as if saving his words for a future conversation he may not live to have. The gladiator hierarchy is unspoken but clearly understood by everyone. Veterans like Titus occupy the top tier. They've survived long enough to earn respect, and, more importantly, they've survived long enough to teach others how to survive. Below them are the established fighters who've proven themselves in the arena, but haven't yet achieved legendary status. Then there are the newer gladiators, like yourself, who are still figuring out whether this career path was a choice or something that happened to them. At the bottom are the newcomers, the ones who maintain a confused expression, as if they're unsure of their journey to this place. You remember having that look. Everyone does. It usually fades after the first few training sessions, replaced by a more practical expression that says, "Well, this is happening, so I might as well get good at it." Marcus, the Lanista, is a businessman first and a patron of the arts second, if you consider gladiatorial combat an art form. He consistently expresses his thoughts. He expresses his opinions both loudly and frequently. He has opinions about fighting styles the way other people have opinions about wine or poetry. He'll spend 20 minutes explaining why a particular shield technique is aesthetically superior to another, while you stand there thinking about lunch and trying to look interested. But Marcus isn't cruel, just practical. Marcus views his gladiators as an investment that requires maintenance. The food is adequate, the medical care is surprisingly excellent, and he doesn't work anyone to the point of being useless. He's learned that half-dead gladiators put on disappointing shows, and disappointing shows are bad for business. The Ludus doctor, a Greek named Demetrius, treats injuries with the efficiency of someone who's seen every possible way the human body can be damaged in combat. He's patched up everything from minor cuts to major sword wounds, and he does it all with the bedside manner of a particularly unsentimental accountant. "Don't die" is his most common medical advice, delivered in the same tone someone might use to remind you to close a door behind you. Meals serve as communal affairs, combining informal strategy sessions, gossip exchanges, and group therapy. You learn which fighters are struggling with upcoming matches, who's been having nightmares, and whose family sent a letter from home. The conversations flow in a mixture of Latin, Etruscan, and the occasional borrowed phrase from whatever distant province someone originally called home. Today's dinner conversation centres around rumours of a new type of gladiator being trained in Rome. Fighters who specialise in some exotic weapon combination that sounds both impressive and impractical. Everyone has theories about what this development means for the profession, but most of those theories include complaints about young gladiators today and how things were better in the past. "In my time," says Cassius, who's been having his time for about 3 years now, "gladiators learned proper fundamentals. None of this fancy showmanship." He waves his bread dramatically, as if it were partially responsible for the decline of gladiatorial standards. You listen with half an ear while working on your dinner, which tonight includes what might be chicken, or rabbit, or possibly something else entirely that's been seasoned aggressively enough to make identification unnecessary. The meat is tender, whatever it is, and that's really what matters. After dinner, there's a brief period of spare time before lights out. Some gladiators spend this time writing letters to family. Others practice simple crafts like leatherworking or wood carving. A few gather around whoever has the best voice for storytelling, listening to tales of famous battles, legendary gladiators, or occasionally just funny stories about things that happened in other cities. The summons arrives on a Tuesday, which somehow worsens it. Tuesdays are supposed to be for routine training and equipment maintenance, not for life-altering announcements. But there's Marcus, standing in the courtyard with that particular expression that means someone's about to have their schedule dramatically rearranged. "We have a match," he announces, consulting a wax tablet covered in what looks like notes, written by someone with either terrible handwriting or very shaky hands. Local magistrate is hosting games for his son's coming of age, 3 days from now. You experience that peculiar dropping sensation in your stomach, similar to the feeling of stepping off a cliff in the dark. 3 days. That's enough time to worry about it, but not enough time to do anything productive with the worrying. It's akin to receiving an invitation to a dinner party, only to discover that the guests are plotting your death for amusement. The match details are straightforward enough. You'll be fighting against a gladiator from a rival school in the next town over. The match will involve standard sword and shield combat, with the winner being the first to surrender, or more accurately, the first to lose the ability to surrender. The crowd will be relatively small, maybe 200 people, but that's still 200 people who will be watching you try to stay alive while someone else tries to prevent that from happening. Marcus reads off a few more details. The time of day, afternoon, which is good because the light will be consistent, the expected duration, however long it takes, and the prize money, which will be divided between the school and the gladiator, assuming the gladiator is in a position to spend money afterward. After the announcement, the other gladiators offer the usual mixture of encouragement and practical advice. "Remember to keep your shield up," says Lucius, as if you might forget this crucial detail. "Don't let him get inside your guard," adds Gaius, which is also helpful in the way that try not to get hit is beneficial. But their concern is genuine, even if their advice is obvious. In the gladiator business, everyone understands that each fight could be someone's last, and that knowledge creates a particular kind of camaraderie. You're all in the same boat, even if you're taking turns rowing while the others bail water. The next 3 days pass in a blur of intensified training and mental preparation. Titus works with you on specific techniques, drilling combinations until they become automatic. "Muscle memory," he keeps saying. When your brain is busy trying not to panic, your muscles need to know what to do without instruction. You practice against different opponents, each with their fighting style, trying to prepare for whatever approach your actual opponent might use. Will he be aggressive and try to overwhelm you quickly? Defensive and patient, waiting for you to make a mistake? He may be tricky and unpredictable, varying his tactics to keep you on your toes. There's no way to know until you're actually facing him in the sand. The night before the fight, sleep fluctuates. You think about all the things that could go wrong, then try not to think about them, but that makes you think about them more. It's like trying not to think about elephants. The harder you try, the more elephants show up in your mental landscape. Eventually, you give up on sleep and spend the pre-dawn hours in quiet meditation, going through the fight mentally, visualizing different scenarios and your responses to them. This is another thing Titus taught you. Fight the battle in your head first. Work out the problems when the stakes are imaginary. Dawn arrives with its usual lack of consideration for whether you're ready for it or not. Today is the day. Your breakfast tastes like sand, though that might be because there's actual sand in it. The morning bread sometimes picks up unexpected ingredients from the baker's workspace. Or it might be because your mouth is dry with anticipation. You check your equipment one final time. Sword, sharp and balanced. Shield, solid and properly gripped. Armour, fitted and secure. Everything is as ready as it can be. Now it's just a matter of getting yourself to the same state of readiness. The arena is smaller than you expected, but somehow that makes it more intimate and therefore more nerve-wracking. It's like being invited to perform in someone's living room, except the performance involves mortal combat, and the living room is filled with people who've paid to watch you possibly die. The crowd is already gathering as you arrive, and you can hear the buzz of conversation and anticipation. There's something about the sound of a crowd that's both energizing and terrifying, all those voices blending together into a collective murmur of expectation. They're here to see a show, and you're one of the main attractions, whether you feel ready for the spotlight or not. Your opponent is already in the preparation area when you arrive. He's about your height but broader through the shoulders, with the kind of build that suggests he's been doing his job for a while. His equipment looks well maintained and professional, always a bad sign when you're hoping for an easy match. He nods politely when he sees you, which is somehow more unsettling than if he'd tried to intimidate you. Polite opponents are often the most dangerous ones. The preparation ritual helps calm your nerves through its very familiarity. You apply oil to your skin to avoid grappling, conduct a final inspection of your weapons, and make necessary adjustments to your armour. Demetrius, the Ludus doctor, gives you a quick physical examination, checking your joints, your reflexes, and your general state of not yet being injured. Try to stay that way, he advises, which is both helpful and obvious. Marcus appears for a final consultation, offering last-minute strategy advice and reminders about things you've known for months. But his presence is reassuring in the way that having a familiar face around is always reassuring when you're about to do something that might end badly. Remember, he says, the crowd wants a fantastic show, but they also want to see skill. Don't just survive. Demonstrate your training. Make it clear that you belong in there. The waiting is the worst part. You can hear the preliminary events happening in the arena. Animal hunts, minor exhibitions, and warm-up acts that get the crowd interested and ready for the main events. Each cheer from the audience marks another step closer to your turn in the sand. Finally, it's time. The arena official comes to collect you, and you walk through the tunnel that leads from the preparation area to the fighting ground. The tunnel is cool and shadowy, a brief respite before you emerge into the bright sunlight and the noise of the crowd. The arena floor is pristine white sand, raked smooth and ready for action. The afternoon sun casts sharp shadows from the arena walls, creating areas of bright light and relative darkness that you'll need to navigate during the fight. The crowd noise hits you like a physical force as you enter. Cheers, calls, conversations, and the rustling of fabric as people shift in their seats. You and your opponent are introduced to the crowd, though the announcer gets your name slightly wrong in a way that makes you sound like you're from a different province entirely. The crowd doesn't seem to mind. The crowd cheers appropriately, assessing both fighters with the experienced eye of those familiar with such events. The magistrate who's hosting the games makes a brief speech about courage, skill, and the noble tradition of gladiatorial combat. He's clearly enjoying his role as patron of the arts, gesturing broadly and speaking with the kind of enthusiasm that comes from not being the one holding a sword. Then comes the final ritual, the salute to the audience, the acknowledgement of the magistrate, and the formal beginning of the combat. Your opponent raises his sword and shield, and you mirror the gesture. The crowd falls relatively quiet, sensing that the real show is about to begin. The referee, an experienced former gladiator himself, checks that both fighters are ready, examines the weapons one last time, and steps back to the edge of the combat area. "Start!" he shouts, and there's no more waiting, preparing, or worrying. Now there's only what is happening. Your opponent moves first, a cautious advance that tells you he's experienced enough not to rush into anything stupid. Such behaviour is both good news and bad news. Good because you won't have to deal with reckless aggression, bad because it means he knows what he's doing and plans to do it competently. You circle each other in the sand, shields up, swords ready, each trying to read the other's intentions. The crowd noise fades into background static as your attention narrows to focus on the person trying to hurt you in a professional capacity. His footwork is solid, his guard position textbook perfect. The task is going to require actual effort. He tests your defences with a series of quick attacks, nothing committed, just probing strikes to see how you respond. Your parries are automatic, muscle memory taking over as tight as predicted. Despite the artificial nature of the situation, the familiar weight of the sword and shield, the resistance of blade against blade, and the small adjustments of stance and position all feel natural. The first real exchange happens when he commits to an overhead strike that you deflect with your shield, following up with a thrust that he barely avoids. The crowd responds with appreciative noise. They can tell the difference between tentative testing and actual combat. Your opponent steps back, reassessing, and you take the opportunity to do the same. He's favouring his right side slightly, which might indicate an old injury or just a natural tendency. His shield work is defensive but not passive. He's using it to set up his attacks rather than just blocking yours. This tactical thinking is a result of his experience and training. You try a different approach, varying your attack angles and timing to keep him guessing. You execute a low cut, a high thrust, and a shield bash, compelling him to concede. He responds with a combination that nearly gets through your guard, the tip of his blade passing close enough to your ribs to remind you that the battle isn't a training exercise. The fight develops a rhythm. Advance, attack, defend, reassess, repeat. Both of you are breathing harder now, sweat making your grip slippery despite the leather wrapping on your sword handle. The sand shifts under your feet, creating small challenges in footing that add another layer of complexity to the combat. Minutes pass, though they feel like hours. Now the crowd engages, applauding particularly skillful moves from either fighter. You hear voices giving contradictory and unhelpful advice. Your opponent tries a new strategy, pressing his attack more aggressively, trying to overwhelm your defences through sheer persistence. It's a dangerous game. Aggressive attacks create opportunities for your opponent, but they also create opportunities for you. You weather his initial assault, then counter with a combination that drives him back toward the arena wall. Cornering an opponent is advantageous, but also dangerous. Desperate fighters do unpredictable things, and predictability is one of the few allies you have in this business. He proves the point by attempting a move that's either brilliant or suicidal. A spinning attack that would either take your head off or leave him completely exposed. It turns out to be more suicidal than brilliant. You deftly sidestep the attack, delivering a powerful thrust that pierces his guard and hits his sword arm. It's not enough to disable him, but it's enough to slow him down and signal to both of you that the fight has escalated to a new level of seriousness. He backs away, shaking his arm to restore feeling, and reassesses his situation. You can see him thinking, calculating odds, and considering his options. The crowd can sense the shift in momentum too. Their noise level increases as they anticipate a resolution. But experienced gladiators don't give up easily, and your opponent is nothing if not experienced. He adjusts his grip to compensate for his injured arm, and settles into a more defensive stance, making you come to him rather than continuing his aggressive approach. The final phase of the fight is a careful dance of patience and opportunity. Your opponent, nursing his injured arm, has become more cautious, but also more dangerous, in the same way that cornered animals become more dangerous. He now has nothing to lose, which makes him unpredictable in precisely the way you were hoping to avoid. You press your advantage carefully, not wanting to rush into a trap, but also not wanting to let him recover fully. The crowd senses the approaching climax, and their voices rise accordingly. Someone is shouting what sounds like betting odds, though the numbers are changing faster than you can follow. Your opponent tries one more aggressive combination, putting everything into a series of attacks that would either finish the fight quickly or leave him completely exposed. It's a calculated risk that almost pays off. His first strike gets through your guard and scores a shallow cut across your ribs, drawing blood and reminding you that the fight isn't over until it's over. However, his follow-up attack lags slightly, as his injured arm fails to respond as expected. You parry his thrust and counter with a move Titus drilled into you so many times you could do it while sleeping. A shield bash to create distance, followed immediately by a thrust that gets past his guard and finds the gap between his armor plates. The point of your sword comes to rest against his chest, just above his heart. It's not profound enough to inflict significant harm, yet your placement is accurate enough to indicate that his next move could prove lethal if he persists in fighting. For a moment, everything stops. The crowd noise fades to near silence as everyone waits to see what happens next. Your opponent looks down at the sword point, then backs up to your eyes and makes his decision. "I yield," he says, loud enough for the referee and the crowd to hear clearly. The crowd cheers for your win and the fight's quality. This is what they came to see. Skill, courage, and a contest decided by ability rather than luck or accident. You step back and lower your sword, acknowledging your opponent's surrender with the respect due to someone who fought well and honourably. The magistrate rises from his seat and renders the official decision, though it was never really in doubt once the yield was declared. The crowd continues to cheer as you and your opponent salute each other in the audience, the formal conclusion to the formal combat. Back in the preparation area, Demetrius examines your cut and declares it superficial enough to heal without complications. Your opponent, whose name you finally learn is Servius, turns out to be a decent person who's been doing his job for about as long as you have. You share a cup of wine and compare notes about fighting techniques, training methods, and the particular challenges of making a living through combat sports. "Good fight," he says, and means it. That last combination was well executed. Your instructor knows his business. You agree, thinking of Titus and his endless drilling of fundamental techniques. "Muscle memory," you say, echoing his favourite phrase. When your brain gets busy, Your muscles need to know what to do. The ride back to the Ludus is quiet and comfortable. Marcus is pleased with your performance, not just the victory, but the way you achieved it. Good technique, good sportsmanship, good entertainment value, he summarises. The magistrate was impressed. The experience could lead to more opportunities. More opportunities. In your business, that's both positive news and something to think carefully about. More opportunities mean more prize money and more recognition, but they also mean more chances for things to go wrong in permanent ways. But that's a concern for tomorrow. Tonight you're back in your familiar cell, with your familiar thin mattress and your familiar view of the stone wall. Your equipment is cleaned and stored, your small wound is bandaged and healing, and you're alive and relatively intact. You fall asleep to the sound of Gaius snoring, and the distant murmur of your fellow gladiators discussing the day's events. Tomorrow will bring more training, more preparation, and eventually more fights. But tonight, you're simply a person who went to work, did their job competently, and came home safely. In the gladiator business, that's the pinnacle.